I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils.
And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up, above. Fear and its pain, letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up, above. Fear and its pain, letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this walk like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this bumper like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the
top, but who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us. Boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, but don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, that the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plane of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now. We been in the gym, yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing, I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that came. I throw everything, the kitchen, the sink, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come, I smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
I'll watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't act with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I tried to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You you can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel the kind of the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kisses. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my gym bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in a wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bets, if I shoot it then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life. I'll bring you a start. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take.
And I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this. And I will never lose, I'm the greatest.
and it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up, above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Nervous, watching, it's starting up again. Pulses racing, you're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far. Never meant to fall, but I lost you in the sound. You're the constant that I found. Starting to believe it's love. Darkness makes the heart grow stronger.
Welcome everybody to the LPL Summer 2020 split. We are almost halfway through as we hit day number 6 of the 5th week of the split. I can't believe how quickly we're blasted through these days. I'm Munchables, this is Dagda on my left, and as we hit towards the halfway mark, we're starting to see some teams start to raise above the others now.
We definitely are, but we're also starting to see some of those teams that we had question marks for really start to pick it up a notch as they realize, wait a second, the end of our split is fast approaching.
Yeah, it's now time to get things together for some of these teams in our season. But let's look at what happened while we were gone, because we've had 2 days off in a row there, and we had some results coming on through. OMG finally finding themselves a couple more wins behind themselves, taking on Rogue Warriors in a 2-1 victory. Then we saw JDG against WE, which was a way closer series than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, very much a close series, but JDG are able to pick up the victory there off of some fantastic plays from Kanavi in the jungle.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And then on Friday, we had a couple more very, very close series. Obviously, the first one, not so close. Top Esports against LNG went the way you would have expected that one. The second series, though, Vici Gaming now a middle-of-the-table team with a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, and a little bit of a messy series from both sides, but Vici were able to come out on top in that series. I think a lot of teams will still be looking and going, okay, this was definitely not the most convincing of wins for either side.
Yeah, convincing is not the word I would use for that series, but hey, a win is a win for Vici at this point, and you can see them sitting there in 10th place. But I was talking a lot last week about the amount of teams that were on 4 wins. We've still got 4 of them there. There's now 4 teams on 5 wins as well. The battle for second place is roaring in the standings.
Definitely heating up, and it's good to see that we've still got a lot of competition still in there. Some unfamiliar names to that top of the table like V5, but definitely keeping that streak rolling.
Yeah, Suning as well, climbing that scoreboard. And I'm hoping they can keep that one going. We'll have to wait and see, though, as the season goes on. Today, we're jumping into 2 pretty interesting series. The first one of the day, Rogue Warriors, still the winless Warriors here, who have 2 game wins the entire split so far. It's not been feeling fantastic for them. Against EDG, another team that have been disappointing comparatively to expectations.
Definitely have been. I mean, look, when I look at both of these series, I think there's a lot of proving to be done in both series, especially for Rogue Warriors, who are looking to pick up the first win. EDG looking to say, hey, look, we're still that playoffs team from spring. And then IG and JDG, both teams that have had doubts cast against them, it's now time for them to step up.
Yeah, it's going to be battling to decide who is going to be the ones that are at the top of the table. Who are the real top teams in the LPL? We'll get to that one later on, though, in the day. First off, before we jump into our first series, let's talk a little bit about Worlds, because the rules for seeding for the LPL have finally been announced. As you can see, the first seed is going to be the winner of the summer split, so everything on the line for all of these teams right here. But then you can see the other seeds, it gets a little bit more complicated, Doug.
It does. Seed 2 will be the one who comes in with the championship points winner. So whoever's accumulated the most from spring and from summer. And then we start to dip into that 2nd to 5th place for championship points. And they will start to fight it out for our last 3rd, 4th seed going towards Worlds. Because don't forget, we get 4 seeds this time around.
We certainly do. And we get a double elimination to decide it as well. So if you seed well, you are going to have a lifeline to work with. I'm very, very excited to see. Best of 5 as well. We've got a lot of games coming your way. When we get to the end of the split, once we're beyond playoffs, we'll decide who the 4 teams that are going to represent you, the LPL at Worlds are. But let's talk about the teams that we've got coming into our first series. And let's start off by talking about Rogue Warriors, who, let's be honest here, they've had a rough split so far. And it feels like every time you watch this team, it's kind of a coin flip. Or at least it was in spring. This time the coin flip feels kind of cursed. They're hitting tails every time.
Yeah, it feels a little bit unfortunate for the Rogue Warriors, who were that, as we talked about, coin flip squad, where you never really knew what you're going to get out of them. They look absolutely stupendous in some of their games, nearly taking some of those series against the likes of IG in spring and really putting it up against those top teams. This time around, though, it hasn't worked out as hot as they would have liked, and 0-6, that coin has not flipped their way whatsoever, but you can still not count out these guys because there are moments where we think they look really good.
Especially since Harrow has come back in, it does feel like we've got a little bit of that soul of Rogue Warriors that has returned to the roster, and it feels like we're seeing a little bit more of that chaos. And even finding 1v1s, Ruby's been looking pretty good.
And that's the thing. You can see in those first 2 clips, some of those plays that they're trying to set up aren't quite going their way. But then we look at these second 2 clips, and it's looking far better. This is the Rogue Warriors that can take games off of JDG, can threaten those top teams. It's just we need to see some sort of consistency out of these guys. Because, look, they are so much fun to watch because you never know what you're going to get. But it's also heartbreaking because you want them to keep doing well.
You want them to finally win some series.
Yeah.
They haven't got to win yet this split, but it feels like they're getting towards that. It feels like maybe one of these series coming up could be their first win. We'll have to wait and see. On the other side of the board, we've got EDG, who another team with kind of 2 versions of them. And it feels like there's one version when you're driving past fast food and you're like, Mum, can we get that for dinner? And then she's like, we've got EDG at home. The EDG at home is the one we've been seeing because they're a bit all over the place, aren't they?
Yeah, EDG in spring was that delicious feast that we were able to go towards playoffs with and looked absolutely amazing, those late game front to back team fights. And then we looked towards summer and we're like, what happened here? There's just not that same flow.
Nothing
the team
happened.
isn't gelling
That's
together.
the problem.
Exactly, yeah. We're seeing just complete inconsistency and indecision making plague EDG. And although it was at the start, we're like, cool, they're trying out a few new styles, we're starting to see some cool things. It's now starting to get a little bit worrying where that team fighting style that we are so proud of them for has not netted them any of these wins. And you can see here in these clips that EDG are really struggling.
And it feels like in a lot of situations, they could win the fights. I mean, the best example is their series against IG, where we saw they had huge advantages and just did not know how to push the issue on that. And sure, they look great when they get into the team fight. It feels like they almost don't know how to start the team fight.
And I don't even want to start looking at this like it's a problem with BBD, because BBD has looked absolutely incredible in this team. It is an issue within the squad where they aren't quite sure how they want to try and approach the game. A lot of this as well is coming from some mixtures in the roster like Junji, JJ, who's going to actually come in. But overall, EDG, they need to start figuring out what the game plan is, because having Scout on this Azir where he had a near 80% win rate in spring, this has fallen right the way down, and he just hasn't had this same impact. Even when EDG want to start going towards the late game, they keep looking for these early game objective fights where they have no business in trying to go for these fights, and it looks so strange.
It feels like an issue of not necessarily just shot calling, but understanding the win conditions of the composition, right? And playing at the right time, playing the right way when your composition is strongest. We'll see if that's going to continue to plague them today. One of the big factors in these conversations, though, are going to be the junglers. For both sides of the board, it feels like you're playing a game of Tekken, honestly, because every single time we come into a series with either of these teams, it's like, all right, pick your fighter, Harrow or Yodang, Junjie or JJ.
And that's the thing, is you never really know what you're going to get. When we look towards Rogue Warriors, though, I am definitely a fan of Harrow. I think he brings a lot more to the team. That early game aggression, playing towards bottom side and working in conjunction with Lei, really has started to net Rogue Warriors some of these early game victories that they can then use to snowball at least a game in a series in their favor. Yodang, though, hasn't been able to have quite that same impact as Harrow has. Obviously the newer guy in the field, so not quite able to do so.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, we've got Junjie and JJ, who fairly different styles, and Junjie's highs, I feel like, are exceptionally high, but doesn't necessarily have the champion pool to work with.
I think that's the big thing. When we came in towards spring, we were looking at this guy as the Sejuani, the Jarvan, the tank player. Now, he has broadened his horizons and brought in some of the likes of the Nidalee and some of these other champions that have worked quite well, and we've seen him have great success on them, but it's just not quite flexible enough. He has been practicing a little bit of Graves and solo queue, but still, it's only just starting to come together. So you can see why they're going towards JJ in a lot of situations where JJ's champion pool just fits the meta so much better. And I feel like when we start to move forward, JJ, I want to see him have a bit more of a presence in the early game. He hasn't quite been able to find that success that we expected from him, even when we saw brief aspects of him in spring.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see JJ stepping up today, so we'll be able to see a little bit more from him and what he's going to bring to the table, as well as Harrow on the other side of the board. And I love watching Harrow because he brings chaos to the Rogue Warriors games. He's one of the big reasons that this is one of the most fun teams to watch in the entire LPL. Even when they're losing, they still make the game exciting. You see them all getting ready. Less napping than I'm used to in these Look Lives. A lot of the teams like to nap, but these guys, it feels like watching bots getting ready for the games. And they've got a tough opponent ahead of them in EDG.
I mean, when Rogue Warriors are sitting 0-6, they're definitely going to want to be awake and alert coming into this game. And I want to go back to that point that you made on Harrow, because I definitely feel like him bringing in that carry jungle aspect has worked really well for Rogue Warriors. We've seen standout performances from him on the Graves. Even if you cast your mind back as far as spring, he had that massive carry performance on Elise, not even a champion you consider capable of having these massive carry performances. But he has looked super strong. And I think when he is being paired with Lei, his playmaking support in the bottom lane, it works out super well for EDG.
Well, we're heading on towards the stage. We're going to be kicking things off with Rogue Warriors here, stepping on forwards. As we mentioned, Harrow going to be there in the jungle. It is going to be Holder up in the top lane and Ruby in the mid lane. This has been the most consistent version of the roster now, with Harrow stepping back into the fold here. And you can see a couple of smiles on the faces as well. I'm glad to see Rogue Warriors still feeling good, especially considering they are 17th right now. It's very easy for teams to just implode. That's what we saw at V5 last split. So it's good to see that the morale is still there for the squad.
And that's what I think is still so pleasant to see about this roster, is that even though they may have had some upsets, they're still able to bring it back. They're still able to look at least like a team that can threaten to take some of these series.
As EDG steps onto the stage, most important thing to mention is that Hope is back into the roster once more, playing with his teammates. And that's not to take anything away from BBD. He did have a good series for himself, or a good couple of series for himself, and he certainly didn't look like the issue on Edward Gaming. But it does feel like Hope is a bit of a voice within the roster.
And I think that's the difference, is that we see the team, at least from EDG's side, play more heavily towards Hope when he is in the team. And that's why I don't want to discredit what BBD was capable of doing. He did look super strong. It was more so that Hope seems to have this commanding voice that bolsters the rest of EDG to play that team fighting style that we know and love them for. Especially when you look towards Audi, who's been flexing a little bit into the likes of the Camille and these split push carries. JJ as well seems to just, they need to have someone who's going to direct them and make sure that they are paying attention to that back line and they're not just being tossed towards the wayside.
And it's kind of incredible, honestly, when you consider that Hope, he's still in his rookie split. He was behind iBoy on this roster. He was playing for the academy team on EDG for a couple of years, as iBoy was the guy for EDG, right? He was the franchise player. It was like, you're never going to replace him. Then iBoy moves away to Vici. Hope finally got his chance this year. And already, based on how he plays with the team and how they play without him, it feels like he is a huge part of the roster. And iBoy's long and forgotten now.
Yeah. I mean, how could you not with Hope, who's outperforming him so heavily? Even if you look at the spring and summer splits, I think every fantasy roster would like to have Hope on their team rather than iBoy, but Hope has been working super well. It's good to see him back on the main stage, but I wouldn't be surprised if we still see a little bit of BBD, or hopefully we see a bit more BD, because I think this guy looked absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, BBD looked great, but Hope is going to be coming back on in, and I think especially his Ezreal this split has looked pretty exceptional, but there's been a lot of really good Ezreals. One thing to mention is we are on 10.13, so big ol' Yuumi nerf. It could mean that we do see less Ezreal in general without that support.
We have still seen, if you look at like the games that we had in the LPL, even with LEC, there's still a lot of Ezreal still present. He's just not as high priority in some of our other regions. So LPL, I think we'll still see quite a bit of him. The one that actually I'm curious to see is if you'll see a little bit more Galio, because Ruby has been spamming a lot of Galio in solo queue. So he might try and bring it out here today against EDG.
It's an interesting one as well because this is one of the picks that Scout has had the most success with so far this split, so it could be very highly contested. The first pick, Thresh here, it's something that Lei is very comfortable on. Lei being one of our more inconsistent players on the side of Rogue Warriors. When it looks good, it looks great. So, you know, getting him a comfort pick, I can see that working out for them.
It is nuts, though, when you think about the power that is, like, you're giving over. There's, like, the Aphelios, the Syndra are the two things, as well as that Ezreal. So you're putting a lot on this Thresh pick when you need Lei to be able to perform. But don't forget, we already talked about the way Rogue Warriors like to play with Harrow in is through Lei in that bottom side, having the jungler come down, setting up Harrow for success. So having this playmaking support just enables that style even more.
Yeah, Aphelios, you talked about, is going to be locked in. Got a minor nerf coming into 10-13. His chakrams will fall off when he's on the Baron, so you can't just rush Baron for free quite in the same way that you could before, but still an exceptionally strong pick. It's definitely not going to be too big of an issue.
Yeah, you've also got the follow-up attack off of that Moonlight Vigil is only doing 20% bonus attack damage, not the full 50% it was before, so a little bit less into that ultimate, but still very strong pick on this patch.
I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal. I'm wondering what's on the back of his hand there. It's a cool little tattoo. I don't know if it's a tattoo or if he's just drawn on his hand, though. But if it's a tattoo, it's badass. Anyway, Ruby going to lock in the Zoe. Harrow going to go with the Lee Sin, which, you know, we highlighted earlier on. Lee Sin, a big pick for all four of the junglers.
Especially JJ. He's played 6 games on this champion, so 6 out of his 10 games, or 9 games even, have been on this champion. So I think overall this is a big pick away from JJ. And if they're not going to lock in a jungler on this rotation, now you can span away the likes of the Trundle, you can get rid of some more of these jungle picks, and make it a little bit more difficult for JJ to operate comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, the Nidalee is already gone. The Graves is already gone as well. So you take away things like the Jarvan, things like the Trundle. Suddenly, that jungle pool is looking a little bit dicey, and we could see JJ forced onto something on the very fringes of the meta. In the meantime, EDG banning away AD carries, taking that Ashe off the board. So Jungwoo gets forced away from his comfort.
I think you can take the Ashe, you can take away the Ezreal here as well, and now you're starting to go really down into the depths of that champion pool. Kai'Sa seems to be the one that usually pops out as the answer in these situations, but she doesn't really fit into the style of composition that Rogue Warriors have right now, where you're trying to play at range with the Zoe, or maybe look for a little bit more of a pick-orientated style with the Thresh and the Zoe.
Well, the Ezreal is going to be the one that is banned away, as you rightly mentioned. We could see the Kai'Sa coming on through in the AD carry position. The Rek'Sai was removed, which means Trundle, Jarvan 4 both still available. So even if a second jungler is banned by Rogue Warriors, EDG at least have somewhere to go.
Yeah, they will have somewhere. It's just that means they're, you know, oh, they didn't even ban away, but still it is going to be a favorable matchup here for Lee Sin. So he's pretty happy with that one. So Harrow will be able to dictate the pace of this jungle, or should be able, I say, to dictate the pace of this jungle if he can start to get ahead. Something we haven't seen a huge amount of, though, is that Volibear as well, which can slot into that jungle role and has been picked up quite a lot more when we look globally into that jungle role versus the top lane role.
Yeah, here in the LPL, though, we've seen a ton of the Volibear in the top lane. We've seen very little of it in the jungle. It's going to be locked in for the side of EDG, which, let's just bear in mind, neither JJ nor Audi have played the Volibear so far this split. On the other side, Holder's played the Volibear a couple of times and looked pretty good on it. So I can understand as EDG, just take this away.
And I mean, you still keep that flexibility, so there is the chance here that you can try and play around it. Actually picking into an unfavorable matchup here for Holder. The Volibear destroys Wukong, so Holder is going to be all in on these team fights and really needs that nice early game play from Harrow to try and babysit him through this early game.
Let's just remember, Wuji.
Okay.
Oh, Lucian bot coming on through
So
here.
don't forget, actually on 10-13, there was an extra 100 range added to the piercing light for
true.
Lucian. So a little bit more lane pressure, but still
It's like old
something-
school Lucian again.
Exactly,
Kinda.
but so
Not quite as
Yeah.
good as that, but
But still, you're kind of looking at, okay, well, something that needs to go aggressive in lane, something that's going to hit the mid-game hard, and that's pretty much where Rogue Warriors have crafted this composition to spike off of those 1 to 2 items. The only thing I'm worried about is that for Zhangwuji, you may not be able to get as much pressure you'd like in this lane phase, and especially when you're against a Volibear and you're against an Ornn, these short-range AD carries can struggle quite a bit. Also, super beefy, super tanky. They're really difficult to get through as a Lucian.
yeah, let's just remember as well, Wuji was that Vayne one-trick streamer back in the day, so he knows how to make the plays, and when you're on Lucian, you can be very aggressive during the lane phase. I remember Lucian Thresh used to be one of those lanes that would just dominate whoever it was up against if the Thresh could find hooks, if Lucian could follow up on the damage. So press the attack down there, expect an aggressive bottom lane if they can find those opportunities, but that will remain to be seen. And a lot of it, as always, Dagda, is going to come down to this jungle matchup between Harrow and JJ.
It definitely is, and I feel like Harrow Harrow should have the advantage in the jungle matchup, but the problem is that when I look at the lanes, it makes it a little bit more difficult because you're looking at that where we already talked about potential where they were going. Actually, sorry, I forget that because I was thinking that Volibear was still going top. We do have the Ornn locked in, so at least you can still have some pressure going towards this bottom lane. We can play through lane Shang-Wu-Ji, and towards the top side as well, Holder will do relatively okay to Audi. So I'll be curious to see now how Harrow does want to path. I imagine he's going to play pretty heavily towards that bottom side, especially with that Lucian locked in.
And we've seen that Ornn versus Volibear matchup many times in the top lane, that lore battle, but now they've become allies once more, joining the same roster here. And I'm a little bit scared about the potential of a gank towards that top lane from Volibear, because sure, they're both tanks, but when they have that much CC together, and Ornn already does a ton of damage, Volibear does a ton of damage by base, like, you can see some serious ganks going towards the top lane for EDG, trying to set Audi up and JJ up for success.
I think a lot of this game, though, is going to revolve around if Rogue Warriors can get this early lead. Because as this game starts to go on, and you have the Aphelios and Ornn, and even the Syndra as well, will be able to do a lot of work come that mid to late game. So if Rogue Warriors can't get off to a good start with the advantage that Harrow is in the jungle, there's a chance that EDG just run away into this late game. So EDG right now don't really have much pressure to try and make these early plays. They can still tend towards these later game fights where they'll be okay.
EDG have drafted the way that we expect EDG to draft, right? They always like to go for this late game scaling. When you think of Scout these days, you think of things like the Azir, right? Things that are going to scale up exceptionally well to the late stages of the game and be able to win fights that way. And the problem that they've had is that when it comes to those late game fights and when it comes to those late game Baron dances and whatnot, feels like they're a little nervous to pull the trigger a lot of the time.
It's not even just at those Baron fights where they're a little bit nervous. The problem is oftentimes they pull the trigger at those earlier fights where they really shouldn't be fighting, like those Dragon objectives. So now I'm curious to see how they do want to try and play this, because you've doubled down on a lot of early game power from Rogue Warriors.
This is a bot lane 2v2 that EDG cannot win early unless they somehow were the first ones to hit level 2, which they definitely won't be here. It's just not winnable in this straight up 2v2 until Aphelios has a couple of items behind him. But let's just bear in mind, I feel like Lucian has not been bot lane meta for a very long time. I think some people maybe think of Lucian as a solo laner these days. He takes a huge hit in the mid lane there. But Lucian used to be the priority pick bot laner years and years ago, and it was because of the just sheer lane dominance he can have.
Yeah, there was a lot of changes made to him, though, a lot of nerfs to his range and a lot of those other factors that cast him aside. I think in this matchup, though, because Hope doesn't have the longest of range, you can still try to be that bully, especially with level 2 hit now for Lucian, where you dash in, you get the double shot into a piercing light, another double shot. Makes it very difficult to try and trade back as Hope. So I'll be curious to see how Hope does manage in this lane early, especially when you're paired with something as aggressive as a Thresh.
I'm curious what the build is going to be for this Lucian in the bottom lane as well, because obviously solo lane and bottom lane builds quite often differ. You used to see things like the Blade of the Rune King on Lucian, but there are options to go for builds that include things like the Essence Reaver early on as well. So I'm really curious what direction he's going to take this one, because, as I said, it's been a little while since we've seen that.
It kind of depends on your goal when it comes to Lucian. Like, if your composition's like, right, or the game is like, right, we're going towards that late game, go for the Essence Reaver, go for this crit. But I imagine with the composition that Rogue Warriors have drafted here, where you've got this 1 item to 2 item spike that you're really trying to play hard around, going for that Blade of the Rune King into Black Cleaver could work wonders here. And especially when you've got a lot of armor shred that can work towards Harrow, towards Holder, it can do wonders.
See JJ moving up towards the top side here. I thought he was maybe going to try and make a play towards Audi, but I think just looking for an opportunity to sneak some camps away. He's finished his first clear. Now he's going to recall and upgrade that jungle item. And the question will be for me, where is he going to look to play on the map? Because right now, Harrow's moving towards the bot side.
I think right now, the best thing for JJ is just to try and match where Harrow's going to be. Don't actually try and force plays on your own. As long as you are like keeping pace with them and being able to prevent some of these ganks, you're going to be in much better shape. Because if you get to the later portion of the game and there haven't been these early dragons for Rogue Warriors, there haven't been these early kills, you'll find yourself in a far better position as EDG. And right now you can see that where JJ already managing to at least keep an eye on where Harrow's going to be and stop him from taking some of his own camps.
Yeah, and you can see Harrow immediately backing away from that one. Even though his bot lane had priority, he's not recalled yet. He doesn't have any items, so he was like, all right, let me just reset first before I try and do any shenanigans in this game. Scout being forced under, and this is one of the powers of that Zoe. Early on in the game, you can force the waves pretty effectively, and now he's going to try and make a play on the bottom side as Lei finds a hook onto Mako, and in comes Ruby to try and find the paddle star. Good flash, and a heal from Hope. Means that EDG get away.
So it'll be fine, but still double summoner spell burned. Ruby trying to see if he can sneak one, but this is great from Rogue Warriors, at least some early game pressure, but JJ wants to answer.
Certainly does, but Ruby walks away. Mako couldn't get close enough to get a hook. Scout's moving down as well. Ruby could be in trouble here, but Scout of the Week not going to be used. Just held on to as JJ starts this dragon. Scout once again misses the stun here. Now a hook in the bottom lane. Let's bear in mind the damage out of Wuji is significant, but he's out of mana. EDG, in theory, I was going to say should have this dragon, but it looks like they're not willing to.
No, Harrow's already moving down. Scout's completely out of mana, and especially after missing that stun, Ruby's in a much better spot.
Lei's flashing for the play. Hope gets away, though. It does just about gets away. That was a close one for him. Now Harrow is on the chase, trying to get onto Hope if they can. There's the flash for the kill, and now onto Mako as well. And Rogue Warriors start as they mean to go on.
And this is what we wanted to see from Rogue Warriors, these early game plays to allow their composition to take over. Now they've got 2 kills, they're going to get this dragon as well, and the key thing is, both those kills went on to the key carries for this team.
Yeah, look at that. An early kill on Lucian, an early kill on Zoe, and assists across the board as well. Rogue Warriors could not be happier with the way this game has started for them. Already 1,000 gold lead.
And this is beautiful. So this is where we wanted to at least look at how Ruby can dictate that mid lane. Because oftentimes when I look at Ruby, the biggest quarrel that I have with him is his inability to be flexible in his playstyle. He goes towards the Azir, he will sit in lane, he will play for himself, and won't actually look for these plays. But as we talked about, he's starting to play a lot more Galio in the solo queue. He's starting to try out a little bit more of these roam-heavy styling. And obviously it's come to fruition here, because him moving on this Zoe is not something we'd often see from him in spring, but now he's starting to bring that in, and it's Rogue Warriors able to make plays off of that and secure these things.
And I just want to go back to something you said before, Dagda, that when we looked at the compositions, sure, EDG looked great in the late game, but what has been the biggest issue for EDG? Not assessing when they actually want to fight, starting fights way before they need to. That is a perfect example of what we're seeing in this game.
And this is why we're so confused. Oh, he missed the cannon.
Not like this, Wuji.
But this is why we have such big issues with EDG right now, is they're the ones that were playing towards that dragon, starting up the dragon when they know they're not at a position where they want to fight. Lucian just does far better than Hope right now. Same with Zoe, who's able to play super far range as a bunch of CC, and especially with Scout out of mana, that was never going to be an even fight. But EDG are still looking to take these, and I'm not sure why that shot calling is now starting to creep into their play when it was never really there before.
We are going to see a bit of a CS lead starting to build, though, in the mid lane. As when we look towards these mid laners, both of them characters that will spike exceptionally hard off of a singular item. You've got Zoe already with that lost chapter. Hook in the bottom lane for Mako. It's going to go wide, though. In the meantime, Scout only has that amplifying tone for himself, so he's a long way away from being anywhere near as strong as Ruby is in the game right now.
Looking at the bottom lane, though, that big shove from Hope came through, so that wave is now pushed in, so Hope can start to roam with Mako towards this Rift Herald far sooner than Lei and Zhang Wuji can. You see they're lagging a little bit, so EDG looking to fight again. This time they need to pull the trigger fast before Rogue Warriors can group, but they're too late. They're doing it again.
Collapsed onto the bottom lane here, and Hope without a hope or a prayer in this one. Wuji with his second kill of the game. So JJ does get the Herald. The question will be, what does it cost them? Because Holder is finding the flank here on towards Scout. There's a Sonic Wave to follow up from Harrow as well. Waits for the flash, jumps away barely with his life, but in comes the rest of the squad. Wuji's already got a hat trick. Audi's well too late on the ultimate. And I think Rogue Warriors are getting away with everything here.
That's the thing. 2 kills more going into the hands of Rogue Warriors. And this is why I don't understand what EDG are trying to do. They don't have the advantage when it comes to their lanes. They don't have the advantage when it comes to the composition. And even though they're able to roam first, they don't pull the trigger fast enough to try and find a quick fight or a pick before Rogue Warriors can group. And it means it's Hope who actually gets picked off.
And ultimately, Rogue Warriors assess the fact that they're way stronger right now. Collapse onto this bottom lane, and Hope already used his summoners in the last fight. There's not a lot to say about that.
But like, look at the way EDG are trying to approach this fight. You have Hope and Mako taking a really greedy route that you know they're going to have to pass by Rogue Warriors. So anytime you try and go into this river, you're going to be grouped up around Rogue Warriors and just giving them the perfect pincer onto your most vulnerable member.
So now we'll see EDG reset to their lanes once again. Same thing from Rogue Warriors, but the scoreboard is really starting to look pretty fantastic for Rogue Warriors. 4-0, and the next straight spawning in 1 minute and 15 seconds. If I'm Rogue Warriors, I want to fight for that one. EDG really need to not go for this.
And don't forget, EDG are coming off the back of a loss against DMO, which was our last place team, giving DMO their first win. Now they're against Rogue Warriors, who are also looking for their first win. Maybe
oh no, don't say it, Dagda.
Yeah.
Say it ain't so.
Or maybe just, you know, the team that you need to beat to get yourself onto a streak. But they are going to answer at least for some turret plating here with the Rift Herald. Giving it towards Hope I do like, because obviously this guy is going to be the big carry in the later point. But I think you're only kind of putting a bit of a plaster on things at the moment. Yeah. Even though I say that, there is still a gold lead in favor of EDG. A lot of that coming back to the CS difference that we see in the bot, in the mid. So, all things said and done, EDG still relatively okay.
For now, at least. But what you just said scared me, Dagda. Because you're right, they did lose 2-0 to DMO. They're behind right now against Rogue Warriors. This is a team that finished 5th, 6th in Spring. How on earth have we got to this position? Scout with some nice dodges there. Finds a Scout of the week, and Mako might just be able to follow up. They don't want to be that team, and they're not going to at this rate. Kill going the way of Scout on towards Ruby, holding the next one to fall as well. Abandoned by his team. Audi looking for more with the ultimate. It's not going to find anything. I said they shouldn't fight for the dragon, but the dragon is theirs.
Yeah, it looks like Rogue Warriors may have flipped that coin one too many times, getting caught out where it was a nice call from Ruby trying to get onto Scout, but he still had the cleanse. He had that fancy footwork as well, so was always going to be safe. And it means now EDG at least can get one of these dragons in their favor. And all that is about is pushing back these late game dragons where they don't have to worry about a soul for a little bit, and instead they can get these items back in their favor.
Look at Scout's fancy footwork here. Dodges everything. Just completely outplayed Ruby, honestly, in that fight. And then Mako's here to set it all up.
And, I mean, from this point on, you've got nowhere to go. Even that Lantern, not the best from Lei. A bit too far from Holder, wasn't able to get over towards it. But yeah, this is where we kind of go, hey, Rogue Warriors, you're doing great. And suddenly, that's not the play, guys.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's still feeling good for them, right? Actually, no, it's not. I take that back. They've not even got a gold lead anymore. How has that swung so heavily in EDG's favor?
Well, we just talked about it. The CS levels that were there, the turret plates have gone over.
Goodness.
And as well, a lot of that gold is situated onto Zhang Wuji as well. So Zhang Wuji is not in these fights, and he's not the one that is actually at least being able to dash around on this Lucian. But then all that power has just gone down the drain. But with Ruby getting picked off before that dragon started, there's no real way for Zhang Wuji to have any influence in this fight.
Wuji's moved up to the top lane now, and you can see Holder responding on the bottom side of the map. Not the same story from EDG, though. They're grouping everyone and moving up towards the top side of the map here.
And this is Rogue Warriors at least trying to read what EDG are going to do. Because you assume here with that bot lane tower falling, Hope and Mako will move towards this top side. And they're trying to at least keep their strong lane against the stronger lane of EDG as well. But let's see if it is going to pay off.
Oh, there's a hook onto Hope. Can they follow up onto it? Wuji actually dashed away from the fight. In the meantime, we're going to the mid lane apparently because Scout has been kicked in. Paddle Star didn't quite connect though, but Ruby should be able to finish this one off. There's a nice little Paddle Star just to finish it over. In the meantime, nobody went down in the top lane by the looks of things.
No, Lei taking a good beating as well as Hope, so not quite able to finish folks off. Still though, this will give the opportunity for Zhang Wuji to have control in this top lane where Hope has to play a little bit more honest.
Holder is getting chased out of lane right now by Audi on this Ornn, who's looking to combo him. Won't quite get the knock-up. That was really nice, actually. The Cyclone denying the Searing Charge. Oh,
In behind Zhang Wuji, though.
Yeah, Wuji, you guys are meant to be winning this lane, not getting battered around. Kill goes the way of JJ. And Lei is left without an AD carry.
Power of the Volley Bear, jumping straight onto that turret, disabling it, and meaning he can just run down this long lane. And Zhang Wuji and Lei now not quite able to continue that snowball that we were talking about for the Lucian, and it'll be another turret going over into the hands of Hope. He's pretty far accelerated right now. Woo, don't die.
That was a little close for Hope. That was not calculated, I will say. I think that was a little bit lucky from him, but ultimately, you know, he's got himself a kill, he's got himself some turret plates, and he's getting towards that Infinity Edge.
Exactly. Well, he's going to have finished it. He got 5 turret plates already, plus the tower on the top, plus one of those nice kills for himself, so he's well on his way. And the problem is with Zhang Wuji is that if you're consistently keeping pace with Hope, it's not going to quite work out. You've got a cheaper item in the Black Cleaver, so you will hit that 2 item faster. But once Hope gets the 3 items, he has already outscaled you, so you need to be accelerated. And at the moment, you can see only a 200 gold difference between those 2 AD carries.
We need to see some picks come out from Rogue Warriors now. We need to see them start to try and control the map so that EDG has to come into them. Because realistically, right now it's EDG that have been setting the pace of the game, which with a composition like this from Rogue Warriors, as you say, they're the ones that have to be in control.
And it's far easier for EDG to do that with all these turrets going down. Now, Rogue Warriors will get this Rift Tower, which will at least give them some opportunity to answer back for these turrets, but EDG, I like that they're giving this, because we've already talked about how they're not quite at a level where they can fight 5v5. Now, though, I want to see if Rogue Warriors can answer, because right now they are turretless. They haven't picked up a single one, and they need to start getting these down, so you can find these fights where we can force objectives. If the likes of EDG want to go towards the dragon, maybe they can crack open a mid lane turret, start to accelerate this lead that their composition has right now.
It definitely feels like Rogue Warriors are getting to that point we talked about earlier with the Ludens in that mid lane, with a Black Cleaver as well as a Tiamat on Holder. If they can find some 5v5s, even though they're a little bit down in gold, it still feels like Rogue Warriors can set up for success if they can get onto Hope, if they can get onto Scout. The big question is positioning for those fights and just being able to get that set up so that they're able to succeed.
Yeah, EDG, well, they're moving into River, but I honestly believe that they should just be giving over these 2 dragons, the next 2 dragons. You're already done really well so far in getting this gold lead, keeping all your structures, and delaying this pressure from Rogue Warriors. As long as you don't give over stupid kills, you're going to be okay.
It's getting a little dicey there for Mako on the Nautilus. He's not that tanky. Nearly got caught. Rogue Warriors now moving in as they drop the Herald in the mid lane just to put some pressure down. That will finish that first Tier 1 off. So Rogue Warriors finally get themselves a tower. So celebrations in their camp. But now they're trying to find a fight for themselves. Hook onto Scout, but he's got the cleanse, so he gets away with his life. JJ takes a little love tap from Ruby as well.
Culling down as well is actually a pretty big tool for Zhang Wuji in these fights, but I still think EDG should back away, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Instead, going to collect that wave on the bottom side and moving up towards the top. I was surprised to see them commit as heavily as they did towards it, but look, at the end of the day, they're still able to at least keep things safe.
Look, I'm just happy that they're making decisions, honestly, Dagda, because EDG of previous weeks would be umming and ahhing about what on earth to do. I like that they go, okay, let's position. Let's see if we can do anything. Nope, there's Herald mid. Nope, we're not going to win this fight. Okay, move away. Just accept that this is not our fight and go elsewhere on the map.
I want to see how Rogue Warriors will now start moving forward and trying to push their lead. Because look, it's not a lead when we look at the goal, but definitely... Oh, Ruby, that's awkward.
Oh, no.
It's not by delaying themselves with stuff like this. But still, I want to see, look, you've now got this mid lane turret down. They'd love to be able to get some of these side lane turrets as well and start to creep that vision into the EDG side. But unfortunately, you've actually got really good wave clear when it comes to EDG side. So trying to shove this wave in mid far enough where you don't just have EDG push back and threaten that mid lane turret, it's going to be a bit difficult for them right now.
Oh, look at that. Ruby managed to finish off the blue buff by himself. Well, it wasn't by himself, but, you know, he got the blue buff, which is it's a level up for him, honestly, after the last couple of minutes. But now moving towards this Baron area. Bear in mind, Baron is not available yet. It's just a fight over the Scuttlecraft.
The thing right now, though, is Rogue Warriors are always grouped together. So from EDG's point of view, you're perfectly fine with this, because unless a play, well, maybe like this happens.
Arrow wants to get onto Scout. Sonic Wave is there. Ah, nice flash from Scout. Kick to safety in the end. The trouble ball isn't going to land, and Audi's come from behind. Suddenly, EDG want the fight. Finds a knock-up onto Wuji as he's 1v everyone on the back line, but Audi will be the one to fall in the end. To kill going the way of Rogue Warriors as EDG weren't willing to pull the trigger with their top lane.
I don't know why they tried to commit to this. You'd gotten out, Sket was fine, and you don't want to be fighting Rogue Warriors right now. What I was about to say is as long as they keep ping-ponging these waves in the side lane, they're all fine. They'll just farm up, they'll force Rogue Warriors to go and deal with side lanes rather than grouping up and utilizing the pressure, but they just give the fight to Rogue Warriors, and now Rogue Warriors are looking for more.
JJ could be in trouble, but he's got Mako and Hope alongside him underneath this tower. Ruby's going to try and find some poke onto Hope. What is that damage? In he goes to finish it off, and Ruby looks amazing right now. Will get taken down in the end by JJ, who jumped into the fray. As Wuji is arriving as well as Scout, we've got a whole brawl on our hands right now. They're just trying to get the tower, but Rogue Warriors kind of ham-fisting this one, trying to brute force things.
Harrow's Dragon Kick is just back up, so might be looking still to make some sort of play, but they do get the kills, but they're not getting more of these structures, which is what Rogue Warriors really like to get right now, to get some more gold back in their pocket. Unfortunately, not going to be the case.
It looked so good from Ruby at the start of that one, and then he got caught out. He got stunned up by JJ and finished off as well. But JJ has been looking great in this series. We were talking about the conversation of him versus Junja. 2-0-2 on this follow bear looks good.
It just seems a bit all over the place from Rogue Warriors, where you are getting these individual plays, but the rest of Rogue Warriors not quite there to follow up fast enough, so you do get them going down, all getting caught by that Nautilus knock-up as well. Even Xiangwu Ji had started to tend back towards that mid lane, so he had left the fight, so wasn't there to try and help out when it all kicked off. So it feels like get Rogue Warriors on separate pages and not trying to play together as a team towards these objectives.
So for Rogue Warriors, we said that was a bit of a ham-fisted play, trying to force things up in the top lane. Where would you like to see them go? So we've got Dragon up in 1 minute 20. Baron is on the map, but they still haven't finished off all the tier 1s at this point.
It is definitely the Dragon that I want to see them go towards, and then they can try and fight EDG again. So their composition right now is definitely stronger. You've even got that Essence Reaver just completed for Xiangwu Ji. So I think they can most certainly tend towards that and have a lot more strength there. The issue right now, though, is it's only the third Dragon, and I say only because right now they could actually be going for that soul point if they wanted to. So EDG could give this up and threaten towards Baron instead. Even though Aphelios doesn't have the reset in the chakrams, he still does this Baron relatively quickly.
Still going to be that crit 80 carry. He's only on a Zeal, though. Hasn't finished off his second item, which is the opposite story for Wuji. This is a perfect time to fight for Rogue Warriors when you look at the spikes across the board. Not to mention a couple of Black Cleavers to make sure Wuji can do all the damage.
Rogue Warriors are just calling the bluff here, though. They're like, right, you guys want to go towards Dragon, we'll just go and take mid lane turrets, and then they open up that long lane we were talking about to push in and then try to gank off into these side lanes and get more structures.
Lay stepping forwards to check for this one. Arrow wants to get in. Dragon now spawning as Mako takes a big old hit from Ruby. EDG slowly but surely getting bullied back. They do still have a lot of engagement themselves, though.
Poke from Ruby will be pretty nice. It can be the big difference here. See, trying to land these trouble bubbles onto whoever he has. Redemption as well is going to be super useful for Rogue Warriors. Oh, never mind.
Well, theoretically it was going to be super useful. Just whipped it a little bit behind them.
It's like tying a hand behind your back, you know, to make it a more even fight. Rogue Warriors are just that confident, you know?
I don't know if they are, mate. They are, what, 2-12 right now? I don't think they have any right to be confident at this point. Jumping on in. Holder has found himself onto a flank. This could be the fight now for Rogue Warriors if Holder can make it in, but they might just settle for the Dragon as Audi. Going to start things up here. In they go. They get themselves onto Soul Point, kicking back onto the rest of the team. And now they're just looking to disengage. They could be the ones on the fight, but they're the ones being forced away. Hope went way too deep, and Wuji gets that kill. And you know what? 1 for 1. They're just going to accept that.
The Dragon goes the way of Rogue Warriors, though. There was a 2-level advantage for Harrow at the beginning of that fight, which is why JJ was struggling to try and get in on top of that. But still, you can see 5-1 now for Xiangwu Ji, able to beat out Hope when it came to that duel. So still, Rogue Warriors trying to put their foot down, trying to accelerate, but it's just not quite going as the way they would like.
The big problem, Dagda, is that this is the composition that's meant to be firing on all cylinders right now. This should not be like really, really even fights where they're barely able to win it out. EDG playing this one really well.
And it's because of how split up this audience. Like, look, Haro and Shangwoo-ji are caught in the pit against 3 members of EDG, so they've got to run for the hills. And even that fight at the top side for Rogue Warriors isn't quite going the way they want because Ruby doesn't have that consistent damage to try and follow through. So it ends up being a one-for-one trade. Dragon does go to Rogue Warriors, which is still nice. They will be able to threaten still at that sole point. Not as heavily, though, as they would like. I mean, it's less than 1,000 gold lead right now.
Certainly not the ideal situation for Rogue Warriors. And I've noticed something, Dagda, that worries me just a little bit. Because we talk about compositions, we talk about Aphelios, right? How strong he is, and how to play around him is keep him at range. Guess which AD carry doesn't outrange Aphelios? It's the Lucian. The longer this game goes on, the worse that is going to look for Wuji.
The thing is, though, Rogue Warriors as a whole can kind of play at range. So unless EDG have great engage with Audi and with JJ, but if Rogue Warriors are able to allow Ruby to continually poke, we did see how scared EDG were of that poke at the last fight. Maybe, just maybe, Rogue Warriors can still keep this ball rolling. But if we're starting to get to that point where 30 minutes into the game, not a huge amount going for at Rogue Warriors side, EDG are starting to pick up those items.
And a lot of the pressure is going to be on Hope during these fights to be able to avoid the damage, especially out of Ruby. Especially prior to the actual fight kicking off. We already saw there was the skirmish around the top lane. We saw what Ruby will do to Hope if he just gets a moment, if he's able to get a sleepy trouble bubble down. In the meantime, we've got a top lane tower taken by Rogue Warriors. We've got EDG muscling in the mid lane. And it means that EDG are still the ones ahead when it comes to towers. Hook there onto JJ. Lay's going real deep for this one, forcing the fight. Wuji attacking a ward in the meantime. And that's going to be that. Both teams disengage.
They get the teleport out of Audi, though, so at least that's something that we can look towards, that Rogue Warriors can look to play around. Holder does have his own, so stick him off in the side lane, let him do his damnedest to start working on these turrets, and have the rest of Rogue Warriors threaten Baron. You don't have a huge amount when you look towards the likes of Zoe, but definitely that Blade of the Rune King Lucian will do a lot of damage towards that objective.
That's a bit of a weird one, that. The fact that Rogue Warriors going to find a teleport out of it somehow, but I'm not going to lie. When Lay was flying all that way across the map to get into that fight, I was a little bit nervous for him. Audi and Holder in this 1v1 once again. And this, I mean, the matchup between Wukong and Ornn, fairly neutral in the... Like,
I mean,
as Ornn, you're never going to get onto Wukong. As Wukong, you're never going to kill Ornn.
But you can see there the damage. Like, Holder's just barely tickling him. I think I saw maybe that health bar move a smidge, but it's not enough really to get anything going.
I mean, he's aware of it as well. He's not even trying to. He's just getting Tiamat procs onto the Ornn while he's just DPSing the wave, because he knows he's never going to battle through the ramp. You can see the items on the AD carries here as Wuji has finished off his rapid-fire cannon, which means he's going to have a bit more range to work with. He himself is 1,500 gold ahead in that bottom lane. But the Ornn upgrade onto that Molten Edge is going to diminish that somewhat.
And you've nearly got that second Zealot and complete onto Hope as well. Could go towards that Phantom Dancer, or could still be going towards a rapid-fire cannon for himself. Either way, Hope is now getting to a point where it's like, all right, cool. Shangwoo-ji, you've had your time in the sun. You thought you were looking pretty, but it's time for Aphelios to come online.
He's not quite finished that item just yet, but importantly, Dragon's up in 20 seconds, Dagda. And it's Rogue Warriors on Soul Point. This could be the moment that shifts them into gear to find themselves a victory in game number 1. But it could equally be a moment for EDG to turn things around. As you mentioned, a lot of damage on the side of EDG's roster now as they're starting to get these items.
And you can see now that teleport that was burnt earlier on by Audi is a hindrance for EDG, because Holder's now pushing in this top lane, at least getting some pressure, but looking to back, finish his death stance, and then come into this fight at Dragon.
EDG starting this one off already. Desperate to bait the likes of Rogue Warriors in. Dragon isn't the focus, though. It's the team fighters that get straight onto lane, just burst him out here. Audi's ult not even going to be needed just yet, but Holder's found his way in. Cyclone is only onto one target, though, and they're chasing for Hope, trying to get this Aphelios down, but they can't get onto him. Audi is going to be the first one to fall, but gets into the backline of his own team here. Trying to keep himself safe. JJ now the target as they get onto everybody. Kicked in Scout demolished by Harrow there. Wuji's going Super Saiyan, but he's cut down by JJ, who's just too huge. Hope still somehow surviving everything. Ruby desperate to get it, flashes over the wall, but he's sacrificed his own life, and EDG get the fight.
That was so scrappy, but EDG do manage to take the win. They will take the dragon, and unfortunately, that's the death knell for Rogue Warriors, where EDG have been going even and even and even in these scraps. But now they finally take the lead. They'll take the dragon, and unfortunately for Rogue Warriors, that is just the scaling coming into play.
And now it's going to become very difficult. Hope survived for so long in that fight, and now he's got a Phantom Dancer. It's only going to get worse.
I want to give praise to Harrow as well, because that was a beautiful kick onto Scout, and maybe if that had been on towards Hope, that would have been a very different game, or at least a different fight. But unfortunately, wasn't quite able to get onto Hope. Hope stays alive for so long. So you can see at the start of this, Lei going way too aggressive. I would have preferred to see Rogue Warriors continue to put some poke down, at least threaten that backline. And Hoder does a good job here to get the EDG backline into an uncomfortable position where they're trying to push backwards while Shang Wuji is tearing through the EDG front line. But at this stage, Harrow making that big play, shutting down Scout, and makes this fight look far more even. But a stopwatch comes in, and then you're done. But if Harrow can make those plays again and get onto Hope, that's the main source of damage for this EDG composition. So maybe towards a Baron, maybe towards these next few Dragons, we can see that play from Harrow come in. But unfortunately, if you're untouched as Hope, well, fortunately for Hope, you're going to end up winning out of these fights.
So JJ doing a great job during this fight. Take a look at his pro view. And it looks like he was just trying to play keep away, trying to stop everyone. He's just standing in this gap, making sure nobody can get past him. He's an absolute brick wall.
And that's exactly what the EDG need right now, and why they are so good, at least in Spring, at this front-to-back style. It's so difficult for them to, or for enemies, to actually try and get through Audi and through JJ when they're tunneled into these small jungle corridors, and it gives Hope a little bit more leeway.
It's kind of an amusing pro view. Is like the highlight moment is it he just sees Wuji come over, start watching his carry, so he's like, all right, just bonks him on the head and finishes it off. Oh dear. You know, Volibear pro views, probably not going to be the most mechanically intensive pro views, but hey, he played his fight well, and he did what he needed to.
Rogue Warriors trying to see if they can get these picks. I think this is where we're going to start see them lending into more of a pick-heavy style where they can look for Ruby with these long-range engages, Lei with that follow-up, or even Harrow with the Dragon Kick to find EDG if they do take a foot out of position. But it's going to be kind of difficult because you do have such strong pushing power with Scout. Audi as well, having teleport on this bottom side, will be able to keep side lanes in a bit of an awkward position for Rogue Warriors. But it looks like Rogue Warriors don't care. They're just going to push in and try and snap this vision up anyway.
They're just going to take it out in the mid lane there. They still haven't got the tier 1 in the bottom lane right now, but they've managed to find themselves a tier 2, as we saw Scout pushing in the top lane. So they were able to capitalize here. Nicely done by Rogue Warriors. And let's bear in mind, the gold is still dead even in this game. EDG have not actually found themselves the win just yet.
Well, the thing is, it's dead even in gold, but you're not accounting for all the Ornn items that have come in and the gold that they give behind the scenes. You got that Molten Edge, you got the Luden's Pulse as well going for Syndra. Even Ornn has got a bunch of them for himself as well. So right now, EDG do have the gold lead thanks to those items.
So it's an emotional gold lead we're talking about here.
It's the what's it called? The non-tangible, what's it?
Intangible?
Intangible, thank you. Non-tangents is not the word that I wanted.
Well, technically it is tangible in that you could just work out exactly how much value they're getting. Intangibles are more like things like coaching, things like the communication that you talked about that you physically can't visualize. In the meantime, Lei, for the second fight in a row, has sort of run it down, Dagda.
Yeah, and it ain't looking so hot for him.
It was looking fine the rest of the game. I don't know what's got into it.
Yeah. Well, it does mean EDG are able to start up this Baron, and they're going to do it pretty damn quickly. I mean, they've got an Aphelios. I know he doesn't reset off of his chakrams anymore onto this Baron, but he still does it quick. He still does it fine, and EDG are looking for more.
Yeah, they've found themselves a Baron. Now they want to fight as well. Rogue Warriors seem happy to take it for some reason. 4v5 right now. JJ is like, look, you can't hurt me. I'm a big old bear, and I'm going to walk away from this one.
It does mean that potentially the Rogue Warriors will run over and get this dragon, but I mean, 40 seconds before it comes up, there's not going to be enough time for them before EDG enter back onto the map, especially with Baron recalls. So again, it looks like now another Mounted Dragon going over in favor of EDG. You've got a super tanky Bear, you've got a super tanky Ornn, and they're just about to stack up 2 Mountain Dragons for themselves. Rogue Warriors, they say, ooh, early landed the hook, but that's kind of the goal here of Rogue Warriors, to see if they can pick off EDG, but unfortunately, EDG are moving at this big, brutish 5.
Here's the thing, right? We talk about EDG not necessarily making decisions, but if there's one thing they do, it's group up, and that's going to work out for them here. Pick onto Harrow. Rogue Warriors want this soul, but it's just not going to happen. Holder gets an ult onto the backline, though. He's trying to get onto Hope. Does a bit of damage, but now he's chased out of the fight himself. Audi, practically invincible. Holder's in a 1v1 with Hope here, and he ain't winning this one. Now the rest of the squad from EDG is going to give some support to this AD carry. And Holder, you might be able to turn invisible. You might be able to survive for a long old while, but Hope gets the kill eventually. Now onto the Dragon as well. They find themselves that Mountain Drake. They find themselves the 5.
EDG even managed to steal it after all that. Rogue Warriors try to make the play. They say, sacrifice Holder, we'll get the soul, but it's nothing.
Now Scout trying to finish off Wuji here. Cullen comes through, but oh my days, look at the damage out of Hope. You don't win that 1v1 anymore, my friend. Wuji goes down, and into the mid lane they go.
And this will be EDG now pushing forward. Baron still available for another minute. Death timers are 20 seconds, so they may not be able to push on fully here, but they will definitely crack open the base of Rogue Warriors.
I think they might just be able to finish things off here, because let's bear in mind, all of the gold is on Wuji, and he's still dead for another 30 seconds here. EDG, I think, are well aware. They're going to play Protect the President when it comes to these minions, make sure Audi's tanking the towers. They're just going to try and brute force things down. And I don't think there's anything Rogue Warriors can do about it, because Zoe don't do a lot against Ornn. In they go to try and make things happen. In they go to try and take down Mako, but he's surviving for so long. Knockups come through from Holder, but ultimately the damage just isn't here. Holder's going to fall down. Hope still surviving on full HP, and that's going to be more than enough as he grabs himself a double kill, grabs himself a third for the triple, and EDG find game 1.
Still a few fights that EDG shouldn't have taken, but when they got to the point where they knew they were strong, EDG knew that they wanted to brawl, and that's exactly how they managed to close out this game.
And I'm glad that EDG kind of assessing the fact that, look, the only way we lose this now is if we spread out and we get picked apart. So they're just like, look, let's just stay as a 5, literally from like 20 minutes onwards. Aside from just clearing side waves every now and then, they just grouped up and brute forced everything as a 5-man.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at the beginning, I was a little bit worried for, well, very worried for EDG, because all we saw was them continue to fight for dragons, trying to make these plays towards Rift Arrows that they really shouldn't have been going for. Yeah. But at the end of the day, Rogue Warriors weren't able to accelerate their lead enough. Oftentimes, when it came down to these fights, it was 1-for-1 trades rather than a team wipe for Rogue Warriors. And it meant that when we got to this 30-minute mark, it was all guns blazing for EDG. Felios is up and powered. We've a Scout looking great in the Syndra, and Audi's unkillable as this Horn.
And I'm not going to lie, Lei had some questionable moments in this game. Like, Lei has been up and down, I think is the nicest way to say how Lei has been playing recently. Some games, he looks amazing. And early on in this game, he looked great. And then there's 2 fights in a row at the most pivotal moment in the game for Rogue Warriors, where Lei just essentially walks into the full squad of EDG and dies. It's like, mate, this was the chance to win. This was the moment where your team is going to win and going to get the game off the back of it. Maybe just don't. And I don't know if that's great advice. I'm training to be a coach, you see.
Nice.
Maybe just don't die.
The problem as well was kind of a mixed identity to a certain extent on Rogue Warriors, where yes, you've got this mid-game comp is all well and good, but you kind of want to play it range as the Zoe, but when you've got this Lucian, he wants to get in and get close and personal. Same with the Wukong, and it felt like they started trying to poke people down, but then Holder and Zhang Weiji were like, no, we want to get in so we can actually start this fight, not even using the culling to try and help with that poke to a certain extent. Yeah. And when we then got to the fights, it was EDG just kind of going, okay, well, we're full and healthy. Hope has been fine in the back line. Audi and JJ have just eaten everything that you want to put down, and EDG can just wipe through the fights.
And you can see, we were excited about the gold lead that Rogue Warriors had right at the very start of the game. But that was it. It was right at the very start of the game. They only got it to 1,000. They couldn't snowball it any further than that. And the fact that, you know, we were kind of criticizing EDG for contesting early, but ultimately what they were able to do is stop Rogue Warriors from just snowballing this lead and finishing the game.
I think it was a bit of a 50-50 in the play. It could have gone the way it did, which is to at least slow down this play from Rogue Warriors. Otherwise, it could have gone the complete opposite way. You saw how low those health bars were in a few of those fights. Misclick here or something different in those scraps could have meant a very different story here, but Rogue Warriors, at least to still give them their due, they did look good in the early plays. They were able to make some advantages for themselves. We just need to see them when they get these mid-game advantages to actually push them forward and understand how to try and find cracks in EDG's defense.
Yeah, Rogue Warriors, it felt like they drafted. I mean, I like the composition. Like, I like that we got to see Lucian here. I like that we got to see something a bit different in the LPL. Did it work out? Not particularly, but hey, let's see it go again, and let's see if you can get a snowball this time.
I think I want to see Harrow play more heavily towards that bot side if they're going to go for Thresh and Lucian. Like, Thresh, Lucian, Lee Sin, this should be a perfect setup.
It's a kill lane, right?
Exactly, to try and set up things. But we never actually saw Harrow visit down there and trying to work with Lei. So I think if we had seen a bit more from Harrow, potentially Zhang Weiji gets even further ahead, and they're the ones getting that early tower instead of actually being gifted over towards the EDG side. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the scary thing to me was when we were getting to the mid game and it was EDG that were ahead on towers. It was like, that's not meant to be how this game is working out. EDG take game number 1 in a pretty convincing win for them. I'm happy to see EDG looking a little bit more solid here today. We'll see if they can continue though, because that's the question. Are they consistent? We'll find out after the break.
但后续有这边宝石的奶不断的在奶，正面的话是给到了航是没有等到宇宙光辉就已经阵亡，可是另一边还有一道宇宙光辉，2道下来，旁边的3个关键的队友沐浴到了这波无敌的光芒，在旁边的话 Zeka 好像是一个 E 技能直接反手一进了场地，开启了一个峡阵，就在等 Wink 什么时候出来，这一个反手的2段表里杀缭乱，配合乐言击杀掉了 Wink 跟小 C。
然后EDG就是看一下怎么样尽力抢下这条龙了，
硬抢，但是没抢到，这边是直接接了灯笼走开了个小鬼是白甲，这边 Cube 已经进场了，直接被铁男一关到了米奇灭亡屋里面，然后在这波小白路高追击 Cube 的话，那明显是会走入到对方的一个阵型之中，这边的话。直接是大招时间结束，旁边的话 Wink 闪现躲掉了 Zeka 致命的一推之后，但这边沐浴的宝石光辉的5元红色方的将领已经是要把这波团战给结束了。这边 Zeka 因为自己位置太差，到最后是被小 C 幽冥剑矛碰死，但是后续的话 iBoy 跟航还能继续打，这边 iBoy 直接稍微一拔毛还在6，而旁边 Wink 跟小威接连倒下。就这个不稳定，就是高跟低还是得看纷纷的技能。正面的话还是想逮 Zeka 这边有一个峡阵，旁边扫描扫了一堆的红影出来 ，Zeka 也很耐心，直接2段的表里杀缭乱出手，但是被一个水晶剑命中了之后，后续的话航的奶量好足啊，而且这边还有一个秒表的存在，哇，这一波使尽了浑身解数，没能击杀掉这个我留忍者。那后续的话，蓝色方在阵型之中已经击杀掉了威，小白也是强弩之末，后续 iBoy 进场收割秀了呀，甚至是宝石拿下了双杀。站位依然是对这条土龙有想法，这一波如果打Maple 直接正面被一剑逼出了闪现。旁边卡萨直接闪现上龙坑，给到了一个柱子，住住了 Maple 后面所有的一个车队路线。但是正面的话，预言家这个大头给完了之后，后续好像跟不太上。这个 UP 闪现下龙坑，万箭齐发，直接一波无解的输出，带走了上面的熊熊。而且后续 Night 还给了一个英雄登场，掩护 Jack Love。阿水这个输出的角度找得到暗军众人，实在没有意想得到。后续转画面一转回来，是由这边E-Star 先行拿下了这个火龙。后续的话，这边乐言进场，乐言是第一时间被盯了一下，乐言直接倒地。但是后续的话 ，Cube 这一掌直接如来神掌，把4人拍上墙。哦呦，这一波直接把E-Star 的众人 Wink、小 C 全拍碎在了墙上。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe
We're back coming at you once again with our second game of the day here at the LPL. We're in our first series, which is EDG against Rogue Warriors. And EDG starting things out strong, looking stable in the mid-game, and that was the most important things to get themselves the win. I'm Munchables, this is Dagda as we head towards our second game. And our MVP for game number 1 goes the way of JJ in the end. We were saying about the junglers coming in, which one was going to come in and which one was going to be strongest. JJ bringing this volley bear to the LPL and looking good doing it.
Looked very good, and especially just the way he commanded space in fights, giving a little bit more wiggle room towards Scout and towards Hope was amazing. Plus, those engages were super, super strong, working very well with Audi to set up EDG's team fight. Ooh, T-Tours.
T-Tours, baby, as you see JJ just slamming it down, bringing out these fights. And this fight was very important for him as he was able to protect the carries once everyone tried to get him from Rogue Warriors.
And you can see here, just between Audi blocking all of that culling, and then as well having JJ being able to kite back, provide the stun, provide some lockup as well, it makes it nigh on impossible for anyone from Rogue Warriors to follow up on Hoder's engage and gives the winning fight over towards EDG at the point in the game where Rogue Warriors honestly should have been able to win it.
And let's just bear in mind, this was after Lei just ran into them. Imagine if that was 5v5. Look how close this fight ends. Yeah. Imagine if that was 5v5.
One hook, one flay, one anything, and that could have been the difference.
And honestly, you see Wuji dying at the end there. That probably doesn't happen with Thresh there. Suddenly, this game is a very different game for Rogue Warriors. And it was not the best mid-game we've ever seen from them. But hey, at least they were making things happen. At least it was a bit chaotic, which is realistically what I want out of a Rogue Warriors series.
Yeah, and this is the thing, why we kind of... I feel like the parent who's scolding them because I'm like, yeah, your grades are okay, you're getting stuff done. And it's like, if you could just do something else, if you could get a little bit higher, it'd be great.
You're only getting an A. We need you to get an A star. Well, no, they're not getting.
They haven't got a win yet.
They're now 2 and 13, so they're not getting an A. They're on about an F. What's the lowest grade? I don't know.
Expelled.
E? I'm not sure. Yeah. Whatever, they're not doing so great in school, that's for sure. EDG, on the other hand, hey, looking pretty good in game number 1. Some questionable early fights where maybe the composition they were running doesn't need to be fighting in the early game, but you know what? A win is a win is a win. We'll take that one. The question for me with EDG is consistency, because right now they're 2 and 4 on the scoreboard. They're the only team to have lost to DMO as well. EDG have got some work cut out if they want to make it to playoffs again.
And that was the thing for me with EDG when I looked at them. I was like, do you know what? Lost to WE, kind of acceptable. Lost to IG and Top Esports, definitely acceptable. But then it was like the DMO series happened. I was like, hang on a second, EDG, what's going on here? So at least now we're starting to see them right the ship and hopefully be able to pick up the series win here just to try and give them a little bit more confidence, because this was our playoff team in spring, and for them to have lost to DMO, and if they end up losing this series towards Rogue Warriors as well, that spells bad news bears for the camp of EDG.
Bad news any animal, honestly, at this point. And it's going to be the Cougar that is banned away. Oh, I didn't know it was a volleyball pun.
Neither did I until afterwards, to be honest. I just wanted an excuse.
Interesting, interesting. Well, we've got some AD carries banned away here as we head into game number 2, Dagda, because we've got Kalista, Aphelios, and Varus all taken off the board. EDG considering whether or not they want to take a 4th one off here. Bear in mind that Ashe is something that Chungwuji has definitely lent towards, and it's the Syndra ban.
Yeah, so the Aphelios gone as well. So, okay, Rogue Warriors still going with this Thresh first pick. So, I mean, you can just go back towards the Ezreal here if you really want to, solidify yourself with that strong marksman, or you can start to go towards that Ashe. And Ashe seems to be the one that comes out the most in these scenarios, just because she has a really strong pick potential. She's really strong laning phase. Her mid game is strong as well. She's just kind of a bit of an all-rounder.
Yeah, and also just the fact that it gives your team some engage to work with without really dictating the style of the entire composition is a very nice trait for them. Hope this will be this first time that he plays the Ashe this split, but ultimately, when you think back to spring, you think of things like the on-hit Varus. So Ashe, very much in a similar wheelhouse.
Yeah, and definitely know that you'll be able to position correctly with this Ashe. So excited to see what he can do now on this pick. However, though, it does mean that now Rogue Warriors have locked in this Thresh. They're solidifying that bot lane for Lei. But what do they want to try and pair it with? Because Kai'Sa struggles with the range with the Ashe. You could end up going towards something like the Lucian once again, but this time I really want to see Harrow actually playing aggressively towards that bottom side.
Hover is there for the Lucian you talked about. It looks like Wuji is going to go for that one in the end. But he's nervous to click lock in. The time has run out. I guess.
I'm assuming it's locked in.
I guess it'll update in a second here. But I'm going to assume that that one was locked in. So again, aggressive bottom lane coming out from Rogue Warriors. We just need to see them be aggressive alongside it.
Surprised if this Olaf does go through, because you're kind of counter-picking yourself into the Trundle. Yeah, I didn't think so. I was going to say I prefer the Lee Sin here, going back towards at least having a strong early game jungler that can win out in those early stages against this Trundle and have him move down towards this bottom lane, setting up Shangwuji for success. And then maybe we have a very different story where EDG, because you've got this Ashe, you don't have the Aphelios, can't just rely on this late game to carry them through.
So Nautilus as the pickup for Mako is the second game in a row here. And JJ has a similar style of champion to what he had in game number 1, where he can be that big tanky brick wall during the team fights. So far, so good for EDG. They're kind of drafting towards the way that they usually play things out. But as we move towards the second round of bans here, Dagda, what are you expecting to see?
It looks like EDG anyway, going towards those top lane bans, which I don't mind. I think EDG, at least at the moment, have gone towards a pretty heavy pick style composition where you've got the Trundle Pillars, the Ashe Arrows, and this Nautilus as well. So they can double down on that if they would like to. We'll have to see if that is something that they want to go towards, or instead if they want to try and move away and have Audi on this split push champion once again. They're an Ekton ban though, and I'll be curious to see the Mordekaiser here. Does say there is the potential here to go towards something like the Wukong if they really want to.
It is something that is an option for them. Audi's only played it once. It's a big favourite for Holder. It would be his 5th pick if Holder was able to get his hands on it, but I don't know if they're really going to allow that to happen. Or if they do, I won't be surprised to see them pick something that is particularly good into it. LeBlanc is the final ban here for Rogue Warriors to take that away from Scout.
That would be an interesting one to go at. I don't think they're just going to lock that in blind. I mean, there's a lot of picks that can do really well against the Sakali. So, yeah, I think Wukong's the best bet here. Leave that counter pick for Scout. You're probably going to see Ruby going back towards something like the Azir. This is his standard blind pick, and it does give at least a little bit of that late game carry potential on the Rogue Warriors side. We're still looking at more than likely a team fight orientated style here for Rogue Warriors, but we'll have to see what they do decide to go with.
Yep, so it's going to be Audi on the Wukong. It's a nice pickup for EDG. It's also a denial away from Holder. But things like the Volibear are available if Holder wanted to go in that kind of direction. He's played it twice already. Malphite comes through? That is not something I was expecting to see today.
I was like, okay, I wonder what champion they're going to go with that has some engage, you know. You're lacking it a bit. You don't want to just rely on this Thresh hook. Malphite was not the direction that I saw this going. At least it does work pretty well against the Wukong. You stack all that armor. Becomes really difficult for the Wukong to kill, and because Wukong doesn't have the strongest of early laning phases, you can get towards those later points where you do have a bit of armor and a bit more sustain against this Wukong pick.
We also get to see Scout's Echo coming on through against the Azir. It's a pick that we've been seeing more and more into this Azir. It's kind of that classic Syndra counter that's now positioning more into just like these mage counters.
And the way you want to play this as Scout is you're just about shoving that wave super effectively and then looking to roam and have influence elsewhere. So when you look towards 2 big CCs in the Wukong and in that Ashe in the bottom lane, you have multiple lanes that you can have Scout play around. So this is where, again, I want to see Scout having a little bit more of an impact, especially since we've seen him, you know, starting to play a little bit more of the Galio and the Twisted Fate. This just feels like it's a natural progression now for Scout to start helping out when it comes to these bottom lanes.
Yeah, Ruby on the other side of the board with the Azir. He's going to be looking to scale up a little bit in this game, which is the exact opposite of what we saw out of Rogue Warriors as a composition in game number 1 of the series. And it's kind of an interesting one, Dagda, because on one side we've got this Lucian in the bottom lane, and then we've got an Azir in the mid lane. So when it comes to when these carries are going to come online for Rogue Warriors, it's very much at opposite points of the game.
It definitely is, and that's where it kind of gets a little bit messy, I will say, for Rogue Warriors. You're relying mostly on how good the engages can be from Lei and from Holder to set it up where, honestly, if you manage to get these big engages on towards Hope and even catching Scout in the mix there, well then, in theory, you should just be able to win out the team fight automatically with that big burst damage that can come through relatively quickly. Again, though, it is that late game insurance coming through from the Azir, so I'd be looking more towards the engagements that are set up in the mid game to see if they can set up for Shangwuji and as well for Ruby.
We'll have to see how the scaling is going to go for the side of Rogue Warriors. But across the board here, as we head into game number 2, it feels a little bit more even when it comes to when these teams want to fight. Neither team is just pure scaling. Neither team is like, oh, we don't want to fight for another 20 minutes or so. We've got a lot of mid-game action potentially ahead of us.
And I think we'll see that kicking off right now was Lane not quite able to find that hook, but that should dissuade them now as Rogue Warriors will back away.
Yeah, they've been spotted. They got their ward down onto that blue buff, though, so they're going to be able to spot out where JJ is going to start things off. And worth mentioning once again, we talked about the many, many players on either of these rosters, but sticking to the same rosters that we saw in game number 1. So both teams relatively happy with the way things went. Comet for the Malphite for Holder here up in the top lane. Do you think that indicates we could see something like an AP Malphite, Dagda, or is that too hopeful?
I think it's more so because the thing that a lot of people forget is that Malphite actually really hurts in lane. He can do a lot of damage, and that Comet gives him enough pressure that he should be able to shove out of lane. We saw the Mordekaiser ban, we saw the Renekton ban, because these are picks that can do super well against the Wukong. Well, I'd imagine with the AP damage in the Kiss for Malphite, he'd be able to do a similar job against the Wukong.
Got a hook in the bottom lane here as Wuji's able to follow up. Has that Lucian as well. That's just giving me a nice little trade for Rogue Warriors to start things off. Let's remember that if they can get level 2 first, they have significant kill threat, but they're not getting that right now.
Well, the problem for that push power is that Hope has the volley. He'll be able to hit multiple different minions. You've also got that longer range, so you can start auto-attacking quicker. So it means you end up in this situation where oftentimes you just get pushed back in as the Lucian despite the pressure you have in the lane.
We're about to take a little look at the runes up in the top lane. In the meantime, Mako goes aggressive once again, but it was just a tiny bit too early.
Look, I'm a big Thresh player, and in my mind, I saw that hook go through. I'm like, Lei, you toss your own hook out, pull him underneath the tower, and you kill Mako. So I'm really surprised to not see the return hook coming through from Lei, but look, what do I know? I'm not a professional Thresh.
That's true, but you are a professional that plays Thresh.
True.
You have a job.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Dagda.
Yeah, thanks.
Proud
Give
of
myself a pat on the back.
I know.
Yeah.
Good job, mate. Yeah, we could have seen a little bit more aggression, but ultimately, I think because Mako went aggressive from Rogue Warriors side, maybe Lei was like, hang on, they're about to hit 2. I don't want this right now.
Either way, so now we're looking at how we want to look at these junglers moving through, because we do see Harrow playing up towards this top side. Skull is about to spawn, but will be spotted off of a nice ward from Audi. And I think when I look towards Harrow, it is definitely going to be about taking the Scuttle, backing, moving in towards this bottom side, and trying to set up for Harrow, for Zhang Wuji and for Lei. He does have both his Krugs and his Raptors up, so can stick around in this bottom side for quite a while. As Lei
he went for the return hook this time, as well as a volley onto Mako, so evens the trade up a little bit. One of the things about Ashe we don't often talk about is, in lane, she's exceptionally strong. The passive that you get, the damage on those follow-up auto attacks, is pretty absurd.
And it makes it really difficult for Lucian to go for these quick trades, because you like to E and aggressive. Ooh, hang on.
Oh, what a hook coming out from Mako. There's the root as well. A pillar, but late flashes out to safety. Wuji having to use the heal.
Yes, nice hook from Mako to set that play up. Flash is burned and a heal, so definitely a win for EDG. But that's all that you really wanted here is JJ, because it makes the follow-up plays that we're talking about for Harrow, who is now pathing down towards his bottom side, a lot more difficult.
Ruby is giving Scout a really hard time in that mid lane. In the meantime, Harrow wanted to find an invade for himself. Decides he does have to scoot away from this one.
Doesn't know where Mako is, and doesn't know where Hope is either. They just backed away from the turret, so a little bit careful about going for these fights already against JJ. You can see both of them kind of posturing, going, I don't really want to go for this too much.
Yeah, like aware that this could turn into more than just that tiny little fight. Holder is going to be running into the classic Malphite issue of having absolutely no mana to work with. So he's done a good job of bullying Audi a little bit in this top lane, but ultimately, until you... I mean, often we'll see him go for things like an Iceborne Gauntlet if he wants to, Sunfire Cape, things like that. Iceborne Gauntlet will help with the mana a little bit, but...
I imagine it'll still be the Sunfire Cape he's going for. This is the typical build that we see. Lei not quite able to land that hook again, but look, either way, yeah, the top lane I think is mostly going to be, as you're seeing now, actually making sense, going towards at least that Bramble Fest first, because at the end of the day, you still want to try and reduce that healing that Audi can go for with the Stone Skin passive, and definitely going to have the likes of Hope, who's going to have a lot of healing off of the Blade of the Rune King as well that he pick up in a little bit of time.
We'll have to see if it's going to continue to go that way. We need to see Lei starting to hit some of these hooks, though, honestly. That's the big concern for the side of Rogue Warriors in my mind right now, because Lei has not been looking good so far this series. And it has very much been Mako in this lane so far in this game that's had control of the situation.
It's not even just who has control of this bottom lane. I want to see it. Oh, hang on.
Hang on. Scout went way too deep. He has to use the chrono break, but it's ulti for ulti, so, you know, you take that trade if you're either side.
I want to see Harrow having a bit more pressure as well, but unfortunately he's being chased around by JJ, a level down.
Yeah, Harrow's the one under pressure. Look at the damage that's coming out from the troll here. Harrow will walk away with his life, but once again, control for EDG here. We're going to 1v1 between the mid laners as well. Ruby is going to dodge away from the stun at the last second there, but he's low. Mako's ignited as well. Harrow underneath the tower here is Lei, desperately trying to walk away with his life. Will do so. Hope just can't quite finish him off.
It's all gone disastrously for Rogue Warriors. Mid lane losing out, forcing that flash burnt as well right after the teleport back in. Now the bottom lane for Rogue Warriors as well gone awry. EDG are taking over this early game.
Nicely done here from EDG, and quite an opposite of what we saw right at the start of the game in game number 1. Now they're going to be rewarded with this first Drake of the game. JJ will be able to smite this one. In fact, smite's on cooldown, so they might even give it to Hope.
And a lot of this early game play is stemming from JJ. He's been able to out-farm Harrow, keeping Harrow off of some of his camps when Harrow does go for the invade, but as well, setting up that bottom lane play where we saw the heal and the flash burn from Lei has caused a whole plethora of problems now where Hope is able to play aggressive, Mako as well as being able to support, and with Zhangwuji and Lei on this aggressive lane, but forced onto the back foot, EDG are benefiting.
EDG are certainly benefiting. They've been benefiting a lot in this series so far as Rogue Warriors. Unable to find their win conditions in game number 1, and now unable to find the first dragon. Important to mention, though, nobody died, right? They're not down in gold. They're only down 1 dragon, so things are still fine right now for Rogue Warriors.
There is an issue with the CS lead that's still there in that bottom lane, though, and the chip damage that Ashe is going to have on this turret. I don't know if she's got 1 turret plate already, but definitely she's going to be able to start chipping away at this, and with Zhangwuji taking a lot of these volleys, that eventually is going to whittle down and start to give it a little bit more gold over in towards Hopes. I want to, again, see Harrow making plays down towards this bottom side. Unfortunately for him, though, he was set behind, wasn't able to clear these camps as fast as like, was behind a level towards JJ on that bottom lane play. So his level 6 is going to be slightly slower, so that dragon kick play we'd like to see is going to be a bit delayed.
Not going to be able to go for it just yet, at least. And I'd love to see if he does focus down towards that bottom side, because that's exactly what we wanted in game 1 of the series as well, right? We wanted Harrow to make plays, try and set up this Lucian. We're in the same situation.
Well, where else is he going to go? You can't go for a Malphite top. I mean, sure, you get Malphite ahead.
Wow.
He's going to be a Malphite, you know? It doesn't matter. You go towards Ruby in the mid. Scout has so many ways of disengaging. He still has his flash. He's got that ult. He's even got his E to dive away. That can't work either. You have to go towards bottom lane, which has been made easy for JJ. He's gone, right, I'm going to go bot lane first. I'm going to make these plays.
Oh.
Nearly getting the arrow there, but
I got really excited for a half second there, Dagda.
there's a lot of members here from Rogue Warriors, so at the 9-minute mark, 1 minute after Rift Herald spawns, we will still get the fight that is the usual here.
And it's EDG to start it off once.
Ooh, Scout.
Yeah, and Scout's going in for this one. Still has Chrono Break, but he's CC'd up. We'll have to... He doesn't even get out of the fight. Now it's going to be traded 1-for-1 here. 80 carry for a mid laner. Do you know what? EDG seem okay with the trade, but with Holder moving down, let's bear in mind, Malphite is real strong as soon as you hit level 6.
I mean, you still got Ruby here as well, and with the way that Rogue Warriors can position, you have to be careful of not actually being able to close the gap on towards Ruby and him being a real nuisance in these fights. Rogue Warriors restart this up. EDG have to be careful if they want to try and aggress here, because Hope's only half health, and Holder with a flash ults can kill that Ashe.
It's just going to be given over, though. Rogue Warriors, the ones to grab themselves a Herald here, the giant crab itself. And we'll see what they're going to transition this one into. No towers have been taken, and let's remember, the story of game number 1 was all about these towers. EDG were somehow able to stay ahead on the towers despite losing out the actual fights themselves early on in the game. And Rogue Warriors, if they want to snowball, if they want to win with this Lucian, they need to change that story here in game number 2. The Herald should be able to help them to do that.
Well, start things off. It's already going a lot better for them. Collecting that bottom wave and not just losing that tower straight off of this play, but Scout getting CC'd down so heavily and does just about manage to finish off Zhang Wuji, but still, it means that it's a 1-for-1, and at this stage, yes, Zhang Wuji is a large portion of the damage for Rogue Warriors, but they still have a lot of pressure on towards Hope in that fight, so EDG don't feel comfortable to try and aggress. So we're seeing some growth from EDG. We're not just going to go and fight everything, we're going to actually think about this before we move forward.
I like it, I like it. And important to mention as well that once they get to a point where they're comfortable with fighting, once you get a couple of items on things like the Echo and the Ashe, they're the ones that can very much pull the trigger on this fight. With the Ashe to engage, with Audi able to follow up on this Wukong, they have an insanely strong team fight.
The only thing for me is, how do they try and have Hope operate? I feel like a lot more of this is going to be about EDG playing through side lanes and then trying to use the man and numbers advantage to find a pick. Scout can get some good chip damage down onto the structure if he's left alone, because of course you do go for that Lichbane build, but I think more or less if you end up just trying to enter into these fights straight up, you're sitting ducks for the likes of Holder, who's going to be gunning for Hope, and unfortunately for Hope, his flash has a much longer cooldown than Holder's ult does.
And we've seen this before. We saw this in LEC back in the playoffs where this Malphite plagued a lot of AD carries' lives. EDG trying to start a fight onto Harrow here. Depth charge going to be used, and the Lantern was denied by it. Bad timing from Harrow there as Wuji in a 1v1 with Scout. It's not a 1v1 he can win because there's an arrow on his face. The culling going to do some damage, but Scout wins it out in the end. Now Lei in against Audi by himself here. The rest of EDG collapsing on towards the Dragon. Lei forced to flash. Harrow still there.
Holder's still in the mix here, has his ultimate.
Mako flashes away, has a stopwatch to keep himself safe. Harrow trying to get onto the enemy AD carry, but he kicks him to safety instead. JJ's there. They can't quite finish him off. In goes Ruby to finally get the kill. And it's Rogue Warriors now suddenly turning things around. JJ will be chased down, slowed up by Holder, and Ruby will be happy to collect that one. No, it's Malphite that gets it with the Bammy Cinder.
Will be the 2-0 for the Malphite, but still Rogue Warriors able to win out on those fights. And unfortunately for EDG, their comp just doesn't do as much in straight up 5v5s. And that's what we're talking about, is even when they get Zhang Wuji, even when they get the carry who right now should be the one dishing out so much damage, it doesn't matter. You've still got Ruby, who's in great positioning over the wall, and they're still winning these scraps. You'll see it here with the teleport that comes in from Ruby. You also get it from Malphite, so this whole time, look at the soldiers here from Ruby. They are so strong in such a good position to poke out all these different members, and there's nobody who can touch the Azir with this position, separating out EDG. So then again, the Holder does come back around. Ruby's safe, can't get onto him, and it's just free hit for the bird.
And you know, Audi would have loved to get onto Hope there, but used everything onto just Lei. Like, Lei is not the target. If you're the Wukong in the fight, if you guys at home are playing Wukong in solo queue, please don't use both of your ults on just the support. That's not how you win in League of Legends.
I don't even know how you could have got onto it there. I mean, he does have the flash, but you can see there that, like, with basically bodyguard Holder at the side of him, making sure you can't get onto him, it's not going to be pretty if you flash over his Audi to try and finish that off. So great positioning and well played from Ruby there to find that spot where you could be so well protected but dish out so much damage as well.
Now we've got another fight just for a blue buff here. Scout not going to be able to really contest though. Does force the smite at Harrow, so they would have loved to give that over to Ruby. It's not going to happen. Audi is in a bit of trouble.
That ult's nearly up for Holder, which is why he's posturing. He's like, get over here, I want to kill this monkey.
Unstoppable force in the top lane from Holder. He could find a solo kill for himself. And let's bear in mind, Malphite is a lot stronger than I think people give him credit for. Even plates across the board here, but he scales off of arm. Like, he still does a lot of damage, even when he's building tank.
And this is what you're seeing, is just how strong that can be. But also, he does hurt. Like, his laning phase is quite strong. It's just a case of the mana gate that's attached to it. So when you're trading very effectively against Audi, who doesn't like AP matchups with this Wukong, it has worked out pretty well. You can see a bit of a CS lead there for him. And now you got a bunch of armor as well that's just going to hurt Audi even more.
So we've got a bit of a reset here, and Rogue Warriors, once again, with the gold lead in the early game. This time it's a little more convincing than last time. Not a huge amount, but it is on Ruby. It's on this Azir, so that is very much a good sign for Rogue Warriors. Holder, not feeling any good signs right now as his tower is taken away, but actually the rest of his team's going to collapse. There's a knock up there. Onto Lei once again. Oh, it's onto Mako, sorry. to find themselves the first kill. It's Lei, though, to try and follow this one up. Hook goes wide. He was trying to predict Audi's retreat, culling under the tower. Wuji can't quite finish off the monkey kick.
It's perfect timing, though. They can get this top lane's turret, and you're looking at that Rift Herald about to spawn as well. Scout will answer in the bottom lane, but honestly, if Rogue Warriors can just turn straight towards this Rift Herald, pick that up, they now have pressure in mid as well that's already super low. It's win for Rogue Warriors.
Feels good for Rogue Warriors. As you rightly say, Scout can answer in the bottom lane, but Ruby goes mid to finish this tower off. Not quite. He's going to be denied by Hope. The Blade of the Rune King proc scares him away, and he knew that the Crystal Arrow could have come out at any second, so respecting that one. Now they move over towards this Rift Herald. But this is going to be 2 tier 1s going down in favor of EDG. Sure, on the scoreboard right now, Rogue Warriors are behind when it comes to the towers, but with how low the mid tower is, and with a Herald in hand, you'd expect Rogue Warriors to start to build even more of a gold lead.
And a minute 30 until this next dragon as well. So they can use that Rift Herald to create pressure mid, almost either guaranteeing that they get that mid lane structure, just not even with the Rift Herald if they just want to auto attack it a couple of times, but it'll definitely give them control of that river, which is what they so desperately need. Because if you've got to try and aggress forward as EDG into a Malphite, into an Azir, and even into a couple of hooks from Lei, it becomes really difficult to do with the composition that they have.
Let's take a moment here to talk about the compositions, as you rightly mentioned, especially from EDG, because on Rogue Warrior's side, it's like, cool, we got a bunch of CC, combo it together, let Ruby go nuts. On the side of EDG, you mentioned earlier about potentially side laning, and especially this Echo. At what point in the game is that going to realistically become a win condition?
Well, we've already seen it to a certain extent now, where Scout is taking these side lane structures. It's more about trying to create pressure that you have to respond to as Rogue Warriors. Because if you've got Holder and Ruby that are stuck in side lanes trying to deal with Scout and Audi, well then you can have Hope look for these picks alongside Mako and JJ and try and work through that win condition instead.
See if they can set those picks up as a win condition. In the meantime, Rogue Warriors, they reckon their win condition is just trying to batter this mid lane tower down. Herald goes in for the charge. Wuji will get a couple of autos in, but realistically, can't quite follow up. But with the Azir tower here, they're going to be in a perfect position to set themselves up for the dragon.
And that's what we talked about. Creating pressure mid with that Rift Herald means that they can just gain access to this dragon. I don't want to see EDG go for this, but we are going to teleport towards the bottom side, which means they're probably looking to fight.
It does not surprise me. EDG don't like to give up objectives for free. JJ moving in as he wants to contest this dragon. He's taking a lot of damage, but knockups across the whole team from Audi, and Rogue Warriors scattered immediately. EDG, they don't find a kill, but they've got perfect positioning now. Keep your eyes on Holder, because an unstoppable force could certainly change the face of this fight.
The first punch doesn't always win the fight. Rogue Warriors are looking to land the Haymaker on the second time. EDG still posturing here, but look where Scout is.
Scout's behind the rest of the squad. If he can get onto Wuji, it would change everything. Won't find the stun here, only onto one as he goes into the back line and Chrono breaks back out again. Rogue Warriors are so low on the health, on the HP right now. Harrow is chasing on Scout, but I don't know if he can even 1v1 him right now. Rogue Warriors forced away. JJ getting onto the dragon here. Harrow has gone too far, but Mako won't quite find the hook.
They never pulled the trigger. Holder's still sitting on his ults. He ends up getting poked out before Rogue Warriors are able to find any sort of engage, and it means that with the threat of Scout on the back line, EDG pick up the dragon and run away.
Emotional warfare here from EDG, just like scaring Rogue Warriors enough that they're not willing to fight against EDG, and that's going to be 2 Drakes now in favor of EDG. And granted, they're behind in gold, but they're finding advantages elsewhere.
And now, if EDG are able to, as we see on the map right now, get some of these side lane structures, it's more about trying to get down this mid lane one now. So again, this side lane pressure becomes even higher. So you can see already again, Audi pushing in, trying to get control of this top side. Scout will teeter off towards this bottom lane as well to try and just answer for pressure across the board. And EDG are delaying any threats on the map, objective-wise, that they've got to respond to so they can keep themselves in these side lanes.
And it's important to keep your eyes on the build that we'll see coming through from Scout, because Echo, as soon as he gets that Lich Bane, spikes massively. We'll be able to go from just kind of tickling Harrow in a 1v1 with the jungle to suddenly just one-shotting whoever he gets onto in the backline.
And I imagine Shang Wuji is going to try and respond a little bit to this, get a QSS, try and get some magic resistant to his build, as well as providing that immunity from CC from like the Ashe ult and also, of course, from the Scout engagement too. But Rogue Warriors now looking to maybe catch a few members of EDG out.
There's going to be a control ward, so they do have to clear things away and keep themselves safe. Mako steps forward. Wuji, I guess his E was on cooldown there, so can't actually finish things off. But now Rogue Warriors once again in control of vision. Wuji just going to be trying to push this mid wave out so that they can set up to try and find a pick onto EDG.
I think they're looking for a brawl. If Rogue Warriors are able to congregate EDG into a single spot, this works out far better for them where they can have these big front-to-back fights, but I don't want to see EDG give it to them. They should have Audi down in this bottom lane right now trying to push out. Same with Scout, who could be going top, but Mako looking to start this engage.
Yeah, Mako not
Look where
afraid.
Scout is.
Hang on, Scout's behind them. Ingo onto Wuji. The stuns are everywhere. Goodbye to your AD carry. Wukong onto the rest of the fight, and this is already over in favor of EDG. They get another knock-up onto Holder. But ultimately, once again, we see no Malphite ult.
In my head, I keep thinking, right, Rogue Warriors are going to have vision. They're going to be able to spot out Scout. Every single time, they have got 0 vision down, which means Scout is just walking in completely free, finding these perfect flanks that he shouldn't be able to.
No, Harrow's in trouble. Lantern to get him out to safety here. Holder holds the ult, though. That's the most important. That's why they call him Holder. Hold it, Holder. Hang on. He's
no, he's going
to
use it to get out now.
Mako hooked. Scout is just going to go for a 2v1 on the back line right here. He goes for the ult finally, but he's completely alone and Hope survives. Barely, but living is all that he needs. Ruby now wants to make the play. Everybody's low from EDG. And he's going to find himself a Scout instead. But Scout's got the Lich Bane, and he knows it. Knocks him over the wall, and Wuji jumps straight on towards him. But the Chrono Break keeps him alive. In with the shield, but he can't quite get it. Ruby finds the kill in the end.
Just about. All said and done, though, Holder did stop the Baron from going down. They did prevent the play from going through. And even picking up a kill on Scout, although it does cost Holder and Harrow's lives. So EDG still picking up gold. I will be able to just turn straight back over towards this Baron and at least pressure that objective again.
So let's take another look here, because I mean, just everything lands on.
But there's no vision. There's no anything from Rogue Warriors here. They're fighting completely blind. And Scout consistently, fair play to him, has been able to wrap around. But this should be spotted out way before that. Or Rogue Warriors should be playing towards the vision that they had. They had some in River already. If they back out towards that vision, it makes it far more difficult for Scout to actually be able to find these massive flanks. And Shang Wuji won't be getting caught out.
Well, our Kentucky Fried chart at the bottom of your screen is favoring EDG now. The Colonel was liking the look of Rogue Warriors for a bit in this game, almost up to 75% there. But it's all starting to go a little bit pear-shaped for them. And now you mentioned vision. That's exactly what EDG have managed to set up around this dragon that's spawning in 25 seconds.
And this is where you've got a massive advantage for Rogue Warriors. No flash on Hope. You do have the flash on Holder. They can just look to gun straight for this Ashe, and that's what they're looking to do now in the situation where you've got Harrow hiding off on the side and Holder teetering off in vision as well.
Audi is in the perfect flank spot, though, if they get into a fight, but he might be too far away at this point because Mako's already engaged upon Stoneplate, keeps him safe, and a Dredge line out of things.
Lay, will you land a hook? He missed it again.
The answer is no. I can already tell you the answer is no, my friend. Scout tried to fight away onto the flank as well. Rogue Warriors, they didn't actually use too much here. They used the box, they used the culling, but ultimately, Holder's still holding it right now.
Rogue Warriors are in a position, though, where they have vision around the place. There's the hook.
They got the Drake, they got Mako as well. Now the fight really kicks off. Holder finding a knock-up onto the backline. Wukong goes down. Scout can't really finish anything off here. Lay's still surviving, and Rogue Warriors, nearly find another one as Harrow throws out the Sonic Wave. They found a perfect fight.
And they're also super healthy with Holder's TP, so they can turn towards this Baron now. We've got no Mako and no Audi to try and disrupt it.
Going to see a couple of recalls across the board, though. I think they're a little nervous just to try and force the issue for now. And they're just going to return to the side lanes, return to base, make sure that they can spend some of this gold and keep going.
They might have been able to force a little bit more there, especially with Harrow having his flash, his dragon kick. You can pick off anyone who tries to threaten the back of the pit, but I mean, you've already got the Blade of the Rune King, plus Ruby is super far ahead in this Azir. They would have destroyed that thing.
That's true, but let's just think about this in the context that this is a team that is 2-13 right now in the LPL. Perhaps confidence is lacking just a little bit on this roster, and if it was, I wouldn't be all too surprised, actually.
Fair.
I
don't know where to go with this.
I know you want perfect League of Legends. I know you want them all to play optimally, but I think that's maybe too high of an expectation for Rogue Warriors right now.
Well, it does mean that we might get another scrap at this Baron, as you can already see Rogue Warriors starting to posture. They have shoved in these side lanes as well, which means that, at least for the moment, they have the advantage of getting it to this objective, looking for these fights nice and quickly before Scout can really pose a threat on this bottom side.
Wuji going to clear things out in the mid lane. And, I mean, Rogue Warriors still have the threat of this Baron, right? They have complete vision control. They have the position as well. They're just going to keep pushing this vision line even deeper.
I don't know why Scout's coming to join here, though. I would have preferred to just see him putting pressure on that bottom tier 2, because you still have that teleport. You can still make these plays happen.
He's out of mana.
He's out of mana. What I was about to say, yeah, but I don't know. Blue buff will help, but you're giving more time towards Rogue Warriors to get these waves in shape and create the vision that they want. And now they can just turn towards the Baron and, with all the vision there, find these big engages with Holder and lane.
So Scout agrees with you. He just needed that blue buff. He's gone down to the bottom lane, but that means that Rogue Warriors start this one off. The Hawk shot from Hope does give vision here from EDG, but Rogue Warriors don't seem deterred right now. Teleport going to be forced. Harrow gets the lantern out. This is great macro from Rogue Warriors.
Perfect. They got the teleport from Scout. That was the big thorn in their side. And now EDG are forced to try and keep tabs on where Rogue Warriors are positioned, giving them these big brawls and 5v5s that they want, especially here in mid.
Scout's gone very deep to try and get this one. Flash hook from Lei. It's onto Mako here. Scout's already gone down. This is a great fight, but it's actually being turned around because in the meantime, Hope is just free firing on the back line. Arrow goes through onto Wuji, but he flashes to safety. Now it's Audi in trouble, getting himself out as well. Everybody low, but nobody going down. Hope flashes back onto the back line here, getting onto Holder as well. The DPS is there, and JDG finds himself a double kill. Now onto Wuji as well. One more auto gets the kill. And Hope still surviving, keeps himself golden. Mako goes back in, and EDG find themselves the team fight.
Why did Ruby go in? They had the fight. They were so close, and Ruby just flies straight into the middle of EDG, and they're like, cool. There's the big damage source of Rogue Warriors down. Shangwu-Ji's too low to follow up. And EDG and Hope will clean out the fight. They will get this mid lane turret, but oh, Rogue Warriors, you were so close.
It was a weird fight as well, because we just saw basically everyone just mashing their faces together to see who would win.
Watch how it starts off, because Lei goes one way, Holder goes the other. They go towards Scout. They do get the pick, which is great. And then they try to follow up here. I like the way EDG are just kind of putting pressure into Shangwu-Ji at all points in time. The knock up into the ult is not fun for Lucian, but Ruby's decision making here baffles me. He's fine to just keep following up on this. They just need to force EDG back. But that engage there, straight into Hook, straight into his death, when he's the one that's only keeping EDG at bay, is such a bizarre call for me. Hope has the Blade of the Rune King now. He's healing up magnificently this whole time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore, man.
I mean, his ult as well. Ruby did not have a good fight because he tried to ult Audi as soon as the TP finished, but he was late. And so all he did was just knock Audi's clone away and waste his ultimate entirely.
So if the first ult... Oh, hang on, Harrow.
Lantern from Lei keeps Harrow safe here. So bear in mind, Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Dragon is going to be up, and at least Rogue Warriors do have command over this river area. It's only Soul Point, though. So still a lot of fighting to be had before we get to that Dragon Soul.
And you know what? At least we've got some fighting on our hands as we head towards the 30-minute mark here. There is a GA that's been picked up by Hope. So if he wasn't hard to kill in the last fight, he's going to be now. EDG moving in as Rogue Warriors finding themselves. No, it was stolen! JJ finding that one, and now the fight as well. A Scout gets onto Wuji, but Wuji barely survives for a second. Now he's gone down. Scout running away from everybody, but Harrow doesn't have damage to finish him. There's the Zhonya's as well. And it's full retreat now for Rogue Warriors, but Scout won't let him go.
And it'll be Baron as well for EDG off that play. Dragon getting smote away by JJ. And EDG just showing the superior team fights over and over, where Rogue Warriors don't have vision in their backline, don't realize Scout has snuck in again. They're managed to jump over the wall, and Ruby is desperately trying to get Scout out of the picture. But it means that then that wall that could have set up a defensive line essentially for Shangwu-Ji and for Ruby to fire over is now used in the reverse, and there's nothing they can do.
I love how we're seeing an evolution here of EDG, but let's talk about that in a moment after the replay.
Look at our scouts. There is zero vision here for Rogue Warriors, so Zhongwuji and Ruby are kiting into Scout, and that defensive, that ult there, if that had been able to be used forward because they'd already spotted out Scout or was able to shove him away, it meant that then the rest of EDG couldn't have just collapsed into the pit and kill everyone. But look, it's EDG across the board.
And again,
kills, Baron, Dragon.
It's another Malphite ult that we see used right at the end of the fight when everything's already lost. Like, engage with it, man. That's why it exists in the first place.
Even if he uses it defensively there, I'd love to see, in fact, in that fight, Hoder using the ult onto Scout, and then Ruby just putting up this wall in front of the rest of EDG. Because if you can keep Nautilus out, if you can keep Trundle out, and even Audi out of these fights, you're going to do far better. But instead, Hoder's holding onto this for the perfect ult. And now it means that the fight's over, you've already lost, and then it's like, great, you've got 3 people in that ult, but it doesn't matter.
Audi finds himself a tier 2. Interesting Cyclone, and the culling is just going to mow him down. Not ideal for EDG, but you know what? They get 3 towers across the map, so I'd trade that for a kill. Now straight into the bottom lane as well. For Scout, he's got the Lich Bane, so he has plenty of split push pressure.
Rogue Warriors are collapsing though, so won't be able to do too much here. That does hurt quite a bit for EDG with Audi going down, because he was a threat that they were using on the top side, which could have bought time to try and use this Baron buff, but now you've got a minute left. Audi isn't going to be back on the map for about 40 to 50 seconds unless he wants to use that teleport, so it's a big win for Rogue Warriors here.
Yeah, it does look like Audi's flash was available there, but there's just a smidgen of timer remaining on that at the top. So his flash was on cooldown. That's why he ended up going down. But it's important, actually, that he still has that flash, right? Because that's going to be up for the next potential fight here.
There's the TP from Audi. They're looking to catch out Harrow, who's gone on his wayward journey. He's gone real deep.
Bit of a weird one here, as Harrow is going to be able to get back to base. So a little bit of a goose chase. And Harrow zips on home. In the meantime, EDG do nothing with this advantage.
What's that movie you were telling me? 1917? Is that the one? I feel like we've just watched Harrow on that journey into the enemy lines and does manage to make it back out. So to deliver the message of vision.
This was a little less emotional than 1917 is as a movie. I was less invested in whether Harrow got out, but you know what? That's okay. Not every movie is born equal. We are going to see, though, Rogue Warriors turtling in now, and they've got to defend these inhibitors. Let's bear in mind they've got the Azir, right? So theoretically, on the scaling side of things, kind of give it to Rogue Warriors? Question mark?
I mean, it's more about EDG having the opportunity to play their style of game, and that's what they want to do. Scout and Audi being able to shove in these side waves, you're pressuring Rogue Warriors, so they have to move around the map a lot more, and I'm still laughing at, like, Rogue Warriors have got vision into a place where EDG won't step for quite a long portion of time. So I'm just really confused as to why Harrow was going on that roam.
Ultimately, what Harrow did there, Dagda, was he went in, he got some really deep vision, some really valuable vision. He's going to know when that red buff's coming up, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. But also, he got a TP out of Audi.
He moved the pink ward. That pink ward isn't even going to stay from the next Barons up. They've moved the pink ward. So now all the vision has died and the spot scout has just returned to the map.
Priorities change over a man's life, okay? I'm with Harrow on this one. It was a perfect macro move. The maneuver paid off. He got out of it with his life. He got a TP out of Audi. It was magnificent. This is what we should see in every game.
I hope not.
Here we go. Rogue Warriors trying to start a fight onto Mako. He's got a stone plate, so he will be tanky enough to survive for now. Damage onto Wuji, but push back. Scout barely gets away with his own life, and now Audi trying to get knockups across the team. Scout goes back in onto Ruby this time, and the carries have fallen. EDG yet again win another team fight. Lay goes down. Gets a bonus hook at the end, but it's not going to do anything. And Harrow once again surviving in the jungle. This time, though, there's a troll on his case. No TP is going to be used, but Harrow will not be able to get away. Or will he? Sonic Wave onto the minion wave. In the meantime, EDG, though, they're tearing apart the base. I want to talk about Harrow because it's exciting, but ultimately, in the meantime, he's losing the game.
Yeah, ring around the rosy here for Harrow. Keep running. Don't stop. He still has flash. He'll be fine.
You can survive the game. Harrow's going to live on through this, but Rogue Warriors will not. EDG going to finish things off, and they're happy with this win, you can tell.
Oh, Scout's going!
Every possible summoner spell, but EDG take it in the end and get themselves the 2-0.
EDG do manage the 2-0, and off of some great flanks from Scout, and also in that last fight from Audi, they were just unstoppable. Able to find the perfect situation. I thought they were going to have to try and look more for pushing inside waves, and then try and move in towards the fights instead, where they would have had a man advantage and the possibility of finding those flanks. But in an awful lot of situations, Rogue Warriors just gave it to them for free.
Yeah, I'm excited for EDG. Good job getting a 2-0 here, especially after losing a series against TMO. EDG needed this win. EDG needed a confident win here, and that's exactly what they got. We said that they were hesitant, that they weren't making decisions. Now Hope's back on the roster. They were definitely going in. That's for sure. Even when it wasn't optimal, they were still going in. So, hey, at least we're seeing a proactive version of EDG.
Yeah, I think we can definitely see, though, that with Hope in the team, there seems to be a bit more coordination in the team fights, where they are able to get a lot more of the big engages off that they want, as in like Scout finding right positioning, coordination is there, and especially when I like how Hope was holding on to his ultimates for such a long period of time, that Zhang Wuji thought he was safe to get into these fights, and suddenly there's an enchanted crystal arrow in his face. So I think a lot of this is still Hope playing exceptionally well. I still think as though EDG need to take it, at least for game 1, a little bit slower when it comes to these objectives. Game 2, though, they did an amazing job of finding those fights and creating those advantages for themselves.
And Holder, it has to be said, a very disciplined player on this map fight, because he would hold onto that ultimate. There was nothing that was going to get that ult out of him. It has to be said. Multiple fights we saw him just literally doing nothing until the very final moment. We saw Lei with some unfortunate hooks. There's some room for improvement on the side of Rogue Warriors, I think is the nice way of saying things. Now 2-14. It's not been a good split for them so far.
It really hasn't. 0-7. I mean, we're very quickly approaching that halfway point for them, where their next loss could see them 0-8, and they've literally got a 50% of their split done, and they still haven't picked up a victory. So, I don't know. I'm not convinced by Rogue Warriors. Started to see some semblance of maybe they can do this, and then the decision-making comes in that just ruins the entire game for them. And even then, vision control completely lackluster. Team fighting wasn't great. The early game decision-making didn't come together. So, I don't know. Rogue Warriors have a lot to try and deal with.
Yeah, there's a lot of space for Rogue Warriors to grow, but you know what? That's why you buy a pair of trousers one size too big for your kid, right? So they've got space to grow, and that's exactly what Rogue Warriors are. They're a pair of trousers right now. 2-0 to EDG, and Ruby tried his best on the Azir, but you know what? When you've just got team fight after team fight, Azir should be top in the damage chart.
Yeah, exactly. The thing was, it's not about... A lot of this isn't about how much damage is dished out, but where that damage is going to. And when you look at Scouts, when you look at Audis, it was directly onto Zhang Wuji, it was directly onto Ruby, and that's what matters. So at the end of the day, you can put all that damage you want into these big tanks like JJ, but it doesn't matter if you're not killing those carries.
Yeah, exactly. And Scout doing a really good job in this game. Obviously, Echo is never going to be top in the damage chart necessarily, but did some good side lane pressure. Well, not quite as much as we would have liked, but also in the team fights, every single time was getting straight onto Wuji, straight onto Ruby as well, and ruining the lives of the carries from Rogue Warriors.
I don't think Scout needed to do any more in those side lanes, because honestly, when you're looking at Rogue Warriors, completely dark, just wandering through river, it's like, cool, I'm just going to come across and kill them if that's all right with everyone, yeah? And they're like, cool, let's go and do it. So EDG just decided that's the best play. I mean, the whole point of having Scout on that side lane was to create pressure, so then Scout could find these flanks, could find these man advantage fights. But when they're just being given, sure, cool, let's just go and grab them. So I like that EDG at least had the presence of mind to go, right, we'll go for this fight instead. So I can't really fault Scout for not playing more side lane when he's just killing everyone anyway.
Yeah, and as well on the side of Hope, like, I'm excited to see him on this Ashe, because all of the highlights last split were him on this on-hit Varus, which is like sit at the back of the fight and just blast those arrows out. Guess what Ashe loves to do? The exact same thing. Guess what their ults do? Pretty much the exact same thing. So he was clearly in his comfort zone, and the team was playing so well around just keeping him alive, keeping him protected, and putting enough threat on Rogue Warriors that they couldn't get on towards this Ashe.
Exactly, and I think that's the beauty that we're watching not Zhang Wuji even, when we are watching how he plays this Ashe, is that like overall his ability for Hope to shove in super aggressively, but not just it's holding on to that ult for so long. Like, his ability to play these fights, play right on a knife's edge, but then when the AD carry peeks his head out for only half a second, suddenly that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is coming out. That's when they're like, okay, cool, all swivel focus straight onto Shangwu-Ji because he's being caught out here. And I think that was the beauty when I watched it, was so many people who play Ashe would just straight off the bat fire the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the front line, and then we can just get a bunch of this damage down. It was the usage of that ultimate that really does separate Hope from a lot of other players who settle on Ashe.
It's that decision-making in the middle of the fight, right? Being able to fire it at the right target, at the right moment, when there's follow-up available as well. Has to be said, Audi on this Wukong as well, doing some really, really good jobs during, especially there was one team fight in the mid-game where it was still very even in things, and he was able to knock up basically the entire squad of Rogue Warriors. And I think that was the moment where EDG really started to flip things in their favor.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you could see it both with Scouts engages and Audis engages. Their ability, like, both Wukong and Echo are champions that love when they can find these massive flanks. And every single time, Rogue Warriors were just backing up and being like, okay, cool, we're coming to our side of the map. But it didn't belong to them anymore. There was no vision there. They couldn't spot out where any of these big flankers were. It meant that by the time they had spotted where Scout was or where Audi was, it was too little too late. They're straight onto the two carries. And at that stage, you could see panic station settle in with Shangwu-Ji's flashing and diving wherever which way he can go. And there's a zero to go in every direction except the one they want.
I mean, Rogue Warriors basically, during those fights when they've not got vision down, living up to their organization's name, right? Because they were just completely alone, just like running around the map desperately trying to survive these fights. As soon as it started to go wrong, it was like, okay, abandon ship, everyone scatter in different directions. I would have loved to see them at least commit to some of these fights and try and just win the 5v5. Because, like, I mean, we talked about Holder's ults, or lack thereof. He just wasn't going in.
I mean, we had this conversation off, well, at least last night when we were talking about this match, was it feels to me like Rogue Warriors are kind of like a Calvin and Hobbes comic, where it's like they've got the wooden sword there, they've got the helmet on backwards, they've got some cape that they think makes them look great, but unfortunately they're in the big boy league, and if they're not going to try and play where they've got vision control, where they understand how to approach these objectives, unfortunately, they're going to end up in situations like this where EDG can play a more aggressive style and move forward, but they can just kill them every single time.
Absolutely. And, you know, we saw this Lucian pick as well. Didn't really work out for Rogue Warriors because on the other side of the scoreboard, Hope was sitting. He's going to be our MVP for game number 2. Did a great job on this. Ashe was able to just sit back during the fights and just mow through the front line of Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. We talked about not only his ability to dish out damage, his positioning in team fights, but also his ulti usage. Finding Shangwu-Ji, I think every single time I saw this Ashe come out, and it was so sad because maybe this Lucian pick could have done something, but unfortunately, without him really being stuck in behind the enemy or behind his own team fight, it just meant that Hope was able to consistently outperform him.
Easy peasy for Hope during these fights. You could see, like, this was the one moment where it felt like maybe he was in danger, but still had his flash. And obviously, Ruby just jumped into a boatload of CC. He'd already wasted his ult, so he wasn't even really in any significant danger during that fight. It was just easy peasy for him, able to just sweep up during everything. And it's a testament to how well EDG are playing as a team right now.
And how quickly they're able to just turn on a dime. It is that call of, we're going in, we're going to make this play happen. Because when you've got this all dive in, all on the same page, it becomes a lot more easy for Hope to try and position because it's Rogue Warriors who have to deal with the constant threats that are coming in. So Hope gets a little bit of an easier time, but even in those situations where he is under a bit of pressure, it's that decision making, it's that positioning that really does come key, and why we love having Hope back on this EDG roster.
Yeah, absolutely. The decision making seemed a little better today. There is still some question marks there, let's be honest. Like, EDG, good job. You've beaten the bottom team in the league 2-0 now, so that is very much a good sign comparatively to recent series, but ultimately, when they're against a team that's going to put real pressure on them, there's still a lot of question marks, especially around the early game. Game number 1 especially, when they were fighting Rogue Warriors time and time again, while they've got a comp that should be looking to scale, shouldn't be looking to fight for the first couple of dragons, that's a bit of an and an ah from me.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the question marks will still be, and at least though we're seeing EDG getting back to form. It's getting back to these team fights, getting back to at least on paper what works for them. And they did try out a couple of different things, as we talked about. You know, Junja playing this Nidalee, going for this carry-orientated jungler. We've seen the split push coming through from Audi on the Camille, and it did work against Invictus Gaming. But I think going back to this style that definitely works super well for them, where they have hope on this carry, well, a bit more of a utility style carry in the Ashe, but still being able to carry from the back line.
Yep.
You have Scout, who is able to play off towards these side lanes and then come in and join the fight with all that extra gold and experience that he's picked up. It just works super well for EDG.
So far, so good for EDG, getting themselves another win on the board. But that's going to be our first series done and dusted. A relatively quick one as well. But we've got more League of Legends coming your way, because we're jumping into IG against JDG after the break. And this one should be a good one. Both of them on the upswing. And we'll see who can keep that momentum going right after the break. Hello everybody and welcome to the LPL recap. My name is Munchables and I'm here to take you guys through everything that happened during week 4 of the LPL. There's plenty of stuff happening 7 days a week, so I'm here to minimize that a little bit for you. It's time to look at our POG play of the week, and I know you guys don't know what that means just yet. Every single week I'm going to bring you what I think was the best mechanical play of our week so far. In week number 4, I'm going to give it to Curse on OMG. The guy deserves some kind of MVP medal, honestly, but when you take a look at this clip, I want to first start off by pointing at the minimap. You can see that Curse is entirely alone. He is 1v4 in this situation in terms of proximity on the minimap. He has his flash. He opts into this play, and when we roll the clip, you can see why he's confident enough to go for this play. Goes underneath the tower, gets the solo kill onto Maple, then it's this next part that is truly magnificent. He sees XX here, holds onto his riposte because he knows Flandre is on the way. He is dead to right, jumps underneath the Volibear, saves his riposte. You can see the Dark Passage is there. Curse, if he misses this riposte, is dead to right. But when we roll the clip, you see he lands his riposte beautifully, gets out on the Dark Passage, and then he gets a bonus kill off the back of it, managing to finish off Duan and walk away with his life. If that isn't beautiful play, I honestly don't know what is. With that said, I can't do that one justice. Let's take a look at that one in full speed.
But no Cataclysm available. Grand challenge?
Is he gonna flash for this?
Curse is! Oh my god. Solo kill easily done by the Fiora.
And Galio has big old cooldowns. Now XX going to try the 1v1. Flandre's here.
Not sure, because Curse is Curse. It's a good riposte. He gets out! The riposte was insane. Box is now down as well. Ignites through, and after such a sick play, he's going to walk all the way out.
As you're watching week number 5, though, make sure you're letting me know if you see a champion you want to see featured on Jetta, or if you see a play that you think should be the POG play of the week for week number 5. Make sure you're tweeting at me and tweeting at LPL English. I'm HeyMunchables on Twitter. You've got at LPL English on Twitter as well. And make sure you're checking out all of the LPL English's channels. If you're watching this on Twitch, head over to youtube.com/LPL English to catch up on all things LPL there. And if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you're heading over to twitch.tv/LPL, where you can watch all of the games live all day, every day. We have 2 best of 3s every single day of the week, so we're probably live right now as you're watching this. With that said, though, thank you very much for watching. I hope that this has been informative. I hope I've been able to recap you on week number 4 of the LPL. And with that said, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys in Champ Select.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
You can get the resident sleepers out of chat, boys and girls, because we're into the big series now. Our first series out of the way, EDG with a 2-0. Now we move to IG against JDG. I'm Munchables. This is my co-pilot on my left, Dagda, as we head into the second series of the day.
And I am very excited to see how this series is going to go. It feels like both these guys are really starting to get back on form, and now we get to see who's going to come out on top.
We will have to see. You mentioned they're getting back on form, and it feels like both of these teams trying to return to world-class status, because they both had a bit of a rough start to the split, but it does feel like the cogs are starting to turn once again.
Exactly. Both these squads are starting to get themselves back on shape, and it looks like, okay, we're coming off of 2 nice victories for themselves, IG just beating out FPX, and I think we're looking at a lot more of this where maybe we get them coming back to the form that we want to see them, especially as we get towards the end of summer and looking at that Worlds.
We'll have to see when we get towards Worlds. We talked about the seeding earlier on today, and both of these teams are going to be in that conversation, but let's start by talking about Invictus Gaming here and how they get to that point. And I want you to look at this because obviously 2018 World Champions coming through here, but the most important thing is the way that they win their games. The win conditions here is outclass, outperform, but most importantly, just be better than your opponents.
Exactly. It's all about that individual skill on Invictus Gaming. The Shy looking to take over the top lane, whether it's on Quinn, Callista, or any number of these side lane split pushers. Rookie looking fantastic on whatever champion he manages to get his hands on, because right now he's getting a lot of pressure when it comes to that ban phase.
Yeah, that's one of the big things is, it's like, who do you ban out on this team? Because the champion pools are so damn deep, and Ning has been stepping up in a massive way to try and set Rookie up in this mid lane.
Ning has been absolutely phenomenal, and it does feel like we're getting back to that World 2018 MVP from the finals. His early game has been on point, and he's been setting up plays like this in turnarounds where you don't really expect IG to be able to win out, working in conjunction with Rookie, playing towards that top side of the map, and even in their series against FPX, Ning was crucial in helping the Shy survive all the pressure that was put towards that top lane.
Ning has been crushing it recently, and you can see in this series, I mean, this was a really, really tight series as well, but Ning stepped up to another level on the Lee Sin, able to find so many picks, getting onto Do and B in the backline and denying him from protecting the rest of his team.
Exactly, and that's where it has become so crucial, is setting up the entirety of that top half for success, where they're able to put pressure onto the enemy mid, on towards that enemy top side as well. And Ning honestly has just been outperforming that enemy jungler consistently, and especially when we had such high hopes for Ning coming off the 2018 Worlds into the 2019 split, he wasn't quite able to hit those high highs, but we do feel like we're getting back to that for Ning now.
It does feel that way a little bit. The Shy's firing all cylinders sometimes. And we've got Rookie as well, who just looks great every single game. On the other side, though, we've got a different story. For JDG, their win condition is very much different. When you look at the spring champions here with their large glass of wine there for Zoom, the high-class player himself, we're looking at jungle difference. We're looking at team play, and we're looking at playing this map smarter than anyone else.
And that's why we look towards the jungle diff as one of the win conditions, because the way that this team has succeeded is oftentimes playing through Kanavi, at least in spring, but this is a team that has looked a little bit shaky when it comes towards some of their early games, but they have managed to turn this around. This is where we're looking at WE game number 1. Didn't go so hot, but in game 2, Kanavi stepped up massively with some unbelievable plays to shut down WE and set up JDG for success.
Yeah, you could see Kanavi find an amazing kick there. And just the team fighting from JDG looking fantastic. And most importantly, Loken and Yagao stepping up to be the carries for the team.
And that's what makes it so interesting, is when we look at Spring, it was Kanavi was the carry, where you had the mid, top, and bottom lane all playing to help out Kanavi. Set him up for success on these carry junglers like the Kindred, like the Graves. Now, though, we're moving off of that. Kanavi's playing towards his laners, where he'll start to gank towards Yagao. He's playing pretty heavily towards this bot side to set up Loken and Lumao. And we're seeing that, yes, those beautiful moments from Kanavi on Lee Sin, where he's showing off his mechanics, but it's very much about getting everyone else on JDG ahead now.
Exactly. It's about setting up the rest of the team at this point. And the question is, can they start to win using that method? They have got a couple of wins under their belt now. They're on a 3-win streak, and they're hoping to keep that one going against IG. But the junglers are going to be crucial. As we've been talking there, we talked a lot about Ning, we talked a lot about Kanavi, but they are very much different styles of jungle player.
Yeah, we still see a lot of Lee Sin from both these guys, though, so I imagine that will be a contested pick here. But I do want to see if Ning can take over this early game against Kanavi, because when you've got so much pressure that's coming through from Rookie and the Shy, it does open up Ning to play aggressive against Kanavi, and this is where Kanavi has struggled. We saw him on the likes of the Kayn, where trying to go for this more invade-heavy bruiser style hasn't quite worked successfully for Kanavi, and there's the potential for Ning to punish that jungle matchup.
Yeah, it's just Kanavi and TSM that are interested in this Kayn. Nobody else is picking it up, and it honestly doesn't look good. I'm not really sure about it. But let's get over to the stage, because Invictus Gaming already moving on out there. And I just want to quickly mention the support position. You can see on your screen, it's Southwind returning to this squad once again. I guess they were just taking it easy against DMO, trying out their subs, but Southwind very much the staple support.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always who he's played with, at least for Puff and Southwind. They've become synonymous with one another, and I don't expect them to be separated anytime soon on the Invictus Gaming lineup.
JDG on the other side of the stage, though, and it's the roster that you expect. We don't have any subs coming on through for either side here today. Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken, and Lumao, your spring champions stepping onto the stage.
I also like the nice little height variant we have here, nice gradient down towards Lumao. But yeah, this is a team that is our spring split champions. They're going to be looking to make sure that they can keep that going forward, especially as we were just talking about earlier, at least at the start of our day, the world is on the cards.
Certainly is, and you can see the highlight matchup right in front of you there, Ning and Kanavi. Let's bear in mind that Kanavi was one of, if not the most important player for JDG back in spring, especially during playoffs. He leveled up to make sure that he was carrying. He was the guy that was bringing Kindred into the meta way back when and making sure that him and his team could find themselves wins. Ning on the other side, not so much the carry individually. He's much more about taking control of that jungle matchup and setting plays up for the Shy for Rookie.
So the thing for Kanavi is that we haven't seen lane matchups picked for JDG that facilitate them to play as heavily towards Kanavi in the way that they did previously in spring. We're not seeing, you know, Yagao get his hands on this LeBlanc, so he pretty much has that consistent pressure in mid, where he can very easily join in Kanavi in any sort of skirmishes that happen. And as a result, Kanavi's gone away from some of these more carry-orientated picks.
You can see some stats from Ning there. He's been looking pretty fantastic. You can see the clip of him on Jarvan doing a lot of work for his team, getting a 4-man knock-up to set Rookie up for the Shockwave, and then follows up onto Tiad as well. We saw that clip already. I mean, honestly, right now, Ning is looking like that 2018 player that we all know and love.
And it's the beauty that you can see there with the mechanics, the small things, the decision-making, and it really has impacted IG massively, where we saw in their last series that DMO tried to play heavily towards this top side. Same with FPX, who tried to shut down the Shy, but thanks to Ning being able to pressure top, keep the Shy safe, there wasn't that answer that we've seen a lot of teams be able to find against Invictus Gaming. The Shy got to a point where, yes, he had 5 or 6 kills, but he also had 5 or 6 deaths. He did have 4 or 5 kills alongside that, though. I mean, he could still have that big impact when we got to the later portion of the game.
And there's that Kindred we were talking about when it comes to Kanavi. This is a player that can really change the face of a game. He looked so incredible back in spring.
I think the interesting thing looking at his stats here, though, is that gold difference of 15. So this was something when I was looking at the stats is really interesting, because Kanavi in spring was the jungler with the most gold, the biggest gold difference of 15, the biggest CS difference of 15. But because of JDG's, a little bit of failings and a little bit of missteps as we got in towards our summer split, but also the change in style that we're starting to see, he's not able to have that same goal difference of 15 or that big impact in the early stages.
Yeah, we've not really seen the same thing. Only a couple of those clips from Spring themselves there. And we'll see if he's going to be able to level up to that level once again. We've seen a lot more of the Lee Sin coming through this split as opposed to things like the Nidalee, like the Kindred. We've seen one game of each of them, but that's kind of how he made his big impact back in Spring. And I'm hoping that against Ning that he can step up once again. But I think a lot of this series is going to be down to Zoom and Yagao, how well they can weather the storm against Rookie and against the Shy, and whether or not these junglers are going to focus up towards that top lane, because that is often what decides series with IG.
A lot of options here for both junglers, especially for Kanavi. Zoom Yagao, yes, could be the focus. Loken and Lumeo in series past has been that other focus. So could see them just go towards that again, but we are in towards draft. And already, Jungle taking a little bit of a hit as Kanavi will knock his hands on the Nidalee and the Wukong banned away from Zoom.
And the Nidalee no longer even feeling like a target ban at this point. We're seeing Nidalee banned away very consistently across series. The Bard as well, that one is a target ban. That one's straight out Lumao, as well as Zoom losing the Wukong. So now IG with their first pick. Aphelios is wide open if they want to give that over to Puff.
Curious to see what they do decide to go for here.
Kallista's available too.
That's
Let's bear in mind, but IG is a flex pick.
Yeah, and that's why I wasn't sure if they would go towards it, but no, going to take that Aphelios, look for the later game scaling. Now JDG could potentially go towards the Callista themselves. They haven't tended towards a lot of these super early aggressive compositions, so may not want to go for that this early, but I mean, Loken's been pretty happy to lock in this Ezreal whenever that Aphelios is gone.
And let's bear in mind, this is 10-13, so Yuumi got a pretty hefty nerf coming into this patch. So the Ezreal, still a strong pick in isolation, but was kind of bolstered by the fact that Yuumi was strong as well. We've seen it fall in popularity, but Loken's still quite happy to grab that one for themselves. We talked about the Lee Sin being the priority pick for both of these junglers this split. Kanavi hovering that right now.
Kanavi is one of the Lee Sins that I love the most in team fights, though, because oftentimes we kind of say, look, Lee Sin starts to fall off. He doesn't have these big impacts in the later game, but his positioning has consistently been able to find sonic waves, or at least access to the backline carries, and getting that big dragon kick, that insect play to set up the rest of his team. So I like Kanavi going for this nice and early to make sure he can pick it up. On the opposite side, though, IG going for this volley bear. Still a lot of flex potential there. Could go in towards the jungle, but also towards the Shy on the top lane.
Could go in either direction, as well as the Nautilus, just to set up Puff in the early game and during the mid game to be able to find picks as well.
Yagao's LeBlanc is actually open. There is the potential that they could go towards that and set up for this super strong mid game, but it looks like instead they're going to go with Lumeo, and an aggressive support for the bottom lane does pair well against the Nautilus, but definitely one that Lumeo will look to try and influence this mid lane match.
Yeah, I think that the LeBlanc is probably going to end up being banned away or taken by IG across the course of the next couple of bans here. But ultimately, if I'm JDG right now, I want to save that last pick for Yagao, because I don't want to go toe-to-toe with Rookie, and I don't think JDG are going to be trying to set up Yagao to go toe-to-toe with Rookie either.
I just really like Yagao's pick. I mean, he was undefeated, LeBlanc pick, it was undefeated in Spring, and maybe there could have been the opportunity to set him up for comfort, because I feel like for a lot of players, comfort, or at least denying Rookie in lane is super positive. So, well, we'll have to see if it does manage to sneak through, though, and maybe they pick it up on this red side fourth pick. However, though, JDG is going to ban it away instead, so it looks like, Munch, they will be going with your style of keeping that last pick for the counter.
Look, I don't know why any team picks an aggressive mid laner against Rookie. You're not going to win lane. Rookie is going to win lane every single time. The only contest, really, would be maybe top esports, but the Twisted Fate banned away as well. JDG could still look towards a mid laner. Ultimately, Zoe is one of the best blind pick mids you can have.
And also, you get one of Yagao's favorites. I mean, this is what he made his name on a little while ago. So, Zoe, super strong in the mid. We'll have to see what Rookie does decide to go with. If he goes with this Azir, IG are setting up for this super strong front-to-back team fight with the late game scaling, the Aphelios, the Azir, and they can even go towards something, well, they can always put the volley bear there in the top side if you want, and go towards something like the Trundle here for Ning if they want as well. This could really work out in favor of IG.
Still options available here. The other alternative is they could lock in Jace. because they've got the Shy in the top lane, and when is it not good to lock in Jace?
Yeah, I mean, that is a thing. But it does mean they still have a nice front line in Ning and also in this Nautilus, so it's not like they are paired with some sort of squishy jungler. They still have a relatively good front line and a good amount of poke that can come out from the Jace and the Azir, but it will be answered on JDG's side with a good amount of poke itself between that Zoe and the Ezreal. But again, this is going to be two teams that are looking to brawl, looking to get in close and fight, especially with Zoom locking in that Renekton.
So we've got Jace for the Shy, we've got Rookie on Azir here. Yagao and Zoom will have to step up to try and win those ones out. Zoom on this Renekton, though, it's been a bit hit or miss, it has to be said. When we think of Zoom, we think of things like the Ornn, these tanky, engaged top laners. Not so much the Renekton, and he has struggled this split.
I think the difference in this game, though, is he'll have a lot of pressure that can come in from Kanavi. When you look towards the bottom side, yes, you've got a Leona, but that Ezreal means that JDG won't be looking to make too many plays down towards the bottom side. It'll be the top half of the map that he's looking to focus instead. And Renekton that can at least slice and dice and Rootless Predator on towards this Jace can set up super well for Kanavi.
We'll have to see if this Renekton pick is going to work out for Zoom. It's something we see a ton in the LPL, but it's not typically something that we see that much out of JDG. He's up against Jace from the Shy, and we know how this can go. He either will take over the game by himself, or he will completely run it down the top lane. We've seen both plenty of times out of IG, and a lot of it hinges on Ning and how heavily he focuses up towards that top side of the map. But we're going to be jumping into game number 1 of this series here. It's IG, the 2018 World Champions, up against JDG, the Spring 2020 LPL Champions. Both of them on the road to glory, both of them on win streaks, and both of them looking to get momentum and find themselves good seeding as we head towards playoffs. Here we go, game number 1 underway as IG and JDG step onto Summoner's Rift to see who can find themselves higher up in the standings. And right now in the standings, it's IG 5-2. They'd be looking to grab themselves sole possession of second place if they can win this series, whereas JDG, they're just looking to catch up in wins right now.
On JDG's side, though, I feel like if there's ever a time for them to go back towards playing around Kanavi, this is the game to do it. You have a matchup that's going to go fairly even in the bottom lane, but definitely Yagao will have pressure in the mid. If Kanavi can set up Zoom for success in the top side, you'll also have that winning matchup there. And it means that Kanavi can play pretty aggressively in towards Ning's jungle. And I want to see now Yagao, when he's going to have the push power in this mid lane, to help Kanavi in shutting down Ning. And then you can have this 3-man roam towards top side where you just kill the Shy over and over, which has been pretty much the go-to for teams that end up playing against IG. And Ning won't be able to help out.
And it's funny that we see like a strategy against IG rather than it being a strategy from a team. It's just like the standard anti-IG strat is camp the Shy. Stop him getting ahead. He will still play aggressive and you can shut him down. But in recent series, the Shy has tempered that aggression a little bit.
You say that, but he's also gone Conqueror. So usually you tend to see something like a phase rush in the top side for the Jace, especially against the Renekton, because what your plan is here is to poke Renekton down as often as you can, and then if he ever tries to aggress on you, few quick shots, the knockback, you get the phase rush to get the hell out of dodge. But with the Conqueror, he's looking to go super aggressive and have all that extra damage coming in off of that rune choice.
In the meantime, in this bottom lane, we have this Ezreal-Leona combo once again, and this is something that teams in the LPL absolutely love. It, on paper, though, sounds kind of anti-synergy, right? Leona wants to go in. Ezreal really doesn't in the early game.
It's more to kind of go, right, when we look at supports, Lu Mao will be tankier than Southwind. So if that engage comes through from Puff and Southwind, we don't have the losing support and can actually turn around a good amount of damage thanks to that W on Leona. She gets all those innate stats, and then you just trade Aftershock for Aftershock. Mid lane, though.
Kanavi wants to try and set Yagao up in the mid lane here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble going to be soaked up by a minion. In Kanavi comes Sonic Wave just onto the minion wave there. And he will decide to back away from this one. And actually, Rookie still gets damage onto Yagao.
This is what I wanted to touch on, was Rookie against Twyla. Rookie destroyed Twyla on this Azir pick. You can even see him going for the Arcane Comet once again, so this is all about that poke. And already, Rookie is commanding this mid lane, which is going to suck for Yagao, because we talked about having that push power, being able to help set up with Kanavi. Well, if Yagao has already been forced back into blow that teleport, he's in horrific shape for trying to help out in this jungle matchup.
And you can see the difference in mid laners there with the Corrupting Potion coming out from Yagao, whereas it's just the Doran's Ring for Rookie. He wants the extra damage and the ability to bully. That ring will now be matched though, because Yagao forced back to base, found himself some AP and TP'd back into the lane.
Ning is looking towards topside as well, because Zoom, without the at least early pressure coming from Kanavi, will have that big wave that's about to collapse, which is why Ning is hovering here, because they want to try and gank Zoom and just deny him all this CS.
Zoom is already pretty low on HP right here. Won't have Dominus for another couple of levels. Ning could try and pull the trigger on this one as the wave crashes. Zoom's well aware of what's going on, though. He's going to channel the recall. Should be able to get away before any kind of tower dive shenanigans can come on through. So good respect from Zoom. Will TP back in, but with full HP, I don't think they can make it happen.
The Shy shouldn't have to burn his TP to get back towards topside, so TP advantage there. JDG on the bottom side, though, looking to make a play.
Nice trouble bubble. They can't really force a dive. There was only a couple of minions there, but hey, good bit of damage on Puff. Not much going to come off of it, but hey, at least Yagao's hitting his Qs.
The Shy actually does use his teleport topside. Kanavi in this bottom lane, though. Setwin will just force him off, so I'm surprised to see the Shy.
You thought you'd forced him out of the jungle, but Kanavi comes sailing back over the wall. We'll be able to get a Krug for himself.
The thing is, though, Ning has just cleared out the Krugs on the top side, so not being able to finish off those Krugs for Kanavi, don't forget those changes that came through, means that a lot of the golden experience is in those smaller Krugs, so denying Kanavi that is a big boon. So that's why you're seeing the difference in CS right now, and also the level difference for Ning.
Ning doing a good job on this Volibear, and he knows that he doesn't actually have to make things happen right now because he's on Volibear. He's going to look great the entire game. He's more than happy to just power farm things away. And since he knows that Kanavi backed away from the bottom side of the map, he's able to start this Dragon off.
And we're seeing the individual pressure, the be better strategy from IG paying off right now. The Shy controlling topside, even having a ward there to spot out Kanavi. And in the mid lane, Rookie is demolishing Yagao.
It certainly is so far. It's going to be a trouble bubble from Yagao and a lot of damage to follow it up as well. So nice little answer here from Yagao, but it's the CS numbers that we're most interested in here. Rookie missed the cannon. It's a disaster.
What a rookie error. And now JDG though, look, we're just about coming up to that 8-minute mark. So we'll start to see how IG and JDG want to set up, and it looks like it's about getting a pick onto Ning.
Yeah, they're setting up onto Ning. He's going to flash away very early on, but it's going to be able to save his life. Yagao out of mana as well, so they need to be cautious how much they try and force the issue here.
Yagao burned a flash as well to try and get into position to set up for that play, but not able to find it means now you just burnt a flash, and when you're against an Azir, that flash is so crucial. So once the flash that's off of the W is going to disappear, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ning and Rookie making this play with the Azir.
Southwind's in trouble here. Face checks into the brush. He wanted to see what was going on. Yagao used the second flash there as well, but the Battlestar still didn't quite go far enough. Lumao just going to be saying hello to Rookie in the mid lane, but nice little pickup there for JDG.
And JDG once again playing towards Kanavi. Lumao roaming out of the jungle. You had Yagao paired with them as well to try and find these picks. So they are getting control. They are getting something back in their favor. It's just that, well, it's not really that much when...
Oh, okay. He just wanted to use the Ignite, I see.
Here's Ning though. This is the play.
Hang on, Ning's coming into the mid lane. Another Ignite available on Yagao. Does not have the flash, but he's got a bit of movement speed, and Ning realizes he cannot chase the Zoe down.
Yeah, Rookie unfortunately a little bit too low and wasn't sure where Kanavi or Lumao was, so didn't want to go for this flash Azir wall, but still, a lot of people... Southwind, will you stop this?
Southwind is happy to go for this one, though. Lumao is the one that's out of position. There's a nice little Emperor's Divide from Rookie. That's just a textbook play here for IG.
And now Rookie should be able to back. You've also got IG that can just send Puff down towards this bottom side, and they're denying plays around this Rift Herald while getting plates over for Puff.
We can see the AD carries now sparring with one another. Puff denied entry to the lane, has to go the long way around. Because Loken on this Ezreal will be able to outrange the Aphelios, so can't just go straight to the 1v1 at this point in the game. Let's just take a second here and revisit the top lane, because there's already a 20 CS lead for the Shy.
And that's the big thing here, is that with how much pressure the Shy has over Zoom and Kanavi not being able to help out in that top lane matchup, IG just turn towards the Rift Herald. As long as they've got Loken and Lumao down on the bottom side, they win out in the 3v3 because you've got all this advantages that have already gone over towards Rookie. The Shy has been looking great. All they're really looking for right now is that a 0 to come back up before they try and pressure it.
I think the biggest thing in this entire matchup is looking at the top side of the map is where the strength lies for both of these teams, right? When you think of JDG, you think of Zoom, you think of Kanavi. When you think of IG, you think of Rookie, Ning, and the Shy. So all of the strength of these rosters is in that top half of the map, and the CS numbers alone are massively in favor of IG at this point in the game.
And IG have the scaling as well. So you've got this Aphelios, you got this Azir that are going to eventually get towards those big beefy items in the later point. Yagao and Loken are looking to use that 1 to 2 item, well, 2 item power spike realistically at about the 20-minute mark. But if IG are just going so aggressively in this early game and winning out in the lanes, that advantage window becomes a lot smaller.
Zoom's having a really hard time. Let's bear in mind, Zoom picked this Renekton into the chase of the Shy, and now he's got an opportunity to prove why. The Shy taken so damn low, flashes on both sides of the board. The Shy knows he's going down in this one. One more Q will take the kill. Kill in the top lane now for the rest of the fight, because IG started this Herald off, but now they've been contested by JDG. Lumao goes in onto the AD carry. Puff, though, will survive. Walks away with his life, but the Herald should be the reward here for JDG.
They'll be able to grab this off of that play from Zoom. We said the 3v3 is stronger for IG, and especially if Loken and Lumao can't roam, it should be IG who pick up the Rift Herald. However, JDG got to roam from the bottom lane. Zoom as well, punishing the fact the Shy didn't have phase rush, doesn't have that speed up to escape away from Renekton, and it kills him off.
Nicely done here by JDG to punish IG. And I think it's important as well to talk about the fact that a lot of that setup came from Yagao in the mid lane, finding a redemption off the minion wave to force the Shy into a situation where he can't just try and find this 1v1.
And now you're in great shape with Zoom. He's gone for the Tiamat here, which is usually a different build to what we see, like the Black Cleaver or even that Blade of the Rune King. But having that Tiamat means he's able to consistently clear these waves against the Shy and not giving him the Shy the opportunity underneath these towers to poke him as Zoom tries to clear the wave.
So now in towards the Dragon once more for IG. This will be their second one of the game, and JDG continuing to just accept that they're not going to contest these for a little while. And it's going to be an Infernal Soul, which is honestly the perfect soul for this kind of game, because it means that we're going to see fighting around these Drakes deck.
Especially when you look at the poke that's on both these teams. Yagao and Loken hitting hard with that Infernal Soul, or the Shy as well being able to get some nice little damage off of Accelerated Shock Blast. These teams are definitely going to want to set themselves up, but IG looking for plays on this bottom side.
So are JDG though, but it's a numbers advantage right now in favor of IG. Maybe not, because Southwind just gets blown up immediately. Now the follow-up from IG as they try and turn things around. Kanavi goes down. Lumao left out without a hope and a prayer. Teleport comes from both top laners, but Lumao's going to go down here. One more auto would finish the job, but oh my days, the Eclipse somehow saves him.
The Shy changing in towards his hammer form. He's got no damage. Rookie can't close the gap. The tower, though, will be the play.
Bit of wave clear coming out from Zoom, and he should be able to keep this one alive. There is no Rift Herald available, as it was picked up by JDG in the end. And in the meantime, Yagao is able to just hammer away at this tower.
Yeah, Southwind will be able to clear out this wave, though, so won't be able to get that next plate, although takes a little bit of a damage on the way out.
Yagao should get some really good damage onto Southwind here as well. Takes another turret shot. Kanavi maybe a little overzealous with this Rift Herald, honestly, because there's a minion wave here, there's a Rookie here. I think this will just get cleared.
Southwind needs to be careful, though. A lot of damage. Lumao here as well doesn't have solar clips available.
Hang on, in they go. Rookie with the play onto Kanavi, but he jumps out to safety. No, he doesn't, because Puff's here to clean things up. And suddenly everything going the way of IG. Lumao, you won't get away from the fight this time around. Taken on through for the side of Puff. The Herald got the charge, but you know what? IG are happy to counter that in the mid lane now.
Most certainly. You got 3 kills onto Rookie now. They'll be able to get some turret plates on towards the Shy and Rookie as well. That was a disastrous play from JDG.
And so overforced. Like, they didn't have to drop the Herald there. They didn't have to commit to the Herald after it was dropped. We talked about the jungle matchup about who is going to step up on the day. Right now, it's not looking like Kanavi.
Now, Kanavi making some strange decision-making in this early game. And as you said, I mean, the wave is still there. If at least you shove out the wave and then guarantee that quick charge, and you don't have to stick around in this mid lane for too long. But because JDG are forced to try and clear the wave after that Rift Herald goes down, you set up Rookie, who is still trying to punish for some of those flashes that were burnt down in that bottom lane, and does a great job here in setting that up.
Beautifully done by IG. And I think also just realizing that JDG were actually going to overcommit to this. They were like, wait, they dropped the Herald? Bit of a weird one. Wait, they're committing to this Herald? All right, we'll take the fight. No worries, mate.
And this is where I'm like, okay, well, what's happening with JDG? Because Yigao losing out super heavily against Rookie in this mid lane. Kanavi's not able to find the same success on this Lee Sin. And even Zoom to a certain, like, Kanavi not helping out Zoom in this top lane means even though Zoom has done a really good job and has turned this matchup back in his favor, this could have happened far sooner and opened up Zoom to be a big point of pressure for JDG. Because if you cast your mind back to Spring, a large portion of JDG wins involve Zoom's engages through mid or in bot lane.
Or onto Puff as the Solar Flare will land. This is an easy kill for Kanavi. Now they try and follow up onto South when the Trouble Bubble hits, and Lumao should be able to follow up onto this one as Kanavi goes straight in, gets the slow with the red buff. One more Zenith Blade. Just about goes wide. Now Kanavi's got to hit the Q, will be able to do so, and gets himself another kill.
And now you've got multiple members of JDG in the bottom side. They can turn towards that bottom lane turret and get some of that much needed gold back in their favor, but Rookie's doing Rookie things in the top lane.
Yeah, Rookie will be able to get the tier 1 at least, but it's going to be answered immediately in the bottom lane as well. Loken should finish this one off with the Demolish proc from Lumao as well. And a minute ago, I said that Kanavi was not doing so hot in this jungle matchup. Now with another 2 kills in his pocket, he's feeling a little bit better.
It is 2 picks onto IG, but the thing is, as long as IG are trading like this, they're the ones coming out on top. They've got the scaling, they've got the Aphelios, the Azir, and they are the ones that are still in control. So JDG need to do this plus more if they hope to take them down. Now though, with these Infernal Drake about to spawn, could be the time where JDG find these super fights that they were able to find against WE and take back this game from IG.
So much of the pressure of these fights as well will be on Zoom finding a good bit of positioning, finding a way to pressure Puff and Rookie during the skirmishes. And he doesn't have teleport, so finding a flank might be difficult.
And it's going to be super hard to just straight up run at IG because you do have those acceleration gates that can help create a bit of space, trying to get past Ning, Setwind, and even if you do, Rookie's got that Emperor's Divide that he can reset the fight with. So a lot of these big engages like Zoom, Kanavi, Lumao may not have that best opportunity to find the fight they want.
IG are aware of this and will start the Dragon off. Southwind just casually sidesteps the True Shot Barrage. It's going to be IG finding themselves on Soul Point here. And now the fight afterwards. JDG go in. Puff is on the front line right now.
Kanavi!
It goes Kanavi, but the kick's the wrong way. In the meantime, he's bought time. Rookie can't do anything. And they're on to Ning as well. This is going to be many, many kills for JDG as the Shy wants to turn it around, but an exhaust ruins his plan.
That was sick from Kanavi. Getting on towards Rookie, booting him straight in towards Ning. That's your front line and your back line colliding, meaning there's no real follow-up damage right now because Puff isn't at a spot where he can carry, and JDG off of that play pick up the fight.
Yeah, Kanavi kicked Rookie the wrong way, but you know what? He kept him out of the fight, and that was the most important thing.
I don't even think it was the wrong way. That was just the let's barrel through 2 of them. And as long as you've got Ning CC'd, like, Southwind can provide some front line as a Nautilus, but he's not really that tanky. It's kind of, because you've only got the shield and a bit of Aftershock, it's not like you're a major tank compared to the likes of Leona. So in this situation where Puff is already stuck in the front line, he's going to go down, the best call that Kanavi can make is to CC Rookie and make sure he's not able to provide any follow-up damage, and that's why JDG so cleanly win this fight.
And you know what? We were asking whether or not Zoom was going to be able to have an impact in these fights. If he was going to be able to get in at all. A triple kill on a Renekton, I'd say that's a job well done from Zoom. He's showing me that this Renekton can be feared from him. He's not just a tank player. 5-0-1 now. He's going to be having a huge impact in the next few fights. And suddenly, everything is falling on the shoulders of Rookie, which is a story we've seen before from IG.
And it's a story where you never really know the ending. because Rookie has given and Rookie has taken, where he can have these amazing performances on champions like the LeBlanc, where he can hard carry a game to victory for IG. But we've also seen games where against LGD, Rookie takes that step too far forward and LGD could punish, and it costs IG the series. So yes, we do have Rookie with 3 kills, a step and a cut above the rest of everyone else in this game. But he still has to be able to perform, and we never really know when you've got pressure from Kanavi, from Zoom, and even Lumeo threatening that backline, if we will see success.
Generally speaking, it's been a story of Rookie succeeding and sort of sitting there with his mug saying, this is fine, while the rest of the map is on fire around him. But so far, it's still reasonable for the side of IG. The most important thing is in 2 minutes, another Drake will spawn. This would be Infernal Soul for IG, and that is very much a window for a victory.
And for JDG, it's the moment when they have hit their strengths. You are going to be looking at those 2 items coming in for Loken. They're already finished. Lume, or Gao even should have that second item completed as well at that stage. So overall, you should be in a better position for JDG. The problem right now, though, is with IG shoving in consistently on this bottom line, you've also got the top lane where the Shy can at least push out pretty far. There may not be the best opportunity for JDG to just shove in directly and try and steal that dragon nice and quick.
We're going to see a bit of a reset here for JDG as they got to start moving down towards this bottom half of the map, because one of the most important things is setting up vision before this dragon ever spawns.
They also want to try and get mid-priority as JDG, and the best way to do that is with the Rift Herald that Kanavi is still holding on to at the moment. So they can not only threaten that tier 2, but use it to draw members of IG in and then look to go towards the dragon. The only thing is, though, you can't really call the bluff and say we'll go towards the tier 2 because you don't want to give over Infernal Soul for the tier 2.
Yeah, that's not going to be worth it. Yagao moving over to the rest of the team here. Zoom will clear out the bottom lane and then move on up as well. Let's bear in mind, they got a Zoe and a Leona. They can definitely pick people off if IG step a little too far forward.
Even Lee Sin as well. You see how smooth Kanavi has been with these Lee Sin kicks. There is a flash up available as well. Should just about be up as that dragon spawns.
Nice little trouble bubble there. Actually managed to find the target of Southwind. Obviously, it's not really a way you can follow up on that one, but ultimately it's just positioning they're looking for. 30 seconds until the Drake spawns.
The members of IG are particularly susceptible, though, to Yagao's poke. Not a huge amount of magic resist anywhere, apart from a couple of Merc threads, which do pretty much nothing. So if you can have Yagao land a lot of this poke, that can be a big issue for this IG side.
JDG here, and once again, Kanavi just dropping the Herald. A little bit willy-nilly, but it's going to try and set up some mid-pressure here so that JDG can move in onto the Dragon. Puff is going to answer by removing this Herald, but in the meantime, JDG will start this Drake.
Ning could go for the steal, does have the ult to get over the wall, or can just run in for it. It's a 50-50 with both junglers at a level.
We've got a Lee Sin though, so you'd expect Kanavi to have the advantage. In comes the Storm Splitter. Kanavi gets the Dragon, denies the Soul, and now onto the fight as well. The jungler already went down, and they're charging forward onto this lineup. There's a trouble bubble onto the Azir. Goodbye, Rookie, and the Shy no longer on this world.
Oh, look, it's taken so low though. Puff nearly able to finish off the Ezreal. IG though, they still have members that can deny this Baron as JDG are starting to turn towards it.
You say that, but if Southwind and Puff step too far forward, Lumao's still going to be happy to jump on forward. Kanavi still has his Dragon Rage, so they can still make picks here. They can still cut someone down from IG if they try and step too far.
And it looks like IG aren't even going to attempt to stop this. JDG, they just about eke out that Dragon, and it nets them the Baron as well.
And we talk about JDG as the smartest team in the LPL, and this has been incredibly smart play from them, finding priority, finding vision, and then setting up the fight.
It's that team play as well, where all of them at once are starting to go forward. Ning tries to go in for this Dragon, but JDG burst out the bear too, and then they turn towards the rest of them. And as he talked about, Yagao with this great stun on towards the Azir, already getting that poke as well, sets them up so easily here to finish them off.
And you know what? We always say how... Look at the shurikens.
Yeah, that's what I was a bit worried about.
We always say how Yagao, not necessarily the strongest mid laner, more about being this team player. But right there in that fight, He outplays Rookie. He finds the trouble bubble. He's able to follow it up and finish Rookie off. And we already talked about Rookie has to be the carry here for IG. He's the one with all the gold.
And the reason this fight was so one-sided, despite all that gold that's been onto Rookie, is IG are still scaling. JDG have hit their strongest point, and they're looking to accelerate through
Another
that.
trouble bubble. Oh, Paddle Star just goes wide, or just goes short, in fact. That was real close to buff going down. Oh, the Shy steals away the red buff, so a slight consolation prize for IG, but JDG have complete control of their jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, JDG can now just rotate down to protect Zoom, which is why you're seeing Rookie step away. They know that JDG have command here, especially with this Baron buff, for another minute and a half.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just say, you know what, forget Zoom. Nobody can even answer him anyway. We're just going to go in the mid lane at the same time.
Oh, no, Cell
Ning just failed to jump over the wall. That was a disaster. In comes Rookie on the backside, though, and they're going to be able to find the kill onto Yagao to start this fight off. IG trying to turn things around. Loken forced out of the play himself, but it's Zoom that's going huge right now. Southwind falls. IG don't have the damage. Zoom is going crazy. Kanavi chases the Shy down, and they're just too far behind to make the fight happen.
And it looked like IG with a comedy of errors. Maybe Rookie can come in and save the day. They get the pick onto Yagao. Nobody left to kill Loken. Kanavi again with these Dragon Rages to shove Rookie into the team. Zoom finishes him off, finishes off the Shy as well. And it looks like JDG, despite some shaky plays, are getting control of this game.
They're going to be able to grab themselves an inhibitor in the mid lane here. They won't find anything else on the map for now. But you know what? An inhib, reset, get ready for this next Drake, because again, a minute 3/4 here. Drake will be back up, and again, soul point for IG.
And a lot was invested by IG to make that play. Teleport and the flash by Rookie. But look, Ning failing this over the wall, and then as well you got Setwind hooking onto that wall instead of anyone else. Rookie and the Shy though look like maybe they can save it with Yagao's play here, but watch again, Kanavi getting into the backline, finding these kicks. It's why this Lee Sin has been so potent for JDG. And then Loken completely free to follow up. Kanavi's able to follow up onto the Shy there as well to finish him off, despite Yagao going down at the start. JDG fighting tooth and nail against Invictus Gaming in these fights.
And I think importantly, JDG feeling like JDG again. This is the team that we saw in spring that can teamfight, that can set up the map perfectly. And now, with a 7,000 gold lead, are looking towards another Drake.
The thing is, though, it's not like it's, okay, well, we've got all of our lanes in order, and that's why we found this man advantage where we can punish IG. It's mechanical plays from Kanavi. It's Zoom being fed as all hell this Renekton, and they're just looking to carry through that. It's almost the reverse of what we expected, because IG were the ones with individual talent, but it's Zoom and Kanavi's individual mechanics and talent that is shining here.
And Yagao has been doing great with the trouble bubbles as well. Not seeing one land in this fight just yet, but across the last few fights, he has been a serious issue for the side of IG, who right now are just trying to barrel down the mid lane.
They know that they don't have to worry about side lanes right now, because JDG aren't really in a position. Zoom is still bottom lane, no TP, so they'll get the mid lane turret. Well,
which is
when
great
you
and
get
all,
a minion wave.
but they don't have a minion wave. They're going to lose this dragon. They're rushing towards Baron, but Baron's not up right now. IG get nothing out of this play.
They get a few hits on towards the turret, but JDG do a good job of clearing out that wave before IG can actually answer for anything. So Loken, now in this bottom lane, you still have late backs that are coming through from IG, so we can get some poke on towards this bottom.
And I'm starting to feel like this is getting towards a tendency that IG have had recently of going to 3 games every single series. Game 1 didn't look good against DMO of all teams, so we're feeling that IG Game 1 mode right now as JDG continue to try and siege. They're going to have to back away from this one, though.
You say that, but this is definitely IG fighting and trying to exert their dominance on this game. The problem is that, well, Puff and Rookie needed time to scale. They kept finding these unfavorable fight against JDG, and JDG did an amazing job of pushing that advantage. Now, though, we're looking at Baron in 40 seconds. It's 4 minutes until that Infernal, so we're going to be all eyes on that top half of the map.
Look at the gold difference in the jungle. 4,000 gold in the jungler alone. This was the highlight matchup of the series, and that's a GA that's just been picked up by Kanavi.
And it's not like you've got infinite scaling coming through where Ning eventually will get better. Ning's on Volibear. He's not a bruiser. He's going to be basically the same as Kanavi in these fights. So that gold lead is going to stick, and Kanavi can be even more aggressive now with that GA picked up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few of these legs flying in this next fight.
And you know what? He's got a bonus Hex Drinker on top of everything else. So this Lee Sin is going to be hard to shut down. But keep your eyes on Zoom as well, who's got that death stance. So it's going to be a tanky old croc when he gets into the back line.
IG are going to start this up. They do have a very quick Baron take, but JDG are all here.
Yeah, it's not about speed here, because we've got a 5v5 on our hands. Lumao steps forward. IG are going to back away, and rightly so here. Battlestar's going across, and that's going to be a solar flare across the team as well. Puff's in trouble, he backs away, but goodbye, Ning. See you later, buddy. Now it's Southwind on the front line as Rookie just tries to keep Kanavi away from him, but the Shite is on 1 HP. A double kill across the team. Loken just cleans house for JDG.
How do they do it again? It's going to be chasing down Southwind, although they don't even care. Loken's like, no, my eyes are averted. Not the glory I want the Nexus.
Yeah, they're going for the win right here. They're not looking for pentakills. TP from Zoom now as he finished off Southwind. And in they funnel to the base as JDG will be able to grab the first game of this series. And most importantly, JDG look like they are returning to form. They look like one of the best teams in the LPL once more.
Kanavi's Lee Sin is disgusting. It is actually the most filthy, disgusting, ungodly thing I've ever seen. The fact that he can consistently, every single fight, find these dragon kicks onto Rookie, on towards the key carries, is absolutely insane to me.
It sounds like you don't like it.
I love it. It's
all
great.
of the words are very
Absolutely-
negative. But
It is just absolutely filthy to watch. So I feel like I need a shower after watching it, because every single time, like, that is not how that's supposed to happen.
But he makes it happen every single time. And we saw, even in that last fight, Rookie uses the Emperor's Divide on him, but it's too late. The damage is already done.
He's already been booted in, and every single time, it's just like, cool, Kanavi goes flying in, he gets onto the key carry. In this case, it was Rookie, but he did the exact same against WE, where he's jumping onto Jumong every single time, and I am just jealous, because I can't do that. I cannot understand how every single time he does it.
I'm not going to lie, Dagda. That's why we watch the LPL. Like,
True.
I don't watch this because I'm like, I could probably do that. I watch this because we get to see players like Kanavi styling on... Like, let's bear in mind that this is Rookie he's doing that too. Like, Rookie is one of the best players in the world, hands down. To be able to still pull off a play like that is insane. JDG looking fantastic. We said this is a match for the junglers. Kanavi way ahead of Ning right now.
Definitely. And I think a lot of it comes down to when JDG hit their stride, when they got to that 2-item point that we were talking about, they were just able to consistently take over. At least the early stage looked a little bit dodgy for them, as you can see in your goal graph, where IG were winning. Rookie was destroying Yagao in that mid lane when it came to CS, having that early poke, even forcing that early teleport out of Yagao. The Shy was doing good against Zoom as well, but it got to a point where Zoom getting solo kills in return. You saw that Yagao and Loken were able to get enough poke onto IG, and Kanavi as well, every single fight finding that perfect kick.
Kanavi looked amazing. So did Yagao with the trouble bubbles multiple times before fights. He was finding them onto Rookie, onto Puff. There was the fight around Dragon where we saw the trouble bubble mid-fight onto Rookie that literally won the fight for JDG and was able to get them that first Infernal Dragon that they found for themselves. JDG, though, most impressively, the coordination that we're seeing out of this team. Once again, it feels like what we used to see. And I'm excited that they're doing this with a Renekton pick at the top lane as well. Because this is a different version of Zoom that we're seeing. They got a solo kill on the Shy just now.
Yeah, he got a solo kill, and finding the opportunities to get into fights as well. Because we said how difficult it will be, because you've got the Shy who wants to play at range, you've got the Azir who's resetting fights, and it's not like you're going to have the easiest time getting into them, but always being able to find at least that flash or the right time to engage. And honestly, it was kind of made easy with Kanavi and Yagao. Getting these Sleepy Trouble Bubbles are booting enemy laners into him, so I think definitely Zoom looked strong, but I think as you talked about, JDG as a whole, that team fight, that coordination was really where they outshone IG, and why that team performance is what we look towards these guys.
Yeah, and even Lumao as well on that Leona looked great. it's a totally different style to the Bard, right? It's a totally different style to the support that we most commonly kind of praise Lumao for, but ultimately he knew when to engage and the rest of the team was more than happy to follow up. But that final fight that we were talking about, Kanavi getting the kick onto Rookie, his solar flare hit like 3 or 4 people to kick the whole thing off.
Yeah, it was amazing. And I think that's why this is such a potent team, is that, look, we don't always look at these guys, apart from like, say, Kanavi and maybe Zoom we can take out, but definitely, like, we don't look at Yugao as like the top mid laner. Lumao is certainly in that conversation when it comes to the Bard, but we're not looking at these guys as super exceptional playmakers where we're like, oh my god, they're going to make the big play list, like, say, Rookie or Knight or something along these lines. So the fact that we're seeing them step up now is really starting to shove them into that conversation, which is what I love.
Yeah, Loken looking fantastic this game as well. We'll see if JDG can keep it together, though, because we all know IG always look a lot better in game number 2. We'll see if that's going to come true in this series in just a few minutes' time.
你看，是不是艾希尔？
是的，卡牌也飞大了，这一波能留住吗？
但是这个勾的没有勾到，而且闪现勾被勾到艾希了，回身一个 Q 啊，击飞3个人 ，W 这波打得很好，白帝交完闪现感觉还要死，而且这边小龙猫也扛不住这个防卫塔的伤害，被落下来的鳄鱼加泰坦给收掉。
小明被阿 Q 留住了，一勾直接勾掉，并且小黑会出来的New这个位置被4个人包夹也跑不了。
这个时候在这样的位置做眼，左一又显得格外的可怕。指到巨魔了，巨魔直接交闪，艾文迪大招空了，回身下管石板甲开出来想交闪下去，交闪下去了，吸了，这个大吸了，泰坦回来，一个大穿了3个人，狗熊跳进去，小榴莲这边可以秒秒，这个秒秒躲了翻腾的大招，而且秒秒进入交闪现回来还在拉扯，这秒是重复送了3人上天，小榴莲这边疯狂的跳跃，烂柴这边虽然有断波输出打得还不错，但是小榴莲身上有死亡之物加上各种吸血，计划解了一下被死亡之物的榴莲小狗给留死了，残局当中左一完成了一波无情的收割 ，Maple 在最后时刻被巨魔柱子顶了一下，感觉也要被 A 死。
最终打了一波2换5，
就如果很军事啊，前提是
肯定会有的嘛，因为一直不打架，肯定是有做过沟通的啊，可能觉得要拖。看一下小明这一波直接把
来了，飞回来，踢射马闪现交完还是要死，果然又是踢射马。当这个羊撞的很好，不过自己成为了众矢之的，这波想单杀沙皇，闪现一下拍死了，沙皇倒了，而且侧面在追击当中，塞纳刚才也被解决了。 Fofo 下一个气泡空了，
弗兰多现在
没空睡到了艾温蒂，艾温蒂这位置直接被 poke 残。弗兰多开个大在攒怒气，出自一卡正面女坦反而先开了，艾温蒂要死了，熊跳进去一个大招做起来艾温蒂，而且指到了熊熊这个出来开完感觉要原地等死了，死以前EDG打波伤害，可是自己死掉之后队友怎么办？睡到赖特也倒，一剑快到手，弗兰多感觉也要倒，鳄鱼这个时候孤掌难鸣，Maple 在人群当中被融化，感觉一波了，这都能翻吗？
月食的裁断，
自己这边可以不犹豫直接秒龙，蓝色饰品开了一下，这一勾没有勾到，勾出了摩根的一个 E 技能，再打龙了，一剑过来，摩根这边躲掉之后射到了后面的巨魔，这波可真是躺枪啊！但是这个龙打的速度不够快，正面一拉打起来，泰坦这边在前面先开一个神位石板甲，一个 EQ 打开一个秒秒。 回来，泰坦想继续开，但没有开到，反而是这个大圣花火直接炸了个满的，被套上虚弱，丝毫不能阻挡旧梦的疯狂输出。
只剩下白体交开双招拉走之后，那这一波 WE。
月食与惊魂，尽数归于神咒。Shut down.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do.
Game 1 was an absolute treat in this series. It's IG against JDG, and if you missed it, game number 1, JDG showed us a masterclass, and most importantly, Kanavi showed us a masterclass on how to play Lee Sin. I'm Munchables, this is Dagda, and I'm really hoping we get to see 3 games here because everybody is playing mechanically so beautifully in this series. Kanavi grabs our MVP, and rightly so the way he played those fights.
Kanavi was so beautiful on this Lee Sin. Every single fight, there was basically a montage play where he manages to get in onto the back line, find this unbelievable kick, and you're about to see it unfold in front of your very eyes.
Yeah, we literally get a montage right here. The double knock-up from that kick in this fight sets up his entire team. And you know what? The next fight, you'll see exactly the same thing where he sets it up once more.
I can already see it right in front of me. Here we go. Straight. Oh, we get the pro view to get it even more beautiful. But I don't even know how you can do it that quickly.
I'm watching his screen, and I still can't follow what's going on. That's how insane Kanavi is on the Lee Sin.
And then even in this last one, as the Azir ult's coming out, he still gets the kick. And straight onto Rookie, the main carry. I talked about how I love Kanavi's positioning on this Lee Sin. He is constantly finding these ways to work in towards the back line, pose a threat, and just either shove them back or getting these massive setups for his team.
Well, we're back onto the stage as the players get ready for game number 2. And JDG with the momentum now, feeling good off the back of that first game. But it's worth remembering that IG, they're used to going to 3 games. Their last 4 series went all 3 games. And we've seen IG not necessarily show up to the first game of their series in the past. So I'm hoping for a leveled up IG as we move into game number 2. Rookie was kind of the only one that was able to find a lead in that early game. And perhaps if Ning is able to get some more focus up towards the Shy, we could be looking at IG turning things around as we head into the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what way this draft starts to mix up now, because we saw the Aphelios and the Azir going over towards IG this far later game scaling, and it felt like when they got to some of these mid-game fights, IG were still trying to scrap against JDG, but not having the firepower to really carry them through. So maybe instead now, without going towards the Azir, we can have Rookie step up and still have this dominance in the mid lane and in the mid-game now to set up IG at least to fight back against JDG.
All right, well, that's the draft done with everyone. So I
hope you caught that.
Hope you saw enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to get
so
the draft
Munch,
overlay back in a second.
Tell me, what do you think about the draft there? What's your
Well, there was certainly a lot of bans. I would say there was about 4 less than I'm used to.
Okay.
But there was, I mean, Lumao got his Bard band away.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal. Dagda, over to you.
Yeah, I think we're obviously going to get the remake here, but I think we're still going to see that ban going towards Lumao. The Bard has kind of become a staple ban against JDG because of just how damn good Lumao is. We kind of joke about it, but it's kind of half serious that he has just opened up teams and people to go, wait, Bard is this impactful, we should be able to pick him up when we get the chance, and especially if you're on blue side here as IG, because you're not going to ban away the Aphelios. You're probably going to want to pick that up first rotation for yourself, so you prevent the likes of an Ezreal Bard going over towards JDG, which leaves them perfect because, well, then you've got Loken who can just farm up an Ez, you've got Lumao who can get out and start to get these roams off as the Bard and have those big impact plays that we know him for on that page.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned how Lumao kind of opened Pandora's box when it comes to the Bard as well, because one of the most interesting things to me is that it's clear when you look at the meta, a lot of the teams in the other regions don't necessarily watch the LPL regularly. But you know what? When Lumao gets the MVP for the LPL Spring Finals on Bard, most teams are going to be taking notice, right? Best region in the world, the finals, you're going to be watching that. You're going to be taking note. So then suddenly Bard becomes this big pick around the world.
And it's not only that he got that MVP on the pick, it's the game-winning fight was decided by his tempered fate. That's what makes this pick so potent, and why unfortunately we won't be getting to see it today, but still there are plenty of picks that are so crucial for JDG. And I mean, we've got to now add that Lee Sin into the mix for Kanavi. He's not allowed to get his hands on that. I'd imagine for IG they'll be trying to gobble that up nice and quick, but now you put yourself in the awkward position as IG. Well, we're on blue side. We don't want to give a Felios over. We don't want to give this Lee Sin over to Kanavi as well. So what the hell are we planning on taking in this first rotation?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Kalista still available, let's bear in mind. That is something that we've seen IG tend towards in the past because we can see it for the Shy, or we can see it down in that bottom lane for Puff as well. Puff, a decent Kalista, although he's only played it once this split. In fact, the Shy has only played it once this split as well. They've very much been leaning on towards that Aphelios, but Ezreal, always a great option too.
Yeah, a lot of AD carries picks are still available. We're yet to see a priority for Rookie in the draft, because it's kind of interesting to see how IG's draft has started to change up a little bit, and it's becoming more standard, I'd say, because in the past what we see is like, cool, look, we'll just take Jace, we'll take Orianna these first rotations, and we'll just get them out of the park straight off the bat. And they are starting to mix things up a little bit now and not just playing so lane focused or matchup focused, and starting instead to go towards, okay, well, holistically, what's the idea here behind this composition? How can we try and go against what the enemy opponent is putting forward?
We'll see how they're going to draft this one out in just a couple of minutes once everything's sorted out. It looked like the Shy was having an issue with his client. As you can see, there's basically a conference going on behind IG at this point in time. But I want to just revisit something we were sort of talking about a little bit earlier, and that's that Kanavi was in spring very much the carry for this team. But I want to go a little bit further back than that to when Kanavi joined this team. When he was offered the position on JDG, JDG literally said to Kanavi, look, we're going to build this team around you. You're going to be the star player, and if you want, we will set you up for success, and we'll build a team around you that is going to work with you. Now, we saw the results of that in spring. And do you know what? Even when he's not on necessarily a carry pick, you don't think of Lee Sin as like a carry jungler. He's still there having this insane impact. Sure, he had a couple of rough series to start the summer off, but ultimately, when you just won spring, I'd imagine that time off between splits wasn't the most productive in the world for JDG. So it's good to see him back on form once again, and it feels like JDG are coming back to life.
It also adds a different dynamic to the team, because you have this Lee Sin pick that isn't a hard carry, it isn't a Graves, it isn't a Kindred, it isn't something that's going to deal a lot of damage. It's something that can take over in this early game and have massive impact when it comes to the lanes. And I think that's where the big difference here is that we're having, I suppose in the last game we did see at least Yigao and Lumeo playing to work with Kanavi, but that's something we haven't seen a huge amount of, at least against WE. It was more so Kanavi playing around the lanes, in particular that bottom lane, and not having the same kind of, as you talked about with him joining JDG, this entire roster saying we're going to put all of our carry performance onto Kanavi. Instead though, we're starting to see that slightly come in with the Lee Sin, but not as heavily as we had previously.
On the other side of the board, IG, kind of a different story really, where we have this all-star roster with the Shy, with Ning, with Rookie, all world champions. And while the bottom lane has changed, the dynamic within IG hasn't really changed since they won Worlds. Like, when you think back to how IG won Worlds, they won because they were just better than everyone. Do you know how they win their series these days? They win because they're just better than everyone. It's just pure, raw skill. And it's like, it's kind of hard to tell to build a story around that, but it's just a pleasure to watch IG every single time, because it's one of those teams that it feels like you never quite can count out, because some kind of miracle play can always come through.
Especially from Rookie. Rookie just seems absolutely unstoppable. When I looked at that IG versus DMO series, like, okay, cool, whatever, it's Rookie against Twyla. Of course Rookie's going to punish on this Azir. Even having Rookie go flying over a wall, pin Twyla into the Raptor pit, and just poke him down bit by bit with the spear.
That was hilarious.
It was hilarious, but it was still Rookie outshining his opponent. It's still being done against Yigao though, which just says the caliber of this mid lane.
The funniest thing about that play as well was that he kind of just stopped for a second and like looked him down and said, I'm going to kill you and there's nothing you can do about it. Anyway, we're into draft, ladies and gentlemen. It was the Aphelios first pick coming on through in the end. JDG answering it with a complete repeat of the draft from game number 1 so far, but Ning changing things up now with the Rek'Sai.
So we did see IG go for a similar style against DMO, where Xiaopeng was having a great performance in the lead, so Ning tried to bring the Rek'Sai as a counter pick. Fortunately though, he still lost out against Xiaopeng. We'll have to see if he can have a better performance here against Kanavi. And apart from that Rek'Sai pick, this is pretty much the exact same draft so far.
So far, so good for the side of JDG, as Yagao going to have his Zoe once more. And we saw some insane trouble bubbles coming through from Yagao in the first game. And we're just going to see a repeat as well in the bans when it comes to the Orianna and the LeBlanc. But we do see IG banning away this Leona and the Renekton. So a lot of respect on how game 1 went.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about how Leona could do very well against the Nautilus in that matchup. So trying to create a little bit of discrepancy in that bot side, but you can just have the set come in, does pretty much the exact same job. Super tanky, does well against the Aphelios and the Nautilus, and can take a lot of that damage and turn it back with the Haymaker and the Shield. Curious to see, though, what we will get in the top lane now for Zoom, because I don't know what IG are going to go for the Shy.
It's important to mention as well, this set is a flex pick. It could still go up towards Zoom in the top lane. It's not that likely, but it's possible.
Yeah, it's only North America who are still playing this.
Rookie does lock in the Twisted Fate, so way more proactive from him. Not going to be trying to scale up to the late game, looking to make plays from level 6.
And this is something Rookie has brought up before and had to great success. And especially now that you've got a top lane you can play around in the Jace, a lot of damage there, you can look to set up these plays. I like this call from Zoom going, right lads, if you are going to play towards the Shy in the top lane with this Twisted Fate pick, I need something that can survive it, or something that can at least have and still have a big impact in fights. I wasn't sure if maybe we'd see a Mordekaiser just to keep him safe in the lane, but definitely this Ornn provides the same while having still that team fight orientated play.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the insane team fight available from JDG with a set and an Ornn. Like, that front line is basically invincible, and then you got Kanavi with his Lee Sin and a ton of poke damage from the rest of JDG. IG, however, not so much about the team fights. They're much more about dominating in this mid-game and setting the ball rolling, getting a snowball victory.
Definitely, and that's all on the back of Rookie, because this Twisted Fate needs to get the ball rolling early for Invictus Gaming. Playing towards top side, even if he wants to, playing certainly towards that bottom lane, a little, it's not the best place to go to. But if this Twisted Fate can get the ball rolling for IG, they can get ahead and allow Puff to get to that later point where he can take over as well. Otherwise, though, when JDG do hit that same mid-game point in the last game, they're going to be so strong.
See if JDG can find themselves at that point of strength, or whether it's going to be IG starting from the beginning, getting themselves a lead and running away with the game. We're heading towards game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm excited for what IG have drafted themselves here. It feels like playing towards their typical strengths.
So I want to go back and clarify, because we kind of just said, look, mid-game is strong, yada, yada, yada. I want to go back and look at, okay, we've got level 7 and 8 is when IG are strong.
See if they can abuse that power spike as we head towards game number 2 here between IG and JDG. JDG 1-0 up so far in the series. They're going to be looking to compound that and finish things off, but IG won't go down without a fight.
So, entering onto the Rift, what I want to look towards is that level 6, 7, and 8 point for Invictus Gaming, where you've got this Twisted Fate up and rolling, where he's able to get out onto the map and make some plays work in conjunction with Ning. If this first 1 to 2 Destinies doesn't work out for Invictus Gaming, JDG will hit that 20-minute mark. You'll have 2 items on Yagao, 2 items on Loken, and we will have a very similar story to what we saw in this last game. So I want to see if Invictus Gaming now, with, no pun intended, the cards in their hands, what they can do with it.
This is a really interesting ward coming out from Loken. The sweeper not going to spot it. So being able to get some deep vision onto IG without actually it being cleared away, since the early sweeper is so common now.
Yeah, and look, it doesn't spot it out, but it's a bit of a strange one, so it'll depend massively on the pathing from Ning. I imagine he is going to go from red towards Krugs, but there is also an argument for a lot of people have just started to bypass the Krugs and instead just because it takes so much time to clear, and instead just going for a 5 camp clear in towards that scuttle on the top side. But it looks like Ning is going to go for the Krugs because Rek'Sai at least does clear them quite quickly, and they will spot out that Ning has started on this bottom side.
So a lot of value here for Loken on the ward. Nicely done from the side of JDG to get that extra bit of information. So Kanavi will have the advantage when it comes to knowledge of the map and where he can play to try and capitalize with scuttle crabs and whatnot.
Also, because Ning will have this early game advantage, it's about Kanavi trying to figure out where Ning is going to make these plays happen. Ning has the advantage until that level 6 point, where Kanavi gets the kick and he can actually do enough damage to just burst out this Rek'Sai. So level 125 is where we need to see Ning having an impact.
Level 2 power spike in the bottom lane though. Puff forced to use that cleanse, and a huge amount of damage coming out from Loken on Southwind as well. It's only going to be one summoner burn, but it's traded for an ignite as well, so ultimately not too bad for IG.
And some decent pressure given over towards Lumao and Loken, so they'll be able to control this bottom wave, shove it in, and at least get this bounce back so they're not overextended for when Ning is entering back down onto this bottom side of the map.
I'm excited to watch Rookie on this Twisted Fate, one of the best mechanical mid laners, not just in the league, but in the entire world. And we've seen it a couple of times this split already. He's so excellent at finding the right situations, about roaming around the map, and instead of just controlling his lane, taking that pressure elsewhere, which is kind of the opposite of what you think of when you think of Rookie. But ultimately, it's what this Twisted Fate pick brings, and it means that he can set the rest of his team up to succeed.
It's going to take a little bit of time until Rookie can do that, though. At the moment, he will get shoved in by Yagao, and that's why I'm curious to see how Yagao wants to play this.
He's just going to throw a bunch of damage is how he's going to play this one. Rookie getting bullied out of lane right now.
I was curious to see, though, if he wanted to work with Kanavi, because Kanavi is on this top side, would have loved to grab that scuttle, but now Ning will realize, okay, look, this jungle's completely been cleared out. Kanavi's moving back down towards that bottom side and using the pressure from mid and bottom to secure at least a scuttle for himself. Zoom now, kind of low, though. Yagao has no teleport and doesn't have mana to try and help him out, so there is a potential dive here for IG.
Zoom has spotted it, though. He's going to commit anyway. He's going to stay here. He's got a good amount of health as he's going to find a knock-up onto Ning, who's already tanking the tower. Beautifully done here by Zoom to find an answer and a 1-for-1.
A big mistake coming through from Ning, not waiting for that Syrian charge to at least hit before starting that tower aggro. Now, though, Rookie, just trading some damage onto Yagao. TP from Zoom, though, should be able to pick up a good amount of this CS, but you can already see he's been set pretty far behind.
And look at the item for the Shy. He knows that he has the advantage.
Rookie?
Rookie's in trouble. No, he's going to be fine. Flashes away, slow from the red buff. He'll still get away from that one. Was a little over-aggressive there.
Yeah, I don't think he expected Kanavi to be sitting behind that wall as well. Especially when Yagao was on such low mana, he thought, all right, cool. They'll just back Kanavi, though. Still over in here. Just see if maybe he can land a Sonic Wave. You're just going to shove it in. Rookie still has that teleport, so giving a little bit more time for Yagao to back it up and then make it back towards lane as well.
And you know what? Ning may have died in that top lane Dagda, but the Shy doesn't really care that much, because look at the item he's managed to get on the back. He's got himself a serrated dirk and a longsword. He already had that call, which is stacking its way on up. Zoom, sure you got a ruby crystal and armor, but this lane doesn't get any better for you for a long old while.
And the thing about the Shy not caring is all well and good. Ning really needs to care, though, because he's now set himself behind off the plate. Got the kill, yes, but because he died, didn't get to finish off farming. He's a level behind now when it comes to Kanavi. We talked about that level 6 being crucial for Kanavi in starting to win out that matchup.
Ignite in the bottom lane onto Southwind. There's a Haymaker as well. 2v2. Loken and Lumao.
Southwind, you gotta hit that flash, buddy. You've still got that available, but not respecting how much damage JDG can put forward. And Lumao and Loken are making plays bottom side.
And we talk about the strengths of JDG. We never talk about the 2v2 from Loken and Lumao, but they surprised us a few times in spring. They're surprising us again.
And now they're trying to surprise us in this mid lane, or at least Rookie. But the ward is there, so JDG would just try to back away. I would have liked to see them turn that in towards a dragon. At least get that snowball rolling for themselves, but looks like instead they're just going to try and keep farming up and at least wait until Loken has a bit more in his back pocket to start a scrap.
Start a scrap, they'll certainly be wanting to in a little bit. Ning going to be able to find himself this Scuttle Crab. Rookie is level 6 now, so that global pressure we talked about can come online. He doesn't have a ton. Oh, he's got about half of his mana available. He doesn't have much damage is the only issue that he's got right now, because he started with that Catalyst of Aeons. It's going to be about finding the opportunity to play around everyone else on the map where they can follow up with damage.
And that's why it's working with Ning. It's about allowing Ning the opportunity with that gold card to follow up with more CC and provide the damage necessary. So I think, as we talked about, the Shy is going to be the first port of call, especially off of this back from Yagao. The shove in mid will happen and Rookie has the opportunity to move topside and potentially look for a dive. You can already see, look, he's going to start exiting now towards his topside.
And it was out of vision as well, so obviously JDG know he's missing, but they don't know that Ning is up in the top lane just yet. And now, here comes the Destiny. Zoom's in trouble. Bellows Breath not going to be used. Does flash to safety, but it's not going to be safe enough. He goes down to Ning, and Kanavi arriving to the play too late, but I saw Yagao moving on the minimap. Not going to commit to anything.
I can't get there fast enough. I mean, it's Destiny, right? That's the whole point, is you just get there so much quicker than the enemy opponents. And now the Shy benefiting massively. That kill, that assist, now these turret plates as well. Shy's going to be pretty big in this game.
You know what, we always talk about, I wasn't sure if the plate was going to go his way then for a second. We always talk about how IG kind of live and die by the Shy in the top lane. This time around, he's got himself a nice old gold lead to work with. He's 30 CS up as well.
Super smart call here from Kanavi. So after knowing that back is going to come through from the Shy and Ning, he started the Rift Herald play straight off. So now you're not giving an opportunity for the Shy to try and punish that power even further in the top side, because there's no objective up there anymore.
Wow, really nice map play from the smartest team in the LPL, as we always call them. It does really feel like Kanavi is back and firing on all cylinders. With this Rift Herald, they can find themselves more advantages around the map. It is IG that have the gold lead right now, so the fact he's able to sneak that away is honestly a huge dividend for JDG.
And this is what we at least talked about though for IG, is making sure that Twisted Fate ult finds success off that first bounce, setting the snowball rolling towards the Shy who he wants it to, and that's exactly what they've got done. So now they can look again when that Destiny is up to continue that snowball, potentially get a tower for themselves as well with only 3 plates there, and turn around the pressure Kanavi's going to want to create bottom side, or maybe in this mid lane, with the Rift Herald that he has of his own.
Loken in the meantime just going to be farming up. As we are going to see, obviously, JDG similarly to game number 1, they're going to be spiking incredibly hard around that mid game. You've got the Zoe in the mid lane that's going to spike off of things like the Ludens in the bottom lane. We always talk about how Ezreal wants to get those 2 items before he's really going to be a big influence. Whereas IG, the bottom side of the map, takes a long while to come online. It's all about the Shy basically doing a lot of their damage in the mid game.
Oh, they're back topside, Munch. They want to really make sure the Shy is getting these turret plates.
Yeah.
Destiny isn't up yet, though.
Zoom should be able to just clear this wave, though. He does have Call of the Forge God now, so diving that Ornn is going to become more and more difficult. In the meantime, JDG are like, look, if you're going to play around the top side, we're going to drop a Herald. We're going to get ourselves the first tower of the game.
I'd like to see the Call of the Forge God from Zoom to just clear out the wave and stop this pressure. It looks like that's exactly what we're getting. And now you can go for 2 turrets on the bottom side, or at least make sure that you're not losing it. Oh, Zoom, no!
They're still going to go for the dive. Shy gets knocked up, though, to start this one off. They're now going underneath the tower. Ning tanks 2 shots for himself. It's Rookie under the tower now. They will finish him off. And that was beautifully juggled.
It was really well juggled by IG, but a big misstep from Zoom. He just needed to clear the wave and leave them at the minions at 1 health, so the tower can finish them off. You're not going to lose out on turret plates, and you've got the push advantage and buying enough time for Loken and Lumao to enter this top side. Instead, though, they end up giving over that kill. They will secure the turret plates, but I think Zoom's worth a little bit more than turret plates right now.
Yeah, another kill going the way of the Shy as well, importantly. Lumao? I don't know. I don't think he quite spot. Oh, there was a ward there, so he definitely did spot Ning, but I think realizing that he can't find a 1v1 against the jungler right now. And Loken has moved up to the top side of the map now. You can see the Shy moving down to match on the bottom side, and he'll be up against Zoom once more. I mean, we're literally seeing right in front of us, Dagda, the priorities for these two team compositions right now. Because the Shy, he's already got all of the, well, a bunch of plates up in the top lane, so he moves down to the bottom side of the map to try and get plates there. On the other side of the map, we've got Loken, the one sweeping all this gold up.
And it's where Kanavi's putting a lot of the pressure as well, or at least the junglers receive the pressure. Kanavi's still down towards the bottom side. Puff, you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah, Puff still has cleanse, still has flash. Southwind is here as well, but he's pushed into the fray. Southwind here to protect him. One more shot would finish the job, but True Shot Barrage is on cooldown. There's a gold card to get onto Loken. Shock Blast won't quite land, and Lumao happy to sacrifice himself if needs be. Haymaker onto the team as Kanavi goes in, and it's 1 kill apiece. Loken rooted up but gets out with his Arcane Shift here, and the rest of the squad arriving as Zoom TP's behind everyone. But he's gone very deep onto this one. Puff needs to be careful not to go too close. Call of the Forge God's still on cooldown, and Zoom, he just went way too deep.
I don't know what's going on in Zoom's head. That was the play from JDG. Get the turnaround kill, everyone gets out. Yugao, though, sticking around too long, maybe as well as 4 members of IG are still in this top lane.
And look at Loken. He's just moved straight to the mid lane. There's no TP available for IG, so he'll at least be able to answer with a little bit of plating. Although Ning wants to make sure that that can't happen here. Arcane Shift means Loken's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that Prey Seeker was going to lie and you just get that follow-up from Ning to execute onto Loken, but I don't know what's happening with Zoom, because that was a real strange call.
Oh, play from JDG here. True Shot Barrage goes a bit wide. They're still going to commit to this one. Oh, no, they're not. Back away at the last second.
They don't want to overcommit here, especially with a minute on Infernal. They want to make sure they're back in now, at least spending that gold and getting control over this river. There's no Rift Herald shenanigans, which we sometimes see around the second dragon, where you, or at least the third dragon, I suppose, more so, where you can place that Rift Herald mid. So this would just be straight up who has control of this mid lane should be able to get control over Rift.
And let's just take a moment to look at the items from IG right now, because we've got the Shy, who's finished off Manamoon. He's finished off a Ghostblade as well. The Shy is hitting like a freight train right now, especially once that Muramana does stack up for himself. He's going to be insane. We've also got a Rod of Ages on Rookie. So again, another item that over the next 10 minutes is going to stack up more and more, and he'll start to really hit hard, especially once the Lich Bane comes through. So we're going to find ourselves in a position in about 5 to 10 minutes where IG are doing insane damage, and that's what JDG now have to play around.
The thing is, though, you still got Loken, who's hitting some super strong points. Wasn't quite able to finish off Iceborne Gauntlet on that last back. Was slightly short, so instead bought the Boots of Lucidity.
Zoom takes a bit of damage here. Flashes the knock-up, though. That should mean that he gets away with his life. Bellow's Breath on cooldown, though, and in goes everyone. I was wrong. He does not get away from this one. Kanavi tries to answer the kill here, but just went way too deep. It's a double kill for Southwind, of all people. And in the meantime, there's basically no answer from JDG. Rookie going even further for this one. But a Hex Splash over the wall. You're in a party right now, Rookie. Being chased on down. He's got no HP left. The stopwatch will keep him alive for a second. Walks away, but one more auto, and Yagao gets it.
And Loken's pushing in topside. He just got that top lane turret. So now, IG, yes, you're getting some of these kills, which is fantastic for them. Having this Destiny rolling that gold into their bankroll is going to be great. But they're still losing out on turrets. There's still some answers coming through from JDG. And it's only a slight gold lead despite all that extra kills.
Yeah, all of the kills going the way of IG, the Dragon as well, but the plate so heavily in favor of JDG. Loken able to sweep up so much farm, able to sweep up so many plates. And now he's in position to potentially look towards a Herald. As you can see, JDG moving towards that top half of the map.
JDG don't realize that Ning is clearing this bottom lane, though, so they won't go for this play straight off the bat. But yeah, I mean, look, a nice pick here, especially onto Zoom, who you think, oh, well, it's an Ornn, it's the tankiest member, but he's 1 in 5, I think, of this at least. So he hasn't gotten farm, he hasn't gotten to a tanky enough level yet. Yeah, 1 in 5, so having this group and kill on towards Ornn is still going to keep bringing success for IG right now.
Yeah, they're happy to just bully away onto Zoom. He has got himself with some fire cape, so he'll be able to withstand a little bit more damage, but ultimately, it's once you get to 2 items that Ornn really becomes that brick wall that we all know him for. Still 3 levels away from the upgrades as well. Now, do you see everyone moving over? The Shy started that Herald up, but it's going to reset.
I am worried for Zoom, though. I don't even think like, eventually he'll become a brick wall, but he's pretty far behind, especially when you look at the items on the Shy, on towards Puff as well, who is going to be very quickly ramping up. And this is looking a little bit dicey for JDG, at least this time around, especially as you already see just how much pressure Rookie can command in the side lane. He started to head off towards the top, forcing Yagao to come deal with it. And yes, you do have that Unsealed Spellbook. Yagao can swap over towards Teleport, but having the Destiny and an Unsealed Spellbook of his own for Rookie, he has so many more ways of getting into these fights and finding picks.
Looking for Yagao right now, but there's a lot of players here, so I think he's going to be completely fine. Loken is the one on the scene as he jumps forward. Damage on Southwind forces the flash here. Everybody backing away. Yagao gets a trouble bubble, but Puff going to cleanse that one away. And everything neutralized in the end.
A bit over-aggressive from Rookie there, not really realizing that, hey, we don't quite have the man advantage that Rookie's trying to gain with his Destiny. And now JDG, having not used too many ults in that last fight, would just turn straight towards the Rift Child. This is fantastic for them, because if they can crack open this mid lane turret, they can shove in these waves way deeper against Invictus Gaming, and this means Rookie's pressure on the side lanes becomes so much more negligible.
And let's just bear in mind as well that as soon as Destiny and whatnot has been used from the side of IG, they lose a lot of their composition's power. Whereas JDG, they're quite happy to just teamfight. They don't need to rely on a singular ultimate to be able to win things out right here. The Herald maybe does just about get its charge. That was a close one though. Loken just gets away with his life as well here. Shock blasts across the team, and it's actually a stun card going on to Lumao, who pulls Ning out away from the rest of his team. Haymaker as well. He's going to use his ulti, but somehow Lumao escapes with his life, and now the rest of IG are getting cut down. Another couple of kills go the way of Loken, and they're chasing this one up. Kanavi, yet another kick, and another triple goes the way of Loken. He wants more, though. He's not done just yet. Actually, he is. I take it back. This Shy with a double.
Got a little bit ahead of ourselves on that last play, but Kanavi once again making the plays. And Lumao just barely surviving thanks to that health regen on the set passive. I thought the burn, the challenging smite would be enough. It's not the case. But still, you're getting a bunch of kills back in JD's favor. They aren't quite able to get this mid lane turret and not quite able to get the Shy either.
That would have been a kill if that triple bubble landed, with Lumao moving over as well. The Shy gets away with his life, and he is 4-1-4. We talk about it basically every IG game, right? The Shy giveth, the Shy taketh away. This game, he giveth.
He's definitely giving. Lumao, though, such a smart play here. It saves his life here, just creating enough distance to get away from IG. And that regen coming in so clutch there to make sure that he survives. And from that point on, it's follow-up after follow-up from JDG. Kanavi again, great play on towards Puff. You even get the follow-up from Loken. Yagao is lagging a little bit behind in this fight because he's been pressurized by the Shy. Maybe you could have had enough damage to finish off some of these low-health members of IG if you'd managed to get that. However, JDG did burn a lot in that last fight, and with this Dragon coming up that would put IG onto Soul Point, you don't have the flash for Kanavi, you don't have the flash for Loken. It makes them a little, or even Lumao as well, which can be big, impactful flashes and summoner spells for this next fight.
And when you look at the difference between AD carries right now, there is a huge item advantage in favor of Loken. Good shock blast from the Shy, but realistically, Kanavi will be able to smite this Dragon away. Grab that for himself. In the meantime, Rookie at least able to find something on the map as he takes tier 1 in the top lane.
And again, now you need someone from JDG to go to respond to that, but they're not backing. You can see Rookie is starting his recon at least, but a delay from JDG to get towards this top side, and they will lose a good amount of CS to the turret. So, we are looking now, Baron on the cards. JDG are trying to get control back of their jungle, because right now, with the pressure Rookie's put on that top side, they're starting to lose out when it comes to vision. At the moment, though, not enough pressure for IG to take this mid lane turret. And as long as this mid lane turret does stay up, it becomes very difficult for them to try and pressure too deep into JDG's side and to actually be able to force something like side lane pressure where they can turn towards Baron and use a numbers advantage while Zoom or Yagao is dealing with the side lanes.
So I kind of want to revisit here on what the next step is for IG, because we talked about the win conditions right at the very start. It was all about Rookie, right? Hang on. This game looks way more even to me than that. What? Dagda, explain to me, why is the Kernel so one-sided right now?
So the thing is that IG have Puff, which is going to be obviously your late game scaling, but honestly, I think it's more so because the Shy is so fed and Zoom is so far behind that the Shy will win out in the side lane and be able to consistently put pressure onto these turrets. You've got Rookie as well, who is going to be capable of getting right through these structures, or players.
Loken has no flash and he's in a whole heap of trouble. Still surviving for now as Puff was kicked back and somehow will survive this one. The knockup is not quite enough and Puff still lives. This is unbelievable as Zoom flashes forward to finally redeem himself. Now it's Rookie that has to be the target. He's all of the damage left for IG as they're trying to chase him down through the jungle. There's not a bunch of damage left for JDG either, and the Paddle Star won't quite hit, neither with the Trouble Bubble.
Somebody hit some CC, please!
It's all going wrong here for both teams at the same time. Lumao has the Dead Man's Plate, though, so I don't think Rookie can realistically get away with this one. Lumao trying to dodge the CC. Flash forced out a Rookie here. I think that might have to be all JDG can get.
So we missed the face breaker, we missed the paddle stars, we missed the sleepy trouble bubbles, and of all people, Southwind is able to take this mid lane turret. That was the structure that we said JDG really wanted to keep, but again, this is great picks coming through from IG. Just understanding, look, we can go super far here, and Puff somehow managing to survive that long. Ning does a really good job there of getting in the way and giving Puff enough time to deal a heap of AoE across this fight.
I love that Zoom literally just flashes to finish Puff off. He's like, look, I'm taking things into my own hands.
You don't see it there. Yagao misses a lot in that fight and could have been enough to take down Rookie and maybe turn towards Southwind as well. However, the reason that we're looking at this big discrepancy, going back to the KF chart, or KF Kentucky Fried chart that you like to call it, is that Rookie can be fairly uncontested on the side lane against Yagao. Same with the Shy now that Zoom's placed so far behind. So dealing with these side lanes and then having that teleport pressure and the numbers advantage to find picks is going to be really hard for JDG to deal with because they're even.
The Shy could be in trouble here. He stepped way too far forward. Lumao still going to hold off on the showstopper, though. I think it was on cooldown, actually. As Puff is in so much trouble. Zoom with yet another kill onto the enemy AD carry. And I think the Kernel might have been wrong on this one, Dagda.
Well, if the Shy isn't going to play through a side lane and IG aren't going to let Rookie play towards bottom side, of course they're going to end up failing. That's how this composition wants to play, how they can try and win out. If they're just going to go for a straight up 5v5 or, well, 5v4 in that case, JDG are going to win.
And now we see IG trying to answer somewhere, trying to find something out of this play. They move towards this bottom lane inhibitor, but the recalls will be empowered here. So JDG should be able to get back and at least defend the inhibitor. The tower should go down. This Lichbane from Rookie doing a lot of work.
Massive amount of work, and having that tower down does make it a little bit more difficult for JDG to deal with, especially as we talked about with Shy and Yagao falling behind. But this is a massive mistake from the Shy. Why you were trying to make this play when you've got Rookie on the complete opposite side of the map, nowhere near a Destiny, is just allowing JDG to collapse, find the play, find the Baron, and then it becomes a lot more difficult for IG to enact their game plan.
They're going to try and find a pick, but it's the Shy that is picked. And oh my god, Kanavi is just insane.
And the Shy is taking. The Shy is taking all the opportunities IG have to try and play out this map state. And Kanavi, as you said, you cannot give him the opportunity to find these kicks. Dragon, the second one of the game, will now go over towards JDG. And Two Mountains is going to start to bolster Zoom, who's been struggling.
Zoom ain't struggling anymore. 4, 5, and 3. And now he wants another one onto Rookie. He'll find it. In fact, generously gifted over to Loken. But you know what? JDG, after the Colonel said they had a 15% chance of taking this one, since that point, are proving everyone wrong.
And now they'll be able to get this bottom inhibitor turret. They'll answer for their own one and potentially be able to take more. You still got 25 seconds on Rookie. This is a 4 versus 5, and Kanavi's kick is nearly back up.
Kanavi moving down. Bear in mind, Yagao is pushing in the mid lane in the meantime. This would be 4v4, but honestly, IG are not confident enough to take this one without Rookie. Still 10 seconds until he's back. But with Destiny, you have to bear in mind he could try and make some plays. The Shy knows he's in trouble and backs away. Lumao blocks the hook from Southwind, but he takes a good chunk of damage himself. Nice haymaker to keep Lumao safe. But the siege doesn't stop there, Dagda. JDG are not stopping anytime soon.
Well, Rookie is up. They may need to stop because you can't have this engage come through from IG using Rookie with that Zhonya's to start it off. However, IG, they're not pulling the trigger. They don't want to fight. Instead, they'll just lose that mid lane turret as well.
And this is one of the most incredible things when we look at the top teams in the LPL going head-to-head is they know exactly how much they can bite off right there. Taking an extra inhib tower mid felt kind of greedy, but they knew they could get away with it. They do get away with it. And JDG just finding advantage after advantage.
JDG trying real hard to prove that Colonel wrong.
Let's just take a moment to look at the scoreboard in the top lane. Just cast your mind back about 10 minutes and think where Zoom and where the Shy were. It was all about the Shy. It was well ahead. Now, it's pretty much even between the two top laners.
And this is why I don't understand why IG didn't just play through their strengths. Have the Shy in a side lane, have Rookie in a side lane. Zoom can't do anything because he's super far behind. Yagao is not a champion that wants to be in a side lane whatsoever, especially against something like a Twisted Fate. So you just play through that strength. Allow the chip damage to come in from the Shy, in from Rookie, and if JDG don't, or even if JDG, answer for that split push, okay, cool, man advantage, Rookie, you're in, tag him, get him into the fight, and we just pick off Loken like they had been trying to do already. Pick off Kanavi like they'd found successful. That's how JDG would have lost this game. Instead, though, the Shy twice now tries to make the play, twice now gets caught out, and JDG are now taking 2 inhibitor turrets and possibly a third.
And with perfect timing, I was about to talk about the AD carries. You can see the gold difference on your screen right there. Right now, Logan is an item and a half ahead of Puff. The late game of Felios is still a long and distant dream, and Zoom wants to fight right now. Flashes over the wall, true shot barrage, and Ning is just eradicated from the fight. Zoom is too tanky to be taken down, and yet again, JDG find an advantage. Logan over the wall now as he focuses on South Quinn. Puff still healthy, as is Rookie. But JDG group up together and brute force their way into the base. Look at the confidence on Logan to jump forward on towards Puff. They don't even care about the inhibitors. They want the game right now. They want blood. And they're going to find it. Rookie's in trouble right now. Gold card onto Logan. He's got a QSS. In the meantime, the Shy went down. Rookie falls. JDG have done it. We're looking at a 2-0 right now. Flash forward as they try and finish off Puff. They'll find it. Logan with another double. And JDG on top of the world.
Welcome back to our Spring Split champions. What a statement to make against Invictus Gaming, taking this confident 2-0.
And not even Ning can survive this one as he barrels back on towards his own fountain. 2-0 over IG. Another kick from Kanavi as the cherry on top. JDG looking dominant.
And why the hell not? When you've got Kanavi on Lee Sin, the confidence spews from this jungler. And everyone on JDG able to step up. The picks onto the Shy that turned this game around all stemmed from his performance.
What a day we have had here from JDG. What a performance and what a level up. Because let's bear in mind, they went 2-1 against Rogue Warriors. They were the winless Warriors until that series. That was the first game win that Rogue Warriors found for themselves across the entire split. They then went 2-1 against WE, another team that's like trying to climb up that ladder, and it felt a little shaky from JDG. Now against IG, a team that always goes to 3 games, a team that should be a top team in the LPL, JDG just absolutely rolled over them.
And this now puts JDG into that second place. Like, this is how close our split is at the moment, where just one win can push you right the way up the table. Yep. So going from 7th into 2nd with that is absolutely insane. And to have a performance like that pushes them into that spot, it just feels so poetic.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the standings. At the start of this series, IG were 5-2. JDG were 4-2. Right now, JDG, because they give IG a loss, they tie them in wins, but they win in game difference alone.
And that's the one. It's 11-6 now for JDG versus 11-7 for IG. So that's what separates them, is that one game difference. But, I mean, look, JDG, they look absolutely spectacular and a well-deserved win here. And it really does feel like finally we have JDG back.
And do you know what? Going into that second game, IG baby should have just banned the Lee Sin. We saw how insane Kanavi was in game number 1. You give him the Lee Sin again, he's just going to do the same thing 2 games in a row. We got to see him pop off. We got to see the Shy as well looking good in game number 2, thanks to Ning. But as soon as we got to a point where it was like mid-game fights, and as soon as the rest of JDG could join in, the Shy couldn't do anything about
and
it.
This is what really annoys me about the Shy is, look, we can tell about how good he is. We can say his individual performance, his mechanics, the way his laning phase is, all well, good and dandy. But if you're going to toss away a game like that because you want to try and make the Dow play, that's where I have real issues with you and how you will perform for IG, because you're going to lose them games like this.
Dagda throwing some beef at the Shy right here. He did top the damage chart for the 2nd game in a row, but that is kind of what you pick Jace in the top lane for. Loken, on the other hand, doing a lot of work during these fights and able to work so well with Kanavi as well. When we saw Kanavi diving into the fights, we saw Loken more than happy to go in deep alongside him and follow up on these players and be the true damage source. And you know what? Loken doesn't care that Yumi's been nerfed. He's still bringing this Ezreal to the table.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Ezreal kind of just falling off because of the Yumi. I think especially when you look at performances like this, how strong that champion still can be. With the Death Stand still looking super strong. I know it got some nerfs, but still, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's still looking so damn good. And I think we're going to continue to see that even more as we start to progress into 10-13, unless we see something on 10-14.
I wasn't sure if we were going to see people continue to pick up the Death Stance, but apparently it hasn't touched the sides, because Loken's still loving it, still loving the damage reduction, still loving the CDR as well. So Death Stand's still very much a staple here. JDG, I just want to talk about here for a second the fact that we've got the smart JDG back, because the difference between this win here today and the previous wins of the split is we saw Loken stepping up a lot more, we saw Yagao stepping up a lot more, and they still looked good in this series, but it wasn't necessarily just about them this time around. It was much more about Kanavi setting them up and being the carry for the team that we know him for.
I think we still see a little bit of that, though, where definitely a lot of these plays stemmed from Kanavi's mechanics, but definitely the decision on when to fight, how to approach these objectives was definitely a lot cleaner. I still think, though, when we look towards the difference between JDG and Spring was, like, we had a 32-minute game where they didn't kill anyone. There was no kills whatsoever, and they had a 5,000 gold lead. Like, that is the super smart JDG that I think we still need to see inklings of, because there isn't quite the same in, okay, well, let's set up this wave like 2.5 minutes in advance, so then it's pushing in right as we go towards Dragon. There's still some questionable plays like Kanavi and that Rift Herald in the mid lane was still a bit question mark for me. So I think we still need to see them level up, but definitely they are well on the right track at this stage.
They're definitely starting to look towards the macro a little bit more. I mean, we saw multiple times in this series where they were just out trading IG. IG would make a play towards top side. They're like, okay, well, we're going to Herald on bot side, and then we're also going to take the mid tower as well. So enjoy your trade, IG.
I know, but it's still, we're still seeing, like, in that trade you point out, well, Zoom still died. Zoom is going down alongside the others. So there's still some things to tighten up. And I'm not trying to take away from JDG here. They still look absolutely incredible. But I still want to see a little bit more, because this is a team, especially after spring, I want to see how well they can do in summer. And I have my eyes on them for that World Championship position. This is what I have, especially like for FPX, for Top Esports, IG, and JDG. These are what these teams are created for and aspire to be. So if they can't tighten these up, there will be teams that will just play through those weaknesses.
Yeah, and let's bear in mind that when it comes to the seeding, JDG already have a massive leg up on everyone else. They won the Spring Championship, so long as they can finish, top 4, top 3, they have a really good shot of just getting through on points alone, not having to play through the gauntlet. So we'll see as things pan out. I'm expecting them to be looking for first place, though, honestly. With the way that they finished spring, and now it feels like we're warming back into that style again, this is looking like a top 4 team. And that was one of the big questions that we wanted answered coming into this series is, which of these teams look stronger? Do they both still look like top 4 teams? JDG have answered that question for us. They've said, yeah, we're still a top team in the LPL. IG, we're still seeing some of the same issues we've been saying this entire split, where they're playing too aggressive, they're messing about maybe a little bit, and you can't do that against a team like JDG.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I'm so annoyed is it's the Shy. It's not like you saw the game plan enacted. They had Rookie in the early game, they had Rookie set up the plays on top side to get the Shy ahead. They then had the Rookie off in the side lane, and then it was starting to creep into how they wanted to play. And then you saw the Shy go for these 2 plays that end up costing them and giving so much map control to JDG. So I can't fault IG as a whole. They should have been able to close out this game number 2 and force us to a game 3 where we could have seen exactly what both these teams were capable of. But unfortunately, as a fan, I'm denied that.
You certainly were, but if you're a JDG fan, big thumbs up, and especially from Loken, because he's going to be our MVP for game number 2 here. And rightly so. Like, it was Kanavi setting the plays up, but Loken's 41% damage with a Zoe in the team as well. Like, that is insane.
Yeah, and it felt like in a lot of cases, Yagao wasn't quite able to get into the fights before Loken had already finished them. He looked so strong on his Ezreal. And for Loken, who in the past there was a lot of question marks around his laning phase, his team fighting when it was only so-so, for him to be outperforming so many AD carries now is such a pleasure to watch.
And not to mention, they got a 2v2 kill in the bottom lane early on in this game. He looked amazing on this Ezreal, jumping forwards during the fights. And I think that's the big thing for me is the confidence he's been showing, just eating forward, even when Southwind's got cooldowns, because he knows he can follow up with the mechanics.
And that's the big thing here is, look, every single time Loken is playing on that edge, what you need to see from an AD carry. And I'm talking about like 2019, essentially, where Loken, a lot of those criticisms angled at him were valid. But we're seeing now with Lumao and Loken reunited onto JDG, he looks like an entirely new beast and one of the main carries here for JDG.
I think beast is the operative word, right? Because he is not afraid to be aggressive. We know him for his Kalista back in spring, was insanely aggressive and insanely good. Now the Ezreal as well, showing up to be one of his real carries. And obviously the Aphelios, but I feel like kind of everyone is incredibly good on Aphelios. So there's a reason for that. But Loken looking amazing. The whole of JDG looking amazing. IG definitely some work to be done from them. But I think there are good things for IG. I think they look still better this series than they did perhaps earlier in the split. They have had worse series. Ning's still looking pretty decent.
Yeah, and I think...
I'm trying to find a silver lining here.
Look, Rookie looked great. His Azir play was incredible. The way he commands that lane pressure looked absolutely insane. The Twisted Fate, once again, was successful for them, where they were getting this early lead and should have been able to snowball off it. And Ning, on the rec side, did exactly what he needed to do, which was control Kanavi in the early stages. And again, getting these nice dives in the top lane, getting Zoom behind. Like, these are all positives for IG. It's not like this wasn't... like, it wasn't a complete slam dunk from JDG by any means, but it does lend itself to the conversation of, well, when are we going to see the Shy kind of stop throwing away games like this?
We'll have to wait and find out, I guess, because that was a prime example of that one, but that rounds out today. So let's look at our results as we finish things off here. We had 2-2-0. It's been a quick day, Dagda, as we had EDG starting things off strong and starting things off decisively, which is exactly what we wanted, and then obviously JDG following suit.
Yeah, and I think it's, at least for both of these series, seeing teams return to form is what's making me so happy, is EDG looking a lot more decisive, getting back to what we expect from them, and same with JDG. Kanavi looks absolutely insane on this roster again.
Kanavi looks so damn good, but with that, let's look at what's coming up for you guys tomorrow, because we still have some insane matches. Tomorrow is going to be a day and a half. We've got E-Star against V5 to start it off. Both aggressive teams, both teams that want to fight in the early game, so that should be an absolute scrap. And then we've got the match of the week. You thought it was JDG IG, but we've got an even better one. RNG against FPX.
Might have a little bit of a special moment for that last cast of the day as well. Might be myself, Jordan, well, Lyric, I could say Jordan, and Hysterics, who are going to be jumping onto a tri-cast for that one. So I'm excited to see how that one goes.
Yeah, tri-cast tomorrow, so make sure you're tuning in for our match of the week. That'll round things out tomorrow, and it should be an extremely exciting game if RNG can show up. That's the big question, because FPX are looking real good right now.
Yeah, and it's a big question about who we'll see in that mid lane as well. Is it going to be Xiaohu? Is it going to be Crying? Yeah. A lot, again, which is why these series are so exciting, of questions being answered. How do these top teams face off against each other before we start moving into playoffs?
And then, even if that second series wasn't enough excitement for you, PP God's playing in the morning. So I know you guys in Twitch chat are going to be all over that one. So plenty of stuff to watch tomorrow. But Dagda, we've had a pretty exciting day today, and a really good day for both JDG and EDG, two of the smarter teams in the league, showing that some of that some of those smarts coming back to them once again.
Yeah, some of the magic, some of the gusto that we love to see from these guys, and it is fantastic, especially for EDG, who had a lot of pointed issues in their style that are now coming back into it, where, okay, JJ sliding in nicely, we're starting to get that front-to-back team fighting once again. It looks a lot better. And then for JDG, we're still seeing, even when they don't have Kanavi on these big carries like Graves or Kindred, still capable of playing towards them, and Kanavi having these big moments.
Yeah, well, EDG managed to beat the bottom team in the league, so good job there, guys. And then JDG managed to prove that they are still very much at least a top 4 team. Second place in the standings now. That's going to round things out for us today. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the day. Thank you for watching, as always. Make sure you're here tomorrow for our match of the week. We'll see you guys there.